Chapter 1577. Xiaochen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before? That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core Central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiaochen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiaochen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiaochen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiaochen did not say anything, only taking out the Saber Sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it." Looks like I was right. Xiaochen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint. After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiaochen asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go." "Why?" "After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiaochen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiaochen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound Yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." "Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through?" "Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity." Xiaochen entered deep thought. After some consideration he said, "Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. "Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline?" "That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them." "I am of the blue dragon bloodline," Xiaochen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "The blue dragon bloodline? So that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiaochen nodded. Then he looked at the other party and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" "It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this." The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiaochen what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiaochen feel very touched. "Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful Yin energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste. If others discover the signs, they might not let you leave." Xiaochen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world, even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiaochen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, "I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this." I will go to Profound Een Mountain first and take a look around before leaving. Many thanks. After leaving the underground river, Xiaochen saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiaochen, she revealed a smile. Big brother Xiaochen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you. It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Een Essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Right, that suits me. Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire Een Essence stage. The vast Een Essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy brought far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Right now, baleful Een energy leaked out of Xiaochen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and Een Essence energy in Xiaochen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiaochen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the Een Essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiaochen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the Yang Essence stage in the future. Een Essence energy and Yang Essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the Een Essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy had yet to merge with Xiaochen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiaochen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast Een Essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the Een Essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the Een Essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiaochen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any Een Essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the Een Essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy. Luo Nan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of Profound Een Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation, when the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of Profound Een Island. To think that the Clear Feather Sect's Fang Yun and the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiaochen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of Profound Een Island. Then they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Chani sect's ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiaochen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ah! Brother Xiaochen, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely, the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. Ah! Brother Fei and Luo Nan handed over their Een Essence stones. Fei and Luo Nan handed over their Een Essence stones. This is a superior grade Een Essence stone. Fei Luo Nan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei nodded and smiled. Right. Big brother Xiaochen helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful Een energy. What? This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiaochen, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiaochen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiaochen off. For these two strands of 1,000-year-old baleful Een energy, the Chani sect would have to thank Xiaochen properly. Xiaochen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, These are my Een Essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first. The blue-clad old man carefully put away the Een Essence stones that Xiaochen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiaochen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly." Xiaochen looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei and Luonan refine a strand of baleful energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness? Chapter 1578. Xiaochen repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiaochen had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiaochen raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiaochen, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luonan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. "Brother Xiaochen, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation." Compared to Fei's naivety and kindness, Luonan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luonan was usually more observant. Although Luonan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiaochen after discovering that something was wrong. "Many thanks." Xiaochen immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons. "Master Martial Uncle, since brother Xiaochen is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off," Luonan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiaochen. Luonan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiaochen. "Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak." The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luonan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luonan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Fei felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luonan up. Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial Uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" Fei turned her head and frowned. "Martial Uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, "Luonan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody." The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold, as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiaochen. "Senior brother, what is Master trying to do?" Fei asked, puzzled. "It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiaochen." "Why?" Luonan smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could Master be so kind as to tell Xiaochen the location of Profoundine Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand." Luonan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, "Xiaochen, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you." Xiaochen sneered, "I, Xiaochen, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luonan and Fei, I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go and nothing will happen. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. "Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this, what right do you have to make me bear the consequences?" As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core venerate pressed down on Xiaochen. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. "Xiaochen, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living." The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiaochen. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, "So that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden?" "Xiao Chen, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master." Just at this moment, Fei Er suddenly shouted at Xiao Chen with a stern expression. Before Xiao Chen could react, he saw Fei Er soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiao Chen. This sword strike was strangely fast and it was very sudden. Xiao Chen's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing chi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiao Chen moved back slightly. Then he flicked his finger and knocked Fei Er's sword out of her hand. "Big brother Xiao Chen, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. You will not make a move on me." In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei Er's neck with one hand. "Junior sister." Luo Nan cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. "Fei Er, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well." "I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiao Chen, I knew that Big Brother Xiao Chen would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this?" After seeing Xiao Chen's various performances on Profoundine Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu and the others, Fei Er knew that Xiao Chen would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei Er felt somewhat afraid. Fei Er worried about Xiao Chen as well as her master and Martial Uncle. Right now this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiao Chen, her master and Martial Uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiao Chen felt somewhat speechless at Fei Er's kindness. After a while he said, "I promise you." Holding Fei Er hostage, Xiao Chen retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. "Master, save me." The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei Er was being held hostage by Xiao Chen on purpose? "You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you?" Upon seeing Fei Er's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing chi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom. When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiao Chen and Fei Er. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. What exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei Er. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. However, Luo Nan, whose heart had been on Fei Er from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luo Nan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luo Nan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei Er in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luo Nan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Wuxia. The instant the palm strike landed, Luo Nan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luo Nan's life force vanished at a visible rate. "Senior brother." Fei Er was so frightened that she started crying. Then she struggled free of Xiao Chen's hand and hugged Luo Nan. "Senior brother, why were you so silly?" Fei Er hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. "Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything." Fei Er hugged Luo Nan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. "No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make junior sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of junior sister." Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, "Sometimes people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs." "You bastard. You are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you." The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. "It's all because of you." Whoosh. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Channy sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. "You are a beast tamer." A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. "Sorry I came too late. Profoundine Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day." "It's fine. You are not too late," Xiao Qin said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block at all. "Wuxia." The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiao Qin, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiao Qin for mercy. Xiao Qin revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fate did not let me hold you hostage to help me but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fate in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fate would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? "Young hero Xiao Qin, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fate some face. Fate help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it then," Xiao Qin said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh. The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. 1 man and 1 snake entered the starry heavens. Xiao Qin did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiao Qin, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fate was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiao Qin walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way." Xiao Qin remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." "Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiao Qin will definitely save you." After a simple inspection of Luonan's injuries, Xiao Qin frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luonan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiao Qin knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiao Qin had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiao Qin would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luonan's current appearance, Xiao Qin still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiao Qin showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei back then. "Big brother Xiao Qin, how is it?" Fei looked at Xiao Qin in anticipation. Xiao Qin shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luonan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luonan reconstruct his dantian. "Senior brother?" When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiaochen did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious Blood Cloud Pill. This is the Blood Cloud Pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei, Xiaochen left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiaochen. I already killed him. Xiaochen, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiaochen gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profoundine fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old balefulline energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiaochen thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the dantian? I already used the Blood Cloud Pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood Cloud Pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, What's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his dantian is destroyed. Even the Blood Cloud Pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while it said, There are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the Blood Cloud Pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City, Xiaochen thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh. The Jiao Snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold chi. This is the profoundine fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profoundine fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiaochen received it, he immediately felt that this profoundine fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old balefulline energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao Snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiaochen turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei, who were still leaning on each other. Then he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiaochen continued chatting with the Jiao Snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao Snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the Profound Light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiaochen, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old balefulline energy, was startled awake by Fei, who knocked on the door. Big brother Xiaochen, there is a ship following us from a distance. An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. I'll go and take a look. Xiaochen followed Fei out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianyi sect's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Xiaochen's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly Eye. A divine eye quickly flew out from Xiaochen's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black Scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Xiaochen clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big Brother Xiaochen, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei said somewhat worriedly, I saw that Big Brother Xiaochen had been meditating, so I did not disturb you. Xiaochen smiled and consoled, it's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of Brother Luonan. I'll deal with this. Fei nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Xiaochen's shoulder and said softly, there's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the profound light great realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I know. This Tianyi sect's fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time. I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Xiaochen heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, Pirate Alliance? Yes. This Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major faction stationed there. Only Purple Sun City is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. This great thousand realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming. As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front, hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Xiaochen heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Xiaochen would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? Is not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades, the pirate at the side said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer. The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Xiaochen dressed in white at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. Motherf asterisk her. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white, leave him for me. His memory of Xiaochen was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughing stock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. There's no need. I'll come over myself. Xiaochen said indifferently. Then he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. Don't stop him. Let him come over. The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike. The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh. The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiaochen landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiaochen's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the Black-Robed Man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiaochen landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiaochen's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiaochen's speed suddenly tripled. The Black-Robed Man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiaochen left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiaochen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the Black-Robed Man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiaochen. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the Black-Robed Man's neck. This startled the Black-Robed Man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then he looked at the Black-Robed Man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiaochen's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The Black-Robed Man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiaochen's head. The Black-Robed Man only had one thought in his mind, to kill Xiaochen to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiaochen did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the Black-Robed Man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the Black-Robed Man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon-tone bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The Black-Robed Man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiaochen struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the Black-Robed Man. The Black-Robed Man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. "Damn you! How dare you toy with me?" After being toyed with by Xiaochen, the Black-Robed Man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiaochen. The Black-Robed Man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiaochen increased significantly. He knew that the Black-Robed Man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiaochen could not help entering deep thought. This Black-Robed Man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiaochen shook his head and said softly to the Jiao Snake. Seeing that Xiaochen still did not move this time, the Black-Robed Man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang, bang, bang. The Black-Robed Man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. All the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. "It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine." Boom! The unremarkable little black snake on Xiaochen's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao Snake stood upright beside Xiaochen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao Snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the Black-Robed Man from above. Wuxia. The Black-Robed Man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao Snake's cold gaze, the Black-Robed Man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. The Black-Robed Man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the Black-Robed Man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no; to young hero, no; to big brother, I apologize. The Black-Robed Man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiaochen. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the Black-Robed Man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao Snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the Black-Robed Man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao Snake could kill the Black-Robed Man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling." I can accept it, I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen. The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. What is your name? This lowly one is Wang Sua. Good. Wang Sua, I'll tell you. The ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm. Damn it. Wang Sua could not help cursing. Previously, Xiaoqin tore apart his ship. This time he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiaoqin looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big Brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer this ship. The black-robed man Wang Sua felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiaoqin felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiaoqin held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the starry sea. This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. Wang Sua, what's up with this last line? The black-clad man smiled and said, Big Brother, call me Xiao Sua. I already said that I will take your surname. This last line. Only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiaoqin gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, he is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place. A thought occurred to Xiaoqin. I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance? You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. Big Brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big Brother, just leave your name. The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiaoqin dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiaoqin signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds, the primordial world, the most mysterious son of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the Purple Sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the black mountain range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain Range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain Range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats wearing black kasayas stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the Cloud Sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the Great Thousand Realms, they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster, where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Ming Xian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Xiaoqian had to kill. Greetings, master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus mystic seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the immortal epoch. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The 4 protectors, the group of arhats, and the Holy Sun Ming Xian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Xiaoqin, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Xiaoqin definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the 4 protectors, the 72 arhats and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these arhats and protectors understood. This way they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Mingxian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian and said seriously, "You must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right?" Mingxian nodded and said, "Disciple does not understand. However, Master's decision definitely has its reasons." The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Mingxian, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now?" The Holy Sun Mingxian's expression changed drastically. Clearly these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to Master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiaoqin's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiaoqin's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiaoqin had no choice but to start thinking about the Yang baleful Qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiaoqin had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiaoqin's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful Yang. Xiaoqin nodded. I feel that it is impossible too. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao Snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiaoqin looked at the Jiao Snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao Snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill. Sky Yang pill? Xiaoqin was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao Snake explained, this heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiaoqin thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Chen had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao snake shook its head and said, "You are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful yin energy." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression change slightly, the Jiao snake continued. After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now it should be completely lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right. Think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy out of your body. At that time you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited black-clad man on the deck. I'll go and take a look. When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. When the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look. I am a minor primal core realm expert after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. Alright, that's a good idea. Xiao Sua laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, Let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao Snake is still around. Senior Jiao Snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao Snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiao Qin ignored the Jiao Snake's actions and entered the cycle war chariot. Phaetor was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiao Qin enter, Phaetor immediately said, "Big brother Xiao Qin, you are here." Xiao Qin nodded casually. Then he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is he?" The worry on Phaetor's face did not fade away. She said softly, "Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid." Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Phaetor's hand. Then he consoled, "Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life." Then Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiao Qin. "Brother Xiao Qin, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I'm already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiao Qin, please don't waste any more resources and time on me." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Don't overthink. Just because Phaetor calls me big brother, I should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well." Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history and extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago. But later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes, a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Chen and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Chen's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Chen had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Chen were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chen found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, Yet they dare to target you? How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man Xiao Sua expressed his confusion. Xiao Qin sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Sua was covered in dust along the way and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Qian's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence he was treated as a pushover. In reality that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Qian and said, "How many people are in the chariot? Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Qian with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. "Not handing it over," Xiao Qian replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day there would be veritable personages like Xiao Qian passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle, the azure-clad man surging with killing chi at the side said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Sua had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Sua grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Sua smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Sua leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Sua was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot. There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment." That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed 2 people with 1 whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Qian. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The 3 of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Qian's identity, the 3 paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were rank 1 sects like the Tianyi sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud Sea cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud Sea cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiaoqun could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only 1 step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiaoqun as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other 2 rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's code name like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this code name was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmu. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold. What a sharp sword intent. Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him, he was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiaoqun. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the 2nd floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward. To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiaosua, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiaoqun. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves and rest. Xiaosua put down his wine cup and said, he should be the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother. Xiao Sua Feng habitually praised Xiao Chen at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This ice snow sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword's soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just SOSO. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Sua Feng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this Great Thousand Realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Sua. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Sua, she smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant." Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chen held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Sua was really unlucky. When Xiao Sua entered the city he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the Ice Snow Sword in the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Sua had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Sua could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chen did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chen at all. Normally Xiao Sua would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Sua raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Sua stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the Ice Snow Sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light. It truly lived up to being the Ice Snow Sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the Ice Snow Sword made his move. This is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the Ice Snow Sword stood up and looked at Xiao Sua. Then he said, "However, I, the Ice Snow Sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified." How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this Ice Snow Sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the Ice Snow Sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. "After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened," the Ice Snow Sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Sua. The 4 people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the Ice Snow Sword, her eyes sparkled. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chen muttered this name in his heart. Then he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from, to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chen was not as old as Xiao Sua, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this Ice Snow Sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then he said indifferently, "Drink then?" Xiao Sua revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Qin said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Qin knew that right now, his main goal was to save Luo Nan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Qian's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Qian's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Qin would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Qin and carefully put them away. Then he quickly delivered the sword to Fake. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. Alright, let me take a look. The sword in Feier's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luo Nan did not want Xiao Qin to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei'er was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial grade profound tool. I'll help you then. The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiao Qian's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiao Qin received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiao Qin had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons there were treasured weapons. At this moment Xiao Qin was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Suo with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then he casually read, Fishyang grass, white flame flower, firecloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang attributed herbs. This fellow. Seeing Xiao Qin so calm made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiao Qin spoke calmly, Xiao Suo had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei'er showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin easily took out 200 medial grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiao Qin. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei'er explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiao Qin, did you get it wrong?" Fei'er quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luo Nan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future." Cut the crap. Eat and drink. After haggling for a while, Fei'er bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the third floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover you can use it. Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him I will have a 50-50 chance of winning. When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial grade spirit jade. Xiaoqun smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiaoqun saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiaoqun took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this? After 3 rounds of wine, Xiaoqun paid the bill. Then he looked at Luonan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiaoqun handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiaoqun's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Sua drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaoqun already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiaoqun waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiaoqun raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiaoqun's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Sua said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiaoqun could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items." The ice snow sword said coldly in his heart. "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Fate counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiaoqun gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi? 50-50? With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case he would really be a poor man." However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The 3rd floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the 3rd floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills or refine treasures. The matter of the ice snow sword did not affect Xiaoqun's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiaoqun's question he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the Ice Snow Sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiaoqun took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the Heavenly Yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiaoqun composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true." The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, "An expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill?" Xiaoqun nodded. "That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have?" Alright, as long as you lend me the pill recipe. I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades. The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said. It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted. Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang Pill's alchemic formula. Xiaoqin did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask Senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to Senior, and I'll also promise Senior one condition. What is it? Tell me. Xiaoqin pointed to Luonan and said, Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine. Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days your friend will... When Feier heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, Senior, please save my senior brother. On the other hand, Luonan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Feier sad. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and stopped Feier. Let Senior finish. The white-haired old man continued, if there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life. After letting go of Luonan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiaoqin and said, I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later we'll meet here and I'll give you what you need. The moment Xiaoqin said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. Alright, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiaoqin. Then he said sincerely, it has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends. This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? There's a chance in the future we can chat more. By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiaoqin. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiaoqin said, I am Xiaoqin. My family name is Xiao and my family name is Qin. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu. Ah, there will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion. Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luonan's matter, Xiaoqin was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, Xiao Sua, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right? Of course I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way then. You did pretty well today. At that time you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you. Without Xiao Sua's reminder, Xiaoqin would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. Ah, big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it then. Don't ever go back on your word. Xiao Sua nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiaoqin understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiaoqin had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior-grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiaoqin now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng was here. Soon Xiao Sua led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yen Xin. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 Rank 2 sects, Yen Xin. Xiao Qin looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yen Xin, he was slightly stunned. This person and the Ice Snow Sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common. They were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the Rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These Rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yen Xin walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yen Xin. Yen Xin frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiao Sua spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate. Yen Xin entered deep thought. Then he said coldly, "Just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path?" After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble either. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Sua's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph. Snorting coldly, Yen Xin led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yen Xin all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. "Little girl, you look pretty good." As a disciple was about to walk past Fei, he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei, causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nan also felt incredibly frustrated. However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Qin directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then Xiao Qin casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. "How dare you injure my junior brother?" Yen Xin turned around and raged. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms." That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "Are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless? To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yen Xin, so you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong?" Suddenly, Xiao Qin interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Qin in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. "You." Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body and blood flowed out. Then he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Qin was not as strong as him. The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Qin. How bold of him to kill a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yen Xin. How strong. To think that he killed a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yen Xian. To think that Yen Xian did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiaoqin said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time he liked to use action to express his opinion. Chapter 1587. Xiaoqin, who did not like to speak nonsense, used his actions to prove that the other party was just trash and trash. Judging whether a person was trash or trash had nothing to do with their strength, nor did it have anything to do with their background. Instead, it was a person's character and actions as well as their sense of shame. Not only did the person who molested Fei show no intention of apologizing, but he even tried to frame Xiaoqin. Everyone had a reverse scale. However, after touching it, one had to pay a different price. The price for touching Xiaoqin's reverse scale was death. No matter what rank 2 sect disciple you were, it would not matter if you were Yen Xian's disciple or not. Senior brother, kill him. Before the crowd, the Burning Moon sect disciples felt like they were slapped in the face. So they egged on Yen Xian to help them regain face. Xiao Sua snorted coldly and stood beside Xiaoqin. Then he looked at Yen Xian without fear. Yen Xian's raging heart slowly calmed down. He did not fear the minor primal core cultivator Xiao Sua. What he could not figure out was that white-clad bladesman, who had easily killed his junior brother without even drawing his saber. If Xiao Sua delayed Yen Xian and he could not deal with Xiaoqin, their faces might be slapped even more miserably. The most important thing was that they were not in the right in this matter. They would not be able to find the Burning Moon sect to judge. They might even end up being treated as a joke, spreading it even more. Might I ask for your honored name? Yen Xian asked as he looked at Xiaoqin, feeling somewhat uncertain. Xiaoqin. The crowd burst into an uproar. Who was Xiaoqin? They had never heard of this name before. In the Purple Sun region, most of the famous outstanding talents were well known. News spread very quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. Yen Xian said coldly, "Good, very good. Today you slapped my face. In the future I will definitely ruthlessly slap you back." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Face is something you fight for yourself, not someone else's. Be a good person and naturally a beauty will slap your face." Stop lecturing me. Don't get cocky. As long as you don't leave Purple Sun City, take it easy. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. This Yen Xian hated Xiaoqin in his heart. However, when he analyzed the strength before him, he could not completely suppress Xiaoqin. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, feeling extremely sullen in his heart. "Let's go." He turned around and led his many confused junior brothers away, causing a wave of exclamations in the crowd. No one had expected this. The proud and willful new talents of the 3 great sects actually cowered. This was Yen Xian, one of the 3 great new talents of the Purple Sun region, on par with the Ice Snow Sword. Xiaoqin. I've never heard of this name before. However, since I've offended Yen Xian, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. After all, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction is about to begin. It would not be good for Yen Xian to make a move. However, Xiaoqin did not overthink. He led Xiao Sua and the other 2 into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Inside a VIP room, Xiaoqin sat on a soft chair. The other 3 sat behind him, clearly showing who was more important. Through the glowing water screen in front, the 4 in the VIP room could see everything outside, including the situation of the auction. Just at this moment, a voluptuous purple-haired girl suddenly walked out from the front of the auction hall. She wore a long red dress that dragged on the ground. The long dress was very sexy, revealing her fair breasts and stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly Xiaoqin's eyes widened. He stared at the purple-clad girl and entered deep thought. Fei blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the pirate leader Xiao Sua laughed loudly and said, "Big brother, although Miss Lan Luo is a famous beauty in Purple Sun City, you should be more reserved." This startled Xiaoqin awake. However, his expression did not change, so he withdrew his gaze. Xiaoqin thought to himself. He vaguely sensed that this girl called Lan Luo was an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. However, why would an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline appear in such a small place like the Purple Sun region? This was somewhat incomprehensible. At the same time, many of the honored guests in the various VIP rooms looked at Lan Luo with incomparable greed. The flames of lust blazed in their eyes. "Senior brother, this Lan Luo is truly a beauty. She is worthy of your status," Yen Xian's junior brothers in another VIP room said fawningly. Given senior brother's talent and status, as long as senior brother is willing, that Lan Luo will definitely deliver herself to you obediently. Of course. Who does not know that senior brother has excellent talent and can fight above his cultivation realm? Lan Luo snorted coldly. So what if this girl who shows herself in public is a beauty? How can she be worthy of me? However, she's pretty good to play with. Lan Luo's lips curled up in a sinister smile. In the VIP room where the ice snow sword Luo Feng was, he stared at Lan Luo's twin peaks, unwilling to shift his gaze away. For Lan Luo to be able to attract the attention of so many experts and outstanding talents at the same time, she was clearly not as simple as Yan Xian made her out to be. Otherwise, Lan Luo would have been subdued long ago. How could she be so attractive? Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction. Lan Luo smiled charmingly and bowed slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This immediately ignited the desires of all the male cultivators present. As for the women, they were probably already cursing in their hearts. This woman is really an enchantress. The pirate leader, Xiao Sua, said with a somewhat dazed look as he swallowed his saliva. Xiao Qin nodded in agreement. He said softly, she did not use any charm techniques. As the saying goes, it is hard to give up on a natural beauty. This is the principle behind it. Big brother, you are really talented in literature. I feel that with Big brother's charm, you might be able to subdue this girl. At that time, she really won't be able to leave this Purple Sun City. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, interrupting Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua was stunned for a while before saying, that seems to be the case. All the men here will probably go crazy. Fager said softly, you men are all like this. Who does not like beautiful things? This applies to both men and women. However, this is just an instinctive desire, not love. Suddenly Xiao Qin felt somewhat dispirited. He closed his eyes and lay back on the soft chair. Lu Ryue's figure appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the parting in the Sky Dome realm nearly turned into an eternal parting. Now he did not know where she was. Ancestor Dragon City was just the old dragon horse's guess. If she was not there, then he would be at a loss. Feier and Xiao Sua did not notice Xiao Qian's strange behavior. They only thought that he was tired and lay down to rest. This was because the auction officially started at this moment. Xiao Sua paid full attention to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin had agreed to help him bid for an item. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Every item in this annual large-scale auction would be a fine product, worth cities. Perhaps there might even be a strange treasure. That would be a great profit. When the auction started, it proceeded as planned. Indeed, every item was a fine product. Xiao Sua felt a significant pressure in his heart. Every item was a treasure, something that he urgently needed. However, Xiao Sua held back and did not say anything. The further it went, the more valuable the items would be. Next is the 8th auction item, the Dazzling Sunlight True Flame, a Yang attributed flame. This is an Earth-grade Yang attributed flame. Of all the Earth-grade Yang attributed flames, the Dazzling Sunlight True Flame is ranked very high. It is a treasure that Yang attributed cultivators, alchemists, and refiners cannot miss out on. Lan Luo smiled and introduced the various uses of the Dazzling Sunlight True Flame in detail, as well as its value. Xiao Qin, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Dazzling Sunlight True Flame? The Book of the Epics recorded that the special flames of the Great Thousand Realms were divided into 6 grades. Primal Chaos Grade, Lunar Grade, Solar Grade, Heaven Grade, Earth Grade, Profound Grade, and Yellow Grade. This Dazzling Sunlight True Flame definitely could not compare to Xiao Qian's Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame. However, if Xiao Qin refined the Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame, his Heavenly Flame would definitely not be comparable to the Rank 3 Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He would not be able to bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. To raise the grade of the Heavenly Flame, one needed to plan early. Just thinking about the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram formed by the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Heavenly Flame already excited Xiao Qin somewhat. Once he succeeded, it would definitely become another killing move for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin was prepared to obtain this Dazzling Sunlight True Flame. Chapter 1588. However, Xiao Qin was not the only one interested in this Dazzling Sunlight True Flame. At least 10 people in the vast auction hall were determined to obtain it. Among them, the most determined was naturally the Burning Moon Sect's Yan Xian. Yan Xian was a fire-attributed cultivator and cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. He also comprehended the will of fire. Senior brother, after you refine this Dazzling Sunlight True Flame, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of the Primal Core realm. A Burning Moon Sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. Yan Xian said coldly, I have deep accumulations and need to condense an upper 3-star primal core at the very least. How can I break through the bottleneck so easily? However, I must obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. After I refine it, my accumulations will only become even more horrifying. Aside from Yen Xan, several alchemists and refiners were also tempted. Alchemists and refiners did not lack spirit jades. They were wealthy, so their bids would definitely be extremely vicious. This round of bidding had yet to begin, but everyone present could already smell the thick smell of fire. A huge battle had begun and smoke was already rising. The starting bid for the dazzling sunlight true flame is 100,000 spirit jades. Fellow alchemists, don't miss out on this. Lan Luo's sweet, alluring voice was drawn out as she spoke in a provocative manner. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. I bid 400,000. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. I bid 1 million. Whoosh! The entire place was shocked. Lan Luo's voice seemed to have a magical power. The few alchemists and some armament masters in the VIP room didn't even wait for her words to end completely before they raised the price to 1 million like a machine gun. The entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Damn it! Lan Luo, you little bitch. How dare you spoil my plans? Yen Xian's anger was immediately ignited. He slammed the table fiercely, scaring everyone in the room. Seeing that the price was still rising uncontrollably, Yen Xian immediately said, Everyone, I Yen Xian want this dazzling sunlight true flame. Please give me some face. In the future, if any alchemists need any help, you can come to the Burning Moon sect to look for me. Just as the price soared to 2 million spiritual jades, Yen Xian could no longer hold back. He brought out his sect and forcefully suppressed the price. The skyrocketing price suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Those rich alchemists and blacksmiths were startled upon hearing this and stopped bidding. On the platform, Lan Luo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She smiled and said, Young Master Yen, this is not good, right? Did I do anything against the rules? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is so tyrannical, not allowing us Burning Moon sect disciples to speak? In the VIP room, Yen Xian kept a straight face, not giving any face at all. Xiaoqian thought to himself, this person is really tyrannical. When it hurts my own interests, he immediately brings up the Burning Moon sect. Apart from their standpoint, Xiaoqian quite approved of his behavior. If one didn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. If one didn't use their trump card when they could, wouldn't it be too inflexible and appear hypocritical? However, Xiaoqian didn't think much of this person's judgment. He was too arrogant and had too much of a bandit's temperament. That Lan Luo was not as simple as she appeared. Treating her as a pushover would be the stupidest. Naturally, our Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forbid the Burning Moon sect disciples from speaking. Others will not either. However, using the Burning Moon sect to suppress others is breaking our rules. Lan Luo calmed herself, but the smile on her face did not vanish. Clearly, she was still somewhat shrewd and magnanimous. Shut up, you slut. How dare you slander me again? Don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. What evidence do you have to prove that I used the sect to suppress others? Who was threatened by me? As long as someone dares to step forward, I, Yen Xian, will atone for my crime with my death. Who knew? Right after Lan Luo spoke, Yen Xian immediately turned the tables on her, grasping her sore spot and making a big deal out of it. The entire place fell silent. No one said anything. Lan Luo immediately panicked somewhat, her entire body trembling slightly. If the Purple Cloud Pavilion is filled with people like you, slandering others, I feel that there is no need for it to continue operating. I have yet to say that you slut colluded with a group of old men to purposely raise the price. Now you are slandering me. Yen Xian's words struck home. This was especially so for the last sentence, which caused the entire place to boo. You. Lan Luo was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her ample bosom trembled. When the crowd connected Yen Xian's words, many unbearable scenes immediately appeared in their minds. The iceberg sword Luo Feng support Brother Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to give an explanation. Otherwise, there is really no need for it to continue operating. Just at this crucial moment, the iceberg sword Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. Clearly, the iceberg sword wanted to use this opportunity to make his presence known, to make the following auction more favorable to him. The iceberg sword represented the Ice Snow Mountain Manor supporting Yen Xian. For a moment, the situation was in Yen Xian's favor. However, it was strange. The wind-chasing sect's new talent, Wang Ling, was in the future. Otherwise he would have voiced his support as well. We support young Master Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to apologize. Right? Apologize. Apologize. Excited voices rang out in the vast Purple Cloud Pavilion, sounding like the roar of a tsunami, ear-splitting. Xiaoqin observed very carefully. At this moment, Lan Luo's great desolate Ian bloodline became increasingly obvious, showing that she was on the verge of going berserk. Fader said somewhat angrily, "How can this group of people be like this? They can clearly tell who is right and who is wrong with one glance. Could it be that they are all blind?" Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "This is called having too many fools and not enough intelligence. All these people seek is a temporary vent. They do not care about right or wrong, yet they still numb themselves thinking that they are righteous. How can it be like this?" Fei expressed her confusion. "Nothing is impossible. You will not find it strange after seeing it many times. You will understand in the future. However, I am going to make an offer." Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and a sharp light flashed in his calm gaze. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out amid the sea of apologies. "Dazzling sunlight, true flame, 3,000,000 spirit jades." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone present. The tide-like whistling sound seemed to have suddenly encountered a heavy blow, and came to an abrupt stop. The place fell into a strange silence. Who is it? Who is so blind as to dare to go against the trend and call out a bid of 3,000,000 spirit jades amid the wave-like cries? "Miss Lan Luo, what's wrong? Does my offer not count?" Lan Luo, who was on the verge of going berserk, suddenly sobered up at this moment. "Damn it! What am I doing? I can't even handle such a small matter. How am I going to inherit the clan in the future?" Lan Luo withdrew all her aura, and a profound look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the VIP room where Xiaoqin was. Then she said, "VIP number 3, Dazzling Sunlight True Flame, bids 3,000,000 spirit jades. Is there anyone willing to make a higher offer?" The cocky smile on Yen Xian's face froze at this moment, turning sinister and scary. "It's you?" Yen Xian could tell that the one who spoke in VIP room 3 was Xiaoqin. "Xiaoqin, how dare you spoil my plans again? Are you tired of living?" Yen Xian's enraged voice rang out from the VIP room, making everyone present feel his rage. 4,000,000. However, what answered Yen Xian was Xiaoqin's indifferent bid. "It looks like you are really tired of living." 5,000,000. "I will kill your entire family." 6,000,000. "I, Yen Xian, swear that I will kill you." 7,000,000. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, the table in Yen Xian's VIP room seemed to shatter from Yen Xian's palm strike. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally clear in this silent place. Every time Yen Xian said something, Xiaoqin would indifferently add 1,000,000 spirit jades. This made everyone feel that Yen Xian's threat was laughable. "Why aren't you saying anything? Let's continue. Every time you say something, I will add 1,000,000. Don't you want the dazzling sunlight true flame? Let's see how much wealth you have. Continue cursing and let's continue playing." The cold voice from VIP room 3 wafted out. That chill made everyone shiver. When the Ice Mountain Sword Luo Feng heard this, he immediately chose not to speak. Luo Feng did not want to offend such a rich and overbearing person. If Luo Feng fancied something and got into a fight with the other party, raising the price, it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yen Xian's current appearance, Luo Feng rationally chose not to get involved. In the hearts of everyone present, one word came to mind: domineering. What was true tyrannical? One did not need a glib tongue. One was rich and overbearing, suppressing others until they did not dare to say anything. This was true tyrannical. Let me ask you, do you dare to play? Chapter 1589. Senior brother, I'll go look for our sect's elders and get them to pay with some spirit jades. There's no need to fear this Xiaoqin, one of the junior brothers said in unison. Collecting his thoughts, the auction began. Xiaoqin thought for a while and decided to help Luo Nan obtain this sword. When Luo Nan heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. A cold wind sword forged by great master Qian Tai would definitely be one of the best among superior grade profound weapons. Xiao Suan nodded and said, "That is natural. He is one of the 10 great refiners of the Grave Sea Cluster. This was especially so for his attainments in swordsmithing. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmithing, and there were few who could compare to him. This sword should be Grandmaster's early work, but its value is definitely not low. 6,000,000. Even if we have money, that's not how we spend it." Xiaoqin nodded. "I bought this sword for you. As a swordsman, who wouldn't love to have a sword that they admired?" Lan Luo smiled faintly. Then she looked at Booth 3 with interest in her gaze. All the rank 3 sects of the entire Grave Sea cluster were gathered there. That was where the true elites gathered. However, the resources, spiritual energy and natural treasures in the Grave Sea were all at the peak of the outside world. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. If he likes it, let him have it. As long as he's alive to take it. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar of discussion. At the same time he was secretly shocked. Just who was this Xiao Qin? Ordinary people could not continue to dive. A slightly larger wave could kill a perfected one. Big brother, buy it for me. I want it. Xiao Qin fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Suo and asked, is this Master Qian Tai very famous? No matter where it was, martial artists who practiced the sword would always be the mainstream. This was the mentality of humans. Since it was someone else who was paying, they would definitely buy the expensive one. If they bought the cheap one, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. Xiao Qin smiled and allowed Luo Nan to continue watching. Right now he wanted to give Luo Nan a sword. But that Ice Peak sword. However, Luo Nan started to worry in the blink of an eye. Big brother is indeed big brother, domineering indeed. The bid of 7 million spirit jades shocked everyone present. No one made a move and Xiao Qin obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame as he wished. That was not how logic worked. Not only could he order around a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast, but he was also wealthy and overbearing. His strength was unfathomable. The flagpole was covered in rust. The blood-colored flag was in tatters, and the pattern drawn on it was blurry. Venerable, you live in the Grave Sea all year round. There are often people who risk crossing the sea for the sake of a sword strike. As long as one was alive, it was impossible that one did not even have the right to buy something. In that case he might really have followed the right big brother. However, this price did not last for long. Xiao Qin, who was in VIP room 3, made his own bid. The price soared very quickly, but it was not as exaggerated as the dazzling sunlight true fire. After all, not everyone was as rich as alchemists. It's over. Next up, the auction item is a little special. It's also the last treasure of the day. This is a flag, an ancient pirate flag. As for the discussions of the many cultivators in the hall below, Xiao Qin chose to ignore them. Congratulations to VIP room 3 for 1,600,000 spirit jades for the great Master Qian Tai's cold wind sword. Lan Luo's pretty eyes filled with doubt. She felt even more curious about the identity of the master of VIP room 3. Right. Anything is possible. Since the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that it is the work of the great Master Qian Tai, there should be some guarantee. Immediately, a tattered blood-colored flag appeared in front of everyone. If one really went to compete for this dazzling sunlight true fire, one might have to raise the price to 10 million spirit jades before one could obtain it. Even now it was still a forbidden land. The seawater was formed from the melting of many ancient stars. It was not water in the ordinary sense. Ferocious beasts lived at the bottom of the starry sea. In the center of every astral zone was a boundless sea, a true starry sea. This prevented Yen Xin from competing with them, as well as the others from bidding against them. However, I can't say that. Perhaps it is a bladesman. Perhaps the other party urgently needs spirit jades to break through. However, the ancient aura from the pirate banners made everyone feel a sense of shock from the oncoming aura. In the VIP room, Xiao Qin showed a calm expression. He was rather happy that he managed to obtain the item he wanted at an extremely low price. Naturally, he was happy. To think that it is the work of the great Master Qian Tai. Just the name of the great Master Qian Tai is worth 1 million spirit jades. No matter what Xiao Qin did, he would offend the other party. In that case he might as well go all out. Even if Xiao Qin used the most disadvantageous method to exchange for 2 million spirit jades, he would still be able to obtain 200 million ordinary spirit jades. This Xiao Qin really does not know how many debts there are. He offended Yen Xin and offended the Ice Snow Sword. Firstly, it would be hard to compete with the other party in terms of wealth. Secondly, Xiao Qin feared the other party's revenge. After the pirate flag appeared, Xiao Suo became completely excited. At this moment he was even more excited, so he asked Xiao Qin to bid 1,500,000 spirit jades. However, when Xiao Suo called out her bid, the crowd booed. Big brother Xiao Qin, this sword? Luo Nan asked as he looked at Xiao Qin. Being able to roam the forbidden starry sea once already gave one the right to brag to others for life. After Lan Luo's subordinates brought out the auction item, she stood before the stage and pulled back the red cloth. Lan Luo did her best to explain the history of the pirate flag, attracting the attention of everyone present. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had never feared those two from the very start. Could they be elite disciples of rank 3 sects who came out for experiential training? Thinking about it, that was indeed possible. Cassia. Pooh. The reason it was called the Grave Sea was that there were many strange graves in that sea region, dotting the boundless starry sea. Xiao Chen really wanted to know who the honored guest in VIP room 3 was. Fei was somewhat flabbergasted. Big brother Xiao Chen was truly a generous guest, taking out so many spirit jades in one go. For pirates, roaming the starry sea was their goal. 7 million spirit jades, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. This was discovered by a cultivator in the Grave Sea. This proves that the owner of the pirate flag had a high status in the past. Big brother Xiao Chen, do you really have 7 million spirit jades? Even though Xiao Chen had agreed to the other party's request, he still remembered it. After Lan Luo finished her introduction, she announced the start of the bidding. Xiao Suo rejoiced in his heart. Originally, he had been somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's wealth. Now he was no longer worried. However, this pirate flag was only worth 1 million spirit jades. Beyond that, anyone who bought it would be a fool. The auction continued. Xiao Suo's eyes were wide open, hoping to win the most expensive and valuable treasure. At the crucial moment, Xiao Suo risked defending Yan Xan to help him. The starting bid for the pirate flag is 5 million spirit jades. Those who are interested can make a bid now. However, there were more important things to do right now. The center of the Grave Sea cluster was the Grave Sea. When the price reached 1 million spirit jades, the number of competitors decreased. This pirate flag was indeed pretty good. Just based on its historical value, it was worth 1 million spirit jades. If it was just a coincidence, the previous owner of this pirate flag was not simple. If that was the case, it would not be worth it. One might as well suppress the other party with one's aura, defeating the other party psychologically. At 5 million spirit jades, anyone who bought it would be a fool, even more foolish than a fool. Congratulations. This esteemed guest in VIP room 3 obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame. Of course, 7 million spirit jades was nothing. This is a very old pirate flag. We are appraisers. Although our appraisers did not identify its origins, it has at least 10,000 years of history. Inside the private room, the wine cup in Bing Fengjian's hand instantly shattered. Luo Feng's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xiao Chen nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He put down the wine cup and looked at Xiao Suo. Are you sure? There were many independent starry seas in the universe, famous forbidden lands of the Great Thousand Realms. To pirates, such an existence was an honor. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "It's fine. There are many things in this world that can be tolerated. However, if I am afraid to even buy a sword, why would I come to this purple cloud pavilion? I wonder who sent it up. To think that they are not using the work of Great Master Chen Tai." When Xiao Chen called out his bid, the crowd was shocked. Luo Feng actually did not raise the bid. The first day of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction welcomed the final item. Suddenly, the Bing Fengjian Luo Feng spoke. The remaining swordsmen competing could not help but shake their heads and stop bidding. In that case, after buying it and researching it, 1 million spirit jades would be a great profit. However, it was clear that Luo Feng was overthinking. Xiao Chen only wanted to buy the dazzling sunlight true flame. The next item is a treasure sword, the Cold Wind Sword, a superior grade profound tool. More importantly, it was forged by a Grave Sea Great Master Chen Tai. Its quality is guaranteed. The starting bid for the Cold Wind Sword is 100,000 spirit jades. Swordsmen interested in bidding, you can start bidding now. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. Luo Feng and Yan Xan were preparing to snatch it after the auction. In reality, they did not know that regardless of whether it was cheap or valuable, they would be earning it for free. Chapter 1590. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He still needed the pirate flag. A good pirate flag on the bow of a ship could greatly increase the defenses of a pirate ship. Many of the top pirate flags could even raise the quality of a pirate ship by several grades. The pirate flag was not just a decoration or a symbol for a pirate ship. However, the pirate flag in front of them was dilapidated and ancient. It was obvious that it only had some historical value left. There was another value. This was a pirate flag found in the Grave Sea. To some pirates with connections to the Starry Sea, it was of great value as a collector's item. Perhaps the pirate leader Xiao Suo had his eyes on this last point. Since you've made your choice, then state your price. Since he had already promised Xiao Suo, Xiao Chen would naturally bid for it for him. He was just afraid that he would regret it. However, this power belonged to Xiao Suo, so Xiao Chen couldn't say much. 5 million. An excited voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was Xiao Sua. The crowd was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Damn, there's really an idiot buying this lousy flag. Talents? Haha, the people in booth number 3 are all weirdos. This thing is worth 1 million spirit jades at most. It is not worth it. Soft voices of ridicule resounded throughout the hall, yet Xiao Sua didn't care in the slightest. After a while, no one else made a bid. This made Lan Luo, who was on the platform, somewhat anxious. This flag was no ordinary pirate flag. It had a great origin. However, the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not completely identify it. Even so, the starting bid was 5 million primordial spirit stones. Now that there was no second bidder, he could only bid for it with 5 million spiritual jades. But this thing, apart from those who were truly spendthrift, who would buy it? Basically no one was bidding for it. 5 million twice. 5 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 3 for obtaining today's finale item. This auction has come to an end. Later it will be time for the market to trade. Many of the treasures that weren't selected can be purchased directly. Lan Luo bowed slightly, revealing a smile. Her fair skin stunned the entire place once more. After getting off the stage in the backstage attic. Xiaolin, you did well. You did not panic in the face of danger, and your temperament has improved. A luxurious and beautiful woman in her 40s said with a smile. Lan Luo smiled mischievously. However, she could not help but think of the guest in VIP number 3 who had helped her a lot. Auntie Bai, can you let me deliver the auction item to room 3? The beautiful woman addressed as Aunt Bai looked at Lan Luo and smiled. Strange, you have never taken the initiative to send an auction item to a guest before. Just let me go. I just want to meet the owner of VIP number 3, Lan Luo whined, shaking Auntie Bai's arm. Auntie Bai looked at the radiant Lan Luo and sighed, I'm afraid of you. Fortunately, your Auntie Bai is a woman. Otherwise, no man would be able to endure your torment. Thank you, Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai is the best. You'd better not regret it. The owner of VIP room number 3 is an old man, according to the information. I don't believe you. Along with Xiao Chen's auction items, Xiao Chen headed to VIP room 3, feeling a little uneasy along the way. Although Lan Luo felt that Auntie Bai was joking, she still felt dubious. However, she did not overthink it. She was just curious. Furthermore, she did need to thank Xiao Chen. Lan Luo had an extraordinary background and started to stand on her own at a young age. She had seen all sorts of outstanding men and had long since passed the age of first awakening of love. She was a young girl who still harbored unrealistic fantasies about love. Dong, dong, dong. There was knocking on the door. Xiao Sua immediately stood up impatiently. He smiled and said, It must be. The auction item is here. Big brother, I'll go and open the door. Creak. The door opened and Xiao Sua was immediately stunned. As he looked at Lan Luo, who was right in front of him, he gulped continuously, making gulping sounds. Xiao Sua wished that his eyeballs could drill into that snow-white expanse. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the person in VIP room 3 was also such a lecher. Putting on a polite smile, Lan Luo said softly, This is your auction item. To express my gratitude, Lan Luo personally delivered it. However, Xiao Sua was still staring, not hearing what the other party said. Xiao Chen thought that something had happened. He said, Xiao Sua, invite the guest in. After settling the bill, we still have to go to the Pirate Alliance. A familiar voice came from the guest room, making Lan Luo's heart skip a beat. Xiao Sua also startled to his senses. He quickly said, Sorry. Come in quickly. However, Xiao Sua was somewhat embarrassed to discover that Lan Luo had already entered before him. Lan Luo's body seemed to give off a strange light. The moment she entered, the entire room lit up. Xiao Chen was somewhat absent-minded. This was the so-called radiance radiating in all directions. However, he quickly calmed down. Unexpectedly, Miss Lan Luo personally delivered it. Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Sua, Luonan, check your auction items. After verifying that there are no mistakes, I'll settle the bill. Xiao Chen stood up and nodded politely. At the same time, he naturally picked up the white crystal containing the dazzling sunlight true flame. A spot of fiery light shone in the crystal, illuminating the surroundings. After sensing it for a while, Xiao Chen verified that there was no mistake. On the other side, Xiao Sua waved the tattered, scarlet pirate banner with an exceptionally excited expression. It was like he was traveling through the vast starry sea. Luo Nan and Fei Er were both checking the cold wind sword. It was clear that the two were rather happy. It was indeed a good sword. It gave off a cold light, showing an unparalleled sharpness. When the sword was drawn, a cold wind howled. If I recall correctly, the 3 auction items are worth a total of 13,600,000 spirit jades. However, I do not have that many inferior grade spirit jades. How do I use medial grade spirit jades? Miss Lan Luo, please help me calculate. Lan Luo thought for a while before replying. If we use medial grade spirit jades, that would be 130,000 medial grade spirit jades. Our Purple Cloud Pavilion can give a 20% discount if we use medial grade spirit jades. I can personally help increase the discount. Round it up to 80,000 medial grade spirit jades. That should be enough. Xiao Chen thought to himself, medial grade spirit jades are really valuable. This girl is really straightforward. Just the small change is enough. Miss Lan Luo is really straightforward. Xiao Chen counted and handed the 80,000 medial grade spirit jades to the other party. Lan Luo casually received it and looked at Xiao Chen. She said, "Many thanks to young Master Xiao Chen for helping us earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Oh. Xiao Chen was stunned for a while before reacting. He smiled and said, "The consequences would indeed be dire. I wonder how many people would die." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Luo immediately raised her guard and quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What did the other party see? However, Lan Luo quickly hid her surprise. She said seriously, "No matter what, I still have to thank young Master Xiao Chen. I'll send you out of the city. With the Purple Cloud Pavilion escorting you, I can guarantee your safety." "There's no need. We still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." Lan Luo could not help feeling somewhat angry. To think that Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness at all. When Lan Luo saw the pirate flag in Xiao Sua's hand, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Xiao Chen, can you sell this flag to me? I can increase the price by 30%. Damn it. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to trade for this flag, I will not sell it." When Xiao Sua heard this, he immediately tensed up and cautiously looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression changed slightly, immediately feeling very angry. What kind of analogy is this? What does he think I am? In that case, I wish you all good luck. Forgive me for not sending you off. Lan Luo was truly angered. First, Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness. Then Xiao Sua spoke nonsense. Then she turned and left. Xiao Sua showed a confused expression. What's wrong with that woman? She was so friendly when she opened the door, yet she left just like that. I still wanted to chat with her for a while longer. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Lan Luo. He only looked at that ancient pirate flag and entered deep thought. Perhaps this pirate flag was indeed valuable. Based on Lan Luo's appearance, she seemed to really want to buy it. Big brother Xiao Chen, I think that Miss Lan Luo had good intentions wanting to protect us. However, we angered her and drove her away. Everyone misunderstood, Fei Er said somewhat timidly. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. I know. However, we cannot leave yet. We can only leave after we treat Luo Nan. We also have to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance. While we are outside, we cannot casually accept favors from others. Furthermore, if these 2 clowns dare to mess around, there is really nothing to fear. What had Xiao Chen not experienced before? These 2 clowns before him were truly nothing. In his rich experience, they could not even be considered the main characters. Chapter 1591. On the other side, Lan Luo returned to Auntie Bai's side with an unsightly expression. Then she handed over the money from Xiao Chen's auction. 80,000 medial grade spirit jades? This discount is really impressive. Why did you take a liking to him? Auntie Bai teased as she looked at Lan Luo. However, Lan Luo's expression seemed somewhat strange. Lan Luo shook her head and said, Auntie Bai, don't laugh at me. However, the owner of VIP Room 3 seemed to have figured out my identity. That can't be. How can anyone figure it out in this place? However, even if it is, it does not matter. After your experiential training ends next month, you will return to the headquarters. After the experiential training ends, returning to the headquarters? A strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. The headquarters was a complicated and heavy place. To hide from some things, she had to come to this desolate Purple Sun region. However, no matter how much she hid, from the moment she was born, it was destined that some things could not be changed. The blood that flowed in her body would not change. Auntie Bai, send people to protect those people in secret. I believe that the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian will definitely make a move on him, Lan Luo said softly after collecting her thoughts. Although Xiao Chen rejected her kind intentions and did not admit that he had helped her before, he still had to repay this favor. Ah, this is really rare. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to plead on someone's behalf. Lan Luo argued, this is not considered pleading. Protecting the guest's safety has always been the aim of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. That is within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one can do anything about it. This is the rule of Purple Sun City. However, Auntie Bai did not agree to Lan Luo's request. She said softly, you should know that Purple Sun City has existed for thousands of years. Many of its rules have been imperceptibly influenced. Although there are no explicit rules, everyone understands them. Otherwise there will be chaos. When Lan Luo heard this, she felt slightly stunned. Then she understood. This Purple Sun City was already at the edge of the territory of the noble clans. Those rank 2 sects knew the existence behind the Purple Cloud Pavilion and did not dare to mess around with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was doing business after all. They could not openly offend those factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fall out with them. I understand. Auntie Bai nodded and said, it's good that you understand. To the headquarters, Purple Sun City is more of a longing for tradition. After Auntie Bai left, a strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said softly, Dark Moon, you should understand what I mean. Go. In the darkness, there was no response from anyone. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that there seemed to be one less shadow in the room. Since he could not use the Purple Cloud Pavilion's strength, he could only use his personal guards. Xiao Qin led Fei and the others out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. A few figures flashed continuously, following closely behind him. However, Xiao Qin didn't seem to notice. He only sneered in his heart. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Xiao Qin finally exited the steps of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and arrived on the streets of Purple Sun City, heading for the Pirate Alliance. Brother Xiao Qin, why the need to leave so quickly? The auction is very awe-inspiring. After you come out, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? A voice rang out, and a cold intent assaulted Xiao Qin, startling the people behind Xiao Qin. There's no need to bother with them. Continue walking, Xiao Qin said indifferently. He did not stop walking, continuing to walk unhurriedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just at this moment, 2 figures appeared from behind. The Ice Snow Sword held his sword and smiled faintly. Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? Yan Xen looked at Xiao Qin and said softly, I overestimated you. I thought you had some magic skill. It turns out that you were just running away. Do you think you can leave? In the distance, many cultivators coming out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion immediately noticed the situation here. They immediately felt excited. Indeed, how could the Ice Snow Sword and Yan Xen possibly let Xiao Qin off? However, they did not know why the wind-chasing sect's new talent, Feng Buyu, did not show up. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction already brought 2 new talents, but Feng Buyu did not show up. Otherwise, this place would be even more bustling. Yan Xen looked at the Ice Snow Sword and smiled. Brother Luo, it seems like no one in this vast Purple Sun region can make us attack at the same time. The Ice Snow Sword said softly, there will always be some people in this world. Before they learn a lesson, they will always think that they are infallible. Earlier in Idle Cloud Restaurant, the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, already disliked Xiao Chen's group. However, Luo Feng felt that there was no need to start a fight over one sentence. Now, it looked like these people were really shameless. Do they think that they can do whatever they want in Purple Sun City just because they have a minor primal core venerate? However, speaking of which, that girl following behind him is rather nice to look at. Yan Xeng glanced at Fei, and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. It looked like he was the one who incited that disciple to molest Fei earlier. As the two spoke, they treated Xiao Chen's group like air. This made the people who came out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion in the distance shake their heads. These two were toying with Xiao Chen like that. These two did not care about him at all. Clearly they were extremely confident in their own strength. They only felt pity for Xiao Chen. He really should not have offended these two. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor were both ranked 2 sects of the Purple Sun region. Furthermore, these two were the peak new talents of their sections. How could they be so easily offended? However, no one noticed that rage had appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes at some point in time. Although Xiao Chen had killed people and gotten angry since he stepped into Purple Cloud City, he had never truly gotten angry. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'll leave the white-clad one to you. I know that you have been wanting to make a move for a long time. Ah, I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Sua, who was carrying the pirate flag, laughed loudly. His figure flickered, looking like a black tornado. Dust flew up from the ground. Then under Xiao Sua's rage it turned into powder. Xiao Sua used the scarlet pirate flag as a saber and swung it down. The tattered flag fluttered and gave off a low hum. Eventually it buzzed and trembled. Unexpectedly, this tattered flag gave off a piercing, berserk whistling sound. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Xiao Chen's side. The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and said softly, "It looks like this sword is going to drink the blood of a venerate again." When Xiao Chen drew his sword, a cold light spread out. Snow drifted down and the entire space gave off a chill. It was so cold that it made everyone flustered. However, what was even more horrifying was the condensed sword light. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. The instant Luo Feng made his move, the burning moon sect's Yan Xian moved as well. Yan Xian and Luo Feng were like two extremes. Yan Xian's figure moved like a volcano erupting. His aura was incredibly berserk, and a burning bright moon soared up behind him. As the bright moon burned, its light encased Yan Xian's body. Then Yan Xian gathered this energy into his fist. Immediately Yan Xian's fist light burned with a resplendent light, no weaker than Luo Feng's sword light. How strong! Startled exclamations came from the crowd. Yan Xian and Luo Feng truly lived up to being the three strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region. If Yan Xian's punch landed, no one doubted that it could completely crush Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen was a nobody. Furthermore, he was only a Yin Essence stage cultivator. How could he block the half-step primal core realm Yan Xian? Many people thought that this punch would instantly kill Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Sua on the other side, no one thought highly of him either. However, he was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator after all. He would not die so quickly. Senior brother, crush him with one punch. The Burning Moon sect disciples shouted incredibly loudly. They were extremely confident in Yan Xian and the others, their voices filled with pride. Die. As the fist approached, Yan Xian spat out a clear word. A berserk, scorching aura seemed like it wanted to burn Xiao Chen. With just you? You can't do that. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and threw a palm strike. Boom. A palm wind blew, and a bright moon also rose from behind Xiao Chen. That bright moon also burned. When the fist and palm met, neither moved back. The Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian looked at the other party in confusion, his face filled with horror. The vital qi and saber energy contained in Xiao Chen's palm strike, as well as the boundless veritable essence energy, made Yan Xian feel like he was facing a surging sea. Vast and profound. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked. This scene was really out of their expectations. To think that they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen managed to block this punch. However, the even more shocking thing was yet to come. The bright moon behind Xiao Chen suddenly burned even more intensely. The moon was like fire, illuminating the sky for 5 kilometers around. Blood filled the sky. That was Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness burning fiercely. This scene was very shocking. Yan Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the ground. The burning bright moon above Yan Xian's head shattered. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Genius? You are merely so. Xiao Chen waved his hand and the bright moon vanished. The blood scattered, leaving only a group of stunned Purple Sun City cultivators in the strong wind. Chapter 1592. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such an ending. Originally they were expecting Xiao Chen to explode with a single punch. Who knew that Xiao Chen would defeat Yan Xian with a single palm strike? However, this solution did not surprise Xiao Chen at all. The two of them were not opponents on the same level at all. Unless the other party really broke through to the primal core realm, he would not be able to put pressure on Xiao Chen. Otherwise, with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy that Xiao Chen refined, his current veritable essence energy could easily withstand the other party's half-step primal core veritable essence energy. This was the difference in foundation, and it was not something that could be made up for by one or two small realms. Without the advantage of cultivation realm, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to defeat Xiao Chen, whose will, mental state, strength and Taoist rhyme were superior to his. And Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a surprised look on her face. She muttered to herself, "Who is the person that Miss wants to protect?" The ice snow sword Luo Feng, who was fighting Xiao Sua, was stunned as well. He had not expected Xiao Chen to defeat Yan Xian so quickly, far surpassing his expectations. Damn it, how could it be like this? Yan Xian, that trash. For a moment he was under immense pressure. The fight with Xiao Sua was unexpectedly difficult. Xiao Sua was not an ordinary minor primal core venerate. Not only did he have rich combat experience, but his fighting style was also extremely valiant. Luo Feng's killing chi was startling. He believed that he had killed enough people, but the killing chi he accumulated was not enough before Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua was, after all, the leader of the pirates. He was a vicious person who kept his head low all year round. The Ice Peak Sword, Luo Feng, was gravely mistaken from the start when he treated Xiao Qin as an ordinary early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Now there was an additional Xiao Qin eyeing him from the side. Even if Xiao Qin did not make a move, he would still be under great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. The green robes should not be allowed to continue like this. In the future there would always be a chance to get back at them. If they were to lose face like Yen Xian, then they would truly be finished. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and 60% of his sword's soul condensed at the tip of his sword. The sword was unsheathed, the wind howled, and the snow and ice swept away. With a loud shout, he unleashed his peak sword strike. He wanted to advance as a way to retreat, seeking a dignified way to leave. Fight to the death with me? I'm not afraid of you. Who would have thought that Xiao Sua, who was truly enraged, would not be afraid in the slightest under his fierce sword strike? With the pirate flag in hand, he advanced instead of retreating. His aura merged with the heavens and the earth. As he leaped, it was as if the heavens and the earth were moving with him. The integration of heaven and earth was a technique that only supremacies could comprehend. As Xiao Sua's ferocious attack erupted, a mysterious scarlet light flashed on the tip of the pirate flag. Pu Ci. Luo Feng's perfect sword move suddenly had some openings. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows. This flaw was a little strange. The so-called sword momentum and saber momentum referred to the complete momentum formed when the weapons were unleashed. From the looks of it, the edge of the sword or the edge of the blade only had one direction. It seemed like it could be broken from any other direction, but in reality, that was impossible unless there was a flaw in the shur. Otherwise, no matter how one changed, a bladesman or a swordsman could easily suppress one. The tip of the saber and the tip of the sword were just one point of attack. However, a flaw suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's sword move, surprising Xiao Qin. When the two clashed, they should have been equal. Given this, Luo Feng would suffer greatly. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin expected. Xiao Sua ruthlessly grasped this opportunity. With a sinister smile, the pirate flag cut through Luo Feng's chest like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The pirate flag pinned Luo Feng to the ground. Pu Ci. Blood continuously leaked out of Luo Feng's mouth. He revealed a flustered and confused expression. How can it be like this? In Idle Cloud Restaurant, this old man showed you some respect. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. What did you say? I cannot casually discuss your Ice Peak Sword title? This old man wants to say that you are trash. Clearly, the pirate leader had a belly full of anger. Back then he had just casually said a few words. However, this fellow had humiliated Xiao Sua in front of everyone, forcing him to drink a cup of wine. Since when had a junior humiliated Xiao Sua like this? The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region were defeated so quickly. Xiao Qin, let me tell you this. This matter will not end here. The Burning Moon Sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor are much more horrifying than you imagine. You absolutely will not be able to leave Purple Sun City. Luo Feng, who was pinned to the ground by the pirate flag, felt very sullen. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this since he made his debut. I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold? When Xiao Qin heard that, he was stunned for a moment. The human heart was truly hard to fathom. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice snow sword Luo Feng. You only sought your own humiliation. You can't blame others. Have you ever wondered why I did not slap you when I could have easily slapped you back in Idle Cloud Restaurant? It's not that I'm afraid of you or the Ice Snow Mountain Manor behind you. It's just that there is no need. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, everyone has the right to auction off what they like. I did not do anything wrong. You are the one who forced me. Luo Feng did not listen to anything Xiao Qin said. He rudely interrupted and pointed at Xiao Qin, saying, "Shut up, you trash. I am the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. I am the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. How can you compare to me? You trash, don't think that you are really incredible just because you trampled on me. I'll tell you this, don't even think about it. Sorry, you are mistaken. I really never thought of it that way." Bang. Without any warning, Xiao Qin suddenly flicked his finger, and a sharp saber chi shot out. The Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng's head flew off, drifting in the air. Luo Feng died with his eyes wide open. This was a result that he had not expected. Xiao Chen glanced back and saw Yan Xen lying on the ground. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on him, Yan Xen felt an indescribable fear spread in his heart. Yan Xen circulated all his vital qi and crawled on the ground with great difficulty, all so that he could distance himself from Xiao Chen, this demon. Yan Xen was in a sorry state, crawling away in fright. There was no trace of his earlier arrogance or despotism. With just one look, Yan Xen was so frightened that he crawled on the ground. The people watching this scene were all stunned. They were speechless for a long time, completely flabbergasted. The shock of this scene was simply too great. Let's go. Xiao Chen shook his head and did not make a move on Yan Xen. This person was already crippled. The crowd looked at the departing white figure, at the headless Luo Feng on the ground, and at the crawling Yan Xen. Such a result was simply unacceptable. 2 new talents had tried to kill Xiao Chen in a grand manner. However, one died and the other lost all his dignity. White-robed Xiao Chen. This person is now famous in Purple Sun City. After this battle, the Purple Sun region has only one new talent left, Feng Buyu. I wonder where he came from. His aura, mental state, and strength all seem to surpass the Purple Sun region's 3 new talents. Just watch. This matter will not end so easily. The experts of the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor will deal with this soon. Only after Xiao Chen was far away did the crowd burst into an uproar, turning incredibly noisy. At this moment, the last new talent that many people talked about, Feng Buyu, led the sect elders and disciples outside Purple Sun City, waiting for a certain person. The wind-chasing pavilion's group of people, led by Feng Buyu, waited quietly amid the surging yellow sand. Feng Buyu did not appear at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction, but he went outside Purple Sun City. Everyone found Feng Buyu's actions strange. Gallop, gallop. Suddenly the sound of hooves rang out. An old man on a horse appeared in Feng Buyu's vision. When the owner of the horse saw the crowd in the distance, he quickly retreated in fright. Senior brother, the target has appeared. Feng Buyu revealed a sinister smile as he said indifferently, Martial uncle, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. He won't be able to run. The one who replied was actually a major primal core elder. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. When this person reappeared, he was carrying a yellow-clad man and tossing him to the ground. The yellow-clad man was in incredible pain. Clearly he had been tortured before he came. When this yellow-clad man recognized Feng Buyu, it was like he saw his savior. Young Master Feng, I have no grudge with the wind-chasing pavilion. Why did you capture me? Feng Buyu said sullenly, cut the crap. Let me ask you, where is the pirate flag that you obtained from the Grave Sea now? Upon hearing that, the yellow-clad man's face filled with panic. What pirate flag? I don't know. I don't know anything. Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him until he confesses everything. Feng Buyu instructed coldly, not bothering to speak nonsense. Chapter 1593. Let's go. I'll bring you to my friend to sell off the goods that Big Brother wants to sell. As the captain token continued to rise in rank, the privileges gained by the Pirate Alliance would increase. The periphery of the silhouette looked like a city wall. The black-clad old man laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak to Xiao Chen, his expression suddenly changed. At the mention of the pirate hall, Xiao Sua felt deep veneration and some pride. The entire west side of the city was in a frenzy. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, the golden setting sun. Golden setting sun. Xiao Chen reminded the others. Only then did Xiao Sua, Fei'er, and Luo Nan reluctantly shift their gazes away from that 3-star pirate ship. Xiao Sua's incredibly rough and calloused hands slowly rubbed the rusted flagpole. Xiao Chen nodded and said calmly, Xiao Chen greets Senior Gue. Xiao Sua smiled. Unexpectedly he did not argue. When someone asked about the pirates, Xiao Sua was happy to answer. He smiled and said, naturally it is difficult. There are only 109-star pirate captains in the entire Great Thousand Realms. As for pirate kings, there are only 7. From 1-star to 9-star, the difficulty of the subsequent tests increases with every increase in star. Words flickering with golden light were carved on the palace walls. After passing through the palace walls, there was a row of statues of famous pirate kings in history. This was the first time Xiao Chen, Fei'er, and the others entered, so they felt somewhat shocked. Old Gue, cut the crap. Hurry up. My big brother wants to sell off some goods. Just help me take a look and give me a good price, Xiao Sua said somewhat impatiently. Rather than calling this a pirate hall, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate city made up of countless palaces. An unremarkable tattered pattern appeared at the end of the flagpole. Its position was rather special. Piracy itself was not a very reputable occupation. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo and said, "Show me that pirate flag you are carrying." "Wang Suo, I heard you changed your name." When the black-clad old man saw Xiao Suo, he immediately teased him rudely. "Xiao Suo, what grade is your pirate ship?" No matter where one went in the bustling Purple Sun City, one could feel a strong commercial atmosphere. Auction pavilions, medicine pavilions, profound weapon pavilions and markets could be seen everywhere. Their voices boiled like a tsunami, each wave louder than the last. The Xiao Suo seemed to be a pirate with a story. As the distance between them drew closer, Xiao Suo said embarrassedly, "Old fogey, you are really well informed." Before Xiao Suo could reply, the black-clothed old man stepped forward and directly snatched it away. Just the pirate ships that they built were a secret that many large sects could not grasp even to this day. One's martial prowess is the foundation. After that, the distance traveled and the completion of the Pirate Alliance's missions will add points. Only the west side of the city presented a completely different appearance. It was as if they had walked into another city. "I remember hearing about the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group when I was young," Luo Nan said somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suo said somewhat embarrassedly, "Pirate ships are divided into 9 stars. Above the 9 stars are kings and above kings are legends. That broken ship of mine is not good enough. It is not even 1 star. Golden Setting Sun. Only by becoming legends would their statues be erected in every pirate alliance. How many stars are you?" As the group spoke, a shadow suddenly shrouded them. When they looked up, they discovered an incredibly tyrannical huge pirate ship slowly descending from the sky. "Meh. I had a chance to become a 3-star pirate ship in the past. However, there is no need to mention the past. Now I'm not good enough." That was the 3-star pirate ship, the Golden Setting Sunday. It stood out among the group of 1-star and 2-star pirate ships, like a king, receiving the treatment of the stars. "TSK, you must be bragging." All the pirates cheered. Only Xiao Suo showed a somewhat complicated expression as he said softly, "It came from the Purple Sun region. It is also the only 3-star pirate group in the Purple Sun region. It is the pride of all the Purple Sun region's pirates." Xiao Suo's voice sounded somewhat dispirited. As he carried the tattered pirate flag, he appeared somewhat miserable. He said weakly, "Indeed. I can only brag. I am just a mediocre pirate." The Pirate Alliance of Purple Sun City was located in the west of the city, in a desolate and vast lake in the inner city. It looked like aside from being strong, this Golden Setting Sun pirate group should have some special history. Otherwise it would not receive such treatment. Some of the rust on the pirate flag peeled off, and the pole of the pirate flag gave off a faint scarlet light. Xiao Suo explained excitedly as he carried the pirate flag. Along the way Xiaochen did not say anything. However, he saw everything. The helpless expression on Xiao Suo's face quickly disappeared. Then he smiled and led the way. Overall, it looked like a palace but also a huge independent castle. The procedures for handing over the captain's medallion was not complicated. In the palace that specialized in such matters, Xiaochen successfully obtained his own captain's medallion. "Let's go. Just take a look at someone else's honor. I still have to go to the pirate hall to sell some things. The handover procedures need to be done quickly as well." Soon the strange feeling vanished. What appeared before them was a world of connected palaces. The vast lake, which was originally filled with pirate ships, suddenly parted, revealing an empty lake. It was indeed very old. It was a somewhat sloppy black-clad old man with wrinkles all over his face and an ancient expression. "Is it difficult?" Fei asked after seeing the magnificent scene before her. She seemed to be very interested in pirates. "I told you to take it, so take it. Be quick." The scene was very spectacular. If one did not know what was going on, one would think that this was a port. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat stunned. "Why?" There was a blue clump of light at the shore of the lake, giving off a watery glow. Fei asked interestedly, "How do I raise my rank as a captain?" At every moment there were pirate ships taking off and landing. The place was very busy. Simply put, I have no money. Also, my rank is not high enough. Any pirate can freely purchase a mediocre pirate ship, but a 1-star pirate ship requires the identity of a 1-star captain. On the bow of the ship was a golden pirate flag. The flag was painted with a golden setting sun, and below the setting sun were embroidered 3 resplendent golden stars. After looking for a while, Xiao Chen and the others passed through the blue water screen. Everyone had a strange feeling like the world was spinning. After passing through the streets of the western part of the city, a vast lake appeared before the group. Many pirate ships filled the lake. That is easy to deal with. I have some old friends in Purple Sun City's pirate hall. Come, big brother, I'll bring you there. That is the pirate hall, the core of the pirate alliance. Even the Cloud Sea realm cannot break into that place. It is absolutely secure. You are overthinking. When those bastards of yours came to repair my ship, they told me about it. This should be the new captain of the Black Scimitar, right? The blue clump of light grew larger and clearer. Indeed, it was the silhouette of a palace. Suddenly, Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in shock. The flagpole actually slowly turned bright. Xiao Sua was very familiar with this. He was a pirate leader in the first place. He had also bought his new pirate ship from the Pirate Alliance. When Xiao Chen looked around, he felt shocked. He saw several pirate ships that were unbelievably strong. Xiao Sua's pirate ship was extremely inconspicuous among the numerous pirate ships. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen met with Xiao Sua's old friend in the underground palace. The black-clad old man said unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Chen. From today onwards, Xiao Chen was a legitimate pirate. Compared to the Alchemist Guild and the Wanxiang Pagoda, the Pirate Alliance was somewhat special. While it looked loose, in reality, it had a clear division of labor and many different organizations. Fei Er looked at the 3-star pirate group with a fervent gaze, not noticing Xiao Sua's strange expression. She smiled and said, I knew that you were bragging. Look at how incredible the 3-star pirate group is. The entire city is cheering for it. The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, the Scarlet Blood War Banner. The legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War Banner. The Pirate Alliance's full name was the Great Thousand Realms Pirate Professional Alliance. This was a special alliance that treated piracy as a profession. The Pirate Alliance had the largest underground market in Purple Sun City. It was the fastest and most convenient place to sell some illegal goods. What are you looking at? This is my treasure. It is not for sale, Xiao Sua said anxiously. As Xiao Chen held the pirate token, he entered deep thought. To him, this might be a good card to play. The pirates everywhere stopped what they were doing and ran to the shore to cheer. The Great Thousand Realms Pirate Alliance. Big brother, you have accepted my pirate ship. You need to go to the pirate hall to register it and formally obtain an identity medallion. Chapter 1594. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King? Upon hearing the black-clad old man say this name, Xiao Sua could no longer remain calm. Old Gue, don't lie to me. Even the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not appraise it, and you know it just by touching it? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Sua with disdain. Everyone has their own specialties. How many years have I been in the Pirate Alliance? How many times have I gone to the sea? Those appraisers do not even know how many pirate kings the Pirate Alliance has produced. How can they compare to me? However, they must have noticed the extraordinariness of this pirate flag. It's just that they could not appraise it. Am I right? Seeing Xiao Sua's shocked expression, old Gue clicked his tongue and said, I know the answer just by looking at your expression. However, this thing is too troublesome. I suggest you hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. That way you can directly rise to a 3-star captain. However, you will have to choose how to do it. Xiao Sua showed a complicated expression in his heart. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Big brother, you make the decision. After all, you are the one who paid for this pirate flag. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt confused. He waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Tell me what's going on first. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and asked, What's going on? Did you see those statues before you entered the Pirate Alliance? I saw them. Xiao Sua told me that one is qualified to have a statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance only by becoming a legend among pirate kings. Old Gue nodded and said, That's right. However, outsiders do not know how difficult it is. To ordinary pirates, the identity of a pirate king is already a legendary character. However, every pirate king's lifelong goal is to have their own statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance after they die, for later generations to worship. However, just becoming a pirate king is not enough. One needs to be a legend among legends to have the qualifications. The Pirate Alliance was established not long after the martial epic began. However, there are less than 100 legendary pirate kings. Since the birth of the martial epic, there had been less than 100 legendary pirate kings. This was really difficult. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he reacted and said, The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is one of them? Yes, he's the one holding the blood-colored war flag in the statue. Now you know how high his position is in the hearts of the pirates. And the flag that made him famous has actually reappeared in the world. It goes without saying how valuable it is. Xiao Sua interrupted. Most importantly, every legendary pirate king would bury their treasures in the depths of the sea after their death. Having the Scarlet Blood War banner is equivalent to having the possibility of inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. This is also why Old Gue suggested that I hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. This is because it is too valuable. If news of it leaked out, it would immediately startle the entire Purple Sun region. That's not right, the entire Grave Sea cluster would be shaken. When Xiao Qin heard that, he had to be cautious. On the other side, Luo Nan and Fei Er were somewhat startled. Xiao Sua smiled foolishly and said, "What a surprise. I didn't expect my eyes to be so sharp. It's the legendary Pirate King's war flag. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is the pirate I admire the most. Rumor has it that he has cleared all 7 forbidden starry seas without exception. There is no place in the boundless starry heavens that his Scarlet Blood Pirate group cannot reach." I caught a legend. The sloppy black-clad Old Gue smiled coldly and said, "Stop dreaming. Think about how to protect yourself first. I don't believe that there is an impenetrable wall in this world." Xiao Sua felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling his heart. Damn it. What should I do? Normally, if I could become a 3-star pirate, I would smile even in my dreams. However, I can only become a 3-star captain while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner. I really can't accept this. Xiao Qin, who was standing at the side, appeared rather calm. After all, this Scarlet Blood War banner was just a tattered banner right now. Let me take a look at the war banner. When Xiao Qin received the war banner from Old Gue's hands, his first reaction was that it was heavy, far heavier than he had imagined. Following that, a boundlessly ancient aura spread from his palm to his entire body. It was like scenes of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King from a distant era appearing in Xiao Qian's mind. An intense battle hunger spread throughout his entire body. His blood surged endlessly. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. No wonder Xiao Sua held the upper hand in his battle with the Ice Snow Sword, easily defeating him. It looked like this was closely related to the war banner. This was truly a good treasure. If this war flag was repaired, just how powerful would it be as a weapon? Big brother, what do you think? Even now, Xiao Sua was still somewhat nervous and excited. When he spoke, he could not speak fluently. Xiao Qin handed the war banner to Xiao Sua. Then he turned calmly to the black-clad old man and asked, "Senior Gue, how confident are you of repairing this war banner to its peak?" The sloppy old man shook his head and replied, "I do not have that ability. At best, I can recover 20% of its peak might. However, the greatest use of this pirate war banner is to raise the overall strength of the pirate ship." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Senior Gue is really humble. To be able to recover 20% is already very incredible. I would like to do business with Senior Gue." When Xiao Qin first saw Senior Gue, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. When the other party appraised the Scarlet Blood War banner, Xiao Qin was certain of his guess. I only do big business. Coincidentally, I want to do big business. 1 million medial grade spirit jades, is that big enough? The moment Xiao Qin said that, Senior Gue withdrew the smile on his face and slowly turned grave. His eyes released a sharp light as though he wanted to see through Xiao Qin completely. Unfortunately, Senior Gue could only fail. His aura and gaze did not put any pressure on Xiao Qin. Senior Gue said sullenly, 1 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Qin, white-robed Xiao Qin, who exactly are you? At first, Senior Gue thought that the other party was just an elite disciple of a rank 3 sect. Now, it looked like it was not that simple. Suddenly, Xiao Qin released a trace of his blue dragon bloodline, which was suppressed by the Buddhist pendant. Suddenly, the great desolate divine eyes appeared. A resplendent and dazzling golden light appeared in Xiao Qian's eyes. That golden light disappeared in a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Great desolate divine eyes. Senior Gue took a step back and looked at Xiao Qin in shock. After a long time he said, "I'll take this deal. However, just repairing the Scarlet Blood War banner does not require such a large number of medial grade spirit jades, right?" Xiao Qin nodded and waved his hand. The cycle throne appeared. "I still need you to help me upgrade this cycle throne. Merge the advantages of the pirate ship with my throne. Also, Xiao Sua's pirate ship needs to be modified. It needs to be at least as strong as a peak 2-star pirate ship. This throne." With a thought, the cycle throne turned into a war chariot before the black-clad old man's shocked gaze, shocking the black-clad old man. Senior Gue circled the cycle throne and stared at it. He praised, "Excellent. This is truly excellent. I can see the shadow of the immortal epic's magic treasures in it. His attainments in artifact forging and formation techniques are also extremely high." This old man's eyes were indeed unique. Mo Chen had used the Book of Heavenly Works to control the refining techniques and formations. Naturally, they were extraordinary. However, Mo Chen had not considered the spatial structure and levels of the Great Thousand Realms back then. Hence, there were flaws and needed to be upgraded. Senior Gue revealed a difficult expression. He said, "However, privately modifying a pirate ship is not in accordance with the rules of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could it be a big deal?" Xiaochen smiled. When Xiao Sua heard that, he felt incredibly excited. He immediately tried to undermine Senior Gue. "Old Gue, don't play dumb with me. Your subordinates have done a lot of private work. Back then you also helped me modify that pirate ship of mine. Stop acting dumb." Hearing that his pirate ship was going to be modified, Xiao Sua was naturally happy. He had thought of doing so long ago. However, he did not have any spirit jades. "You bastard. Never mind, I submit to you. However, I'll say this first. Give me 1,000,000 medial grade spirit jades first. I will not pay for it myself, nor do I have the capital to pay for it. Upgrading the throne, modifying the pirate ship, and even repairing the war banner. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage?" Senior Gue muttered to himself as he did the math. He wondered if the 1,000,000 medial grade spirit jades had clouded his mind. "Brat, you know why I'm working with you. Great desolate divine eyes, I really underestimated you at the start. However, I'll tell you the truth. No one dares to modify a pirate ship, especially to a 2-star one. I'm only letting you take the risk on account of Wang Sua and your great desolate Ian bloodline." Senior Gui's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. "Many thanks, Senior. Hey, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss on this deal. Just take it as making a friend." Senior Gue sighed as he spoke softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Gue, for helping me. In that case, I'll share my thoughts on how to upgrade the throne with Senior first." Just at this moment, a group of people walked into Senior Gue's shop with heavy footsteps. The leader of this group wore gorgeous clothes, a standard captain's attire adorned with resplendent gems. This person looked very spirited and had no facial hair. He looked exceptionally spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura. When Xiao Sua turned his head and saw this person, his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the war banner trembled and veins bulged. He did his best to suppress his rage. When the middle-aged captain saw Xiao Sua, he revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he sized up Xiao Sua and smiled. "I heard that you have been in a miserable state for the past few years. Unexpectedly, you are so miserable that you have to carry the banner for someone else." Seeing that this person had an extraordinary air, Feng'er walked over to old Gue and whispered, "Old master, who is this person?" Bai Yen, the captain of the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group, a 3-star captain, the light of the Purple Sun Region's pirates. "Xiao Sua, my former deputy?" Old Gue muttered with a complicated expression. Fei gaped, clearly surprised. She had not expected this at all. The captain of the Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group that the entire city cheered for was actually Xiao Sua's former deputy. "However, you are really ambitious. You are willing to carry the banner for someone else instead of coming to my Golden Setting Sun Pirate Group," Bai Yen said in a gentle and natural tone as he looked at Xiao Sua from top to bottom. Shameless fellow. Xiao Sua, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer resist cursing. Then he tossed the war banner aside and rushed forward to grab Bai Yan's collar, pulling him up. "You don't deserve to wear these clothes. You don't deserve to be a captain. Even if I'm worthless and have no dignity, and end up begging for food, I'm still better than a shameless bastard like you." The expressions of the 4 people behind Bai Yen changed slightly as they unleashed killing chi. These 4 were actually late-stage minor primal core experts. All of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. With one look, it was clear that they were not weaklings. Bai Yen waved his hand and stopped the 4 behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "I like to see your face filled with rage and helplessness." Boom. A strong aura burst out from Bai Yan's body, and Xiao Sua vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. Bai Yen tidied his clothes and said calmly, "You should thank me. If my subordinates had made a move, you would have died. I will wear these clothes properly. Occasionally, I will return to Purple Sun City. I want to tell you that not only can I be a captain, but I can also do better than trash like you, going further." "You." Xiao Sua vomited a mouthful of blood in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. Just as Xiao Sua was about to charge out, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Chapter 1595. Naturally, the person who stretched out his hand was Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin possessed strong vital qi, at least 2 cauldron force. When he pressed down, he was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Sua. Then he stepped forward and picked up the tattered scarlet blood war banner. You are Wang Sua's new captain? Not bad. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary air. I am Bai Yin. I have a lot of friends in the Grave Sea cluster. Little friend, will you tell me your great name? Bai Yan's status and cultivation were higher than Xiao Chen's, so he felt very confident before Xiao Chen. Bai Yan asked Xiao Chen with the air of someone in a superior position. Xiao Chen acted like he did not hear anything. He looked at Senior Gue and said, Senior Gue, there are too many flies here. Since you are not going to make a move, then I can only do it myself. Whoosh. Right after Bai Yan spoke, 4 cold killing qi immediately came from behind him, firmly locking onto Xiao Chen. What shameless boasting. I'll smack you to death with 1 palm strike. Let's see who is the fly. A person came out from behind Bai Yan and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. That person used his palm as a saber and chopped down. The saber wind brought strong pressure. Before the palm strike arrived, cracks appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Scram far away. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, the sloppy-looking Senior Gue suddenly came out. No one noticed how Senior Gue made a move. They only knew that he suddenly stood in front of Xiao Chen. Then, Senior Gue kicked out and sent the person crashing into the wall. That person grunted and fell down while vomiting blood. Bai Yin, I'm not doing business here today. Look for another place. The black-clad old man sent a voice projection. Bai Yin, on account of our past friendship, I'll advise you to leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend this youth, nor can you touch him. When Bai Yin, who already had a murderous intent in his heart, heard that, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, immediately extinguishing his murderous intent. What kind of status did Elder Ghost have? He knew very well that Elder Ghost's words could not be false. He was very smart. He thought that Old Ghost's action this time was to prevent Xiao Chen from acting up, and to reduce his losses as much as possible. My apologies, my subordinates have offended you just now. I will take my leave now. For Bai Yin to be able to make it to where he was today, he was extremely tactful when dealing with matters. With a smile on his face, he prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. Who gave you permission to leave? Xiao Chen said calmly the moment the other party turned around. Bai Yin, whose back was facing Xiao Chen, scrunched up his face in anger. But when he turned around again, his face was full of smiles again. Little friend, don't be so unforgiving. How about we let today's matter rest here? Unforgiving? Well said. What? Do you feel wronged now? Xiao Chen said sarcastically. Just now, he had done his best to humiliate Xiao Sua in front of him. Now he actually turned the tables on Xiao Chen, saying that he was unforgiving. Furthermore, that subordinate of his attacked Xiao Chen. Without Xiao Chen's permission, how could that subordinate dare to act rashly? First, Xiao Chen humiliated and injured Xiao Sua. Then he got his subordinate to attack Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were not strong enough, he would have died here for nothing. Now that Xiao Chen knew how powerful Xiao Chen was, it would not be that easy to leave. When Bai Yin heard that, he felt stifled. His face sank. Don't think that I, Bai Yin, fear you. If not for this being Elder Ghost's place, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. So what? I'm standing here right now. Do you dare to make a move on me? Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at Bai Yin. Under the Jiao snake's gaze, Bai Yin trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. Furthermore, it was an existence just short of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. Bai Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. Now he understood why Elder Ghost said that. As an early-stage major primal core cultivator, Bai Yin should have been able to survive against this Jiao snake and flee. However, his 4 subordinates would not be able to retaliate at all. In just a few moves they died here. Sir, what do you want? Just say it directly. As long as I can do it, Bai Yin will definitely do it. Without hesitating for long, Bai Yin chose not to fight when the odds were against him, preserving his strength first. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Sua felt somewhat startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to interfere and stand up for him. Scram. I only need to see your helpless appearance. That will be enough. Xiao Chen showed disdain on his face as he spoke indifferently. These were the words that Xiao Chen said when he knocked Xiao Sua into the air. Who could have imagined that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Soon it would be Xiao Chen's turn. You tricked me. Bai Yan reacted and immediately trembled in rage. It turned out that Xiao Chen had been fooling him from the very start. I'm not fooling you. I just want you to know that you are nothing now. Put away that pitiful pride of yours and stop acting aloof and disdainful. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and Xiao Sua. One day he will personally settle it. Bai Yan's expression flickered. Then he gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiao Chen. Many thanks for teaching this by a lesson. However, if you expect this trash to surpass me, you are overthinking it. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what the future holds? Scram and don't appear before me again. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He enunciated every word clearly as he looked coldly at the other party. You will regret this. A venomous gaze flashed in Bai Yan's eyes. Then he glanced at Xiao Chen and quickly left. At the side, Xiao Sua's eyes were somewhat moist. He had clearly vented his anger. However, for some reason as a man he still felt flustered in his heart. Little friend Xiao Chen, you should not have let him go. This person is a venomous snake. He knows how to endure silently. In the future. Old Gue sighed softly at the side. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Sua and said, Did you hear what Senior Gue said? However, I am confident that one day you will help me kill this venomous snake. Senior Gue was startled. It turned out that Xiao Chen purposely spared this person to motivate Xiao Sua. Similarly, Senior Gue could tell that Bai Yan could not be spared. However, he spared him. Such courage and boldness were truly admirable. For today's grace, I will personally kill Bai Yan in the future. Xiao Sua was extremely moved. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Seeing Xiao Sua's stance, Xiao Chen was stunned at first. Then he revealed a gratified smile and helped Xiao Sua up. Rage was not scary. What was scary was getting carried away by rage and losing the will to fight. Such a person would truly be crippled. When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Sua's gaze, he knew that this man of steel had been enlightened today. He had undone the knot in his heart and regained his will to fight. In this case, it was worth it for Xiao Chen to make a move today. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know about Xiao Chen's actions. In the future, Xiao Chen would become a legendary pirate king willing to sacrifice his life for the 7 great forbidden seas. Senior Gue, let's begin. Where should we start first? Help me advance to the throne first. Without my help, it will be very difficult for others to understand the trick behind it. Hee, that suits me. I, Old Gue, am very interested in this throne as well. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chen remained in the pirate hall, mingling with Senior Gue and making all sorts of preparations. However, these things were huge projects and could not be completed in a short time. However, 2 days later, Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave temporarily and rush to Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was because Xiao Chen's appointment with Senior Lu was in another day. He needed to meet Senior Lu at Idle Cloud Restaurant. Not only would Senior Lu bring medicinal pills for reshaping the Dantian, but he would also bring the various ingredients needed for the Heavenly Yang pill. However, Xiao Chen killed the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng, causing Yen Xn to lose all his dignity and form a heart demon. The entire city was in an uproar and everyone knew that this trip was bound to be full of waves. Xiao Chen already anticipated all sorts of situations and made plans for them. However, when the true storm arrived, it far surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1596. Lan Luo, I said enough. I told you not to say any more. Let me tell you, there are many things in this world that are more important than your life. It is just that you, Lan Luo, do not understand. After killing a jumping clown, the commotion was greater than Lan Luo imagined. In merely 2 days she actually became famous in Purple Sun City. One had to listen to her in everything. Otherwise one would be in the wrong, angering her. One would be rude and unreasonable. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Look, Xiao Chen is coming out. If such a person was of extraordinary birth and held a noble status, it would be even more so. When Lan Luo, who was walking over, heard this, she felt somewhat angry. However, the situation was urgent, so she could not be bothered with him. Lan Luo's heart sank. Why is this person like this? I saved his life out of kindness, but he has a stern expression. Sorry for causing a misunderstanding between you and Miss Lan Luo. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the other party and asked, Are you threatening me? When Feier heard that, she paled slightly. She lowered her head and said, Big brother Xiao Chen, how about, did I say anything wrong? What is more important than your life? What is there to prevent you from leaving Purple Sun City? Lan Luo immediately felt wronged in her heart. She had come to save him out of kindness, but Xiao Chen actually lost his temper at her. Ah! That is natural. He has been spending a lot of money in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It would be hard for people not to be envious. There has never been a lack of fugitives in Purple Sun City. With so many discussions entering his ears, even Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. I heard that some of the small gangs outside the city have their eyes on him as well. Although Lan Luo said that she would not care about Xiao Chen before she left, she still told Xiao Chen about the Temple Ghost sect seeking trouble for him. Xiao Chen had a rather good impression of this girl. Previously it was just a small misunderstanding. Of the 3 new talents, one was dead, one had lost all his dignity and his whereabouts were unknown. Only Feng Buyu remained, a topic of discussion. Miss Lan Luo, are you looking for me? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. Xiao Chen looked around and saw Lan Luo walking in wearing a red dress. Tears welled up in Lan Luo's eyes and slowly flowed out. She said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "If I do not leave, will you still attack me?" "Alright, I don't understand. I'll go. Xiao Chen, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I heard that he appeared in the Purple Cloud Pavilion once yesterday. When he came out, there was a trace of anger on his face. If the other party had turned against him and left because of a misunderstanding, then this time Xiao Chen really found it hard to be angry." Lan Luo calmed herself and explained the pros and cons, hoping that Xiao Chen would listen to her. However, in Xiao Chen's heart he did not regret it at all. 2 days ago he was the one who killed the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, and humiliated the Burning Moon Sect's Yen Xan. Even now his whereabouts are unknown. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. I know why he is here. However, never mind. She has not experienced it before, so it would be hard for her to understand the promise of going through thick and thin together. Naturally, Xiao Chen and the others ignored her, continuing to drink and chat. Feier felt somewhat nervous. Her senior brother would be saved soon. She hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. They would arrive at Idle Cloud Restaurant soon. Think whatever you want. Give me the pirate flag and I will return the spirit jades to you in their original state. After that, I will send someone to escort you away. Purple Sun City will immediately become a land of trouble. The game that follows is not something you can play. Lan Luo's words struck Lan Luo's soft spot, making her feel helpless and flustered. Indeed, what was more important than Xiao Chen's life? Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Thank you. However, I still have things to do and cannot leave." Xiao Chen had a clear conscience. He did not kill the innocent and gave the other party many chances. All of this was the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. He only had himself to blame. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows, no longer talking about Lan Luo. There would always be some people who stubbornly believed that, since they had given 100% of their sincerity to you, you had to give 100% of your sincerity back. Xiao Chen looked at Lan Luo coldly. "I know that you have a noble status and an extraordinary background. However, in my eyes there is nothing special about you. Don't think too highly of yourself, thinking that just because you gave me something, I should be deeply grateful and kowtow to you." As for the obvious gazes, there were countless of them. Big brother Beauty Lan Luo is here again. When Xiao Sua saw the situation, he immediately smiled and said, "Your charm is really extraordinary. You underestimate me, Xiao Chen. It doesn't matter if you sincerely want to save me or if you covet my pirate flag. You'd better disappear immediately. I wonder if he will seek trouble for that white-robed Xiao Chen. If he does, that would be interesting. He is really bold. I thought that he had already left Purple Sun City long ago. To think that he dares to remain here after offending 2 large sections. Why are you not listening to me? Is there anything more important than your life?" Lan Luo raised her voice and advised, "Do you think that after killing the Ice Snow Sword, you can do as you please in Purple Sun City? Have you heard? One of the 3 new talents of the Purple Sun region, the wind-chasing sex Feng Buyu, has appeared," someone in the inn said in a low voice at this moment. "Big brother, there are so many eyes on us. There are people in the open and in the dark." Xiao Sua sized up the surroundings, appearing extremely cautious. Xiao Sua's blood surged and his body tensed up. Even when he robbed those large sects, he had not experienced such a feeling. Feier said softly, "Big brother Xiao Chen, so he came here to look for me for the Scarlet Blood War banner." Since Xiao Chen already knew the origins of the Scarlet Blood War banner, he naturally would not hand it over. However, he is someone who can even kill the Ice Snow Sword. If you want to target him, you have to think about it carefully. The moment Xiao Sua said that, this topic immediately ended, as someone discovered Xiao Chen's presence. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly stepping in. Then he took a seat and ordered some food, waiting for Senior Lu to appear. Xiao Sua was indeed somewhat afraid. After all, who was not afraid of death? However, he also felt some excitement. Xiao Sua immediately did not dare to continue the conversation. Afraid? Naturally I am afraid. Who would not be afraid of causing such a huge commotion? However, if we really fight, I absolutely will not cower. Xiao Sua's words attracted the gazes of many people, and they all revealed curious expressions. Lan Luo nodded and said, "Right? Hand over that tattered pirate flag to me. Quickly leave Purple Sun City. Otherwise your life will be in danger." He appeared 2 days ago. However, he was outside the city. I don't know what he is doing, being so mysterious. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. This Xiao Sua was speaking the truth. Xiao Sua did not have as many trump cards as Xiao Qin did, so it was hard to avoid fear. Seeing Fader's expression, Xiao Qin truly felt angry. He held his wine cup and slammed it down heavily on the table. Then he said coldly, "Enough." Xiao Qin had seen too many major scenes. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, calm and unperturbed. The white-robed Xiao Qin came out from the Pirate Alliance. Since Xiao Sua killed him, so be it. There was no need to think too much. Xiao Qin did not want to explain too much. One day, when the other party truly matured, he would naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. He would also know that there were many things in this world that were more important than his life. Don't overthink. Things are not as bad as you think. Xiao Qin. Bang. Lan Luo simply did not want to see such a person who had helped her and made her think highly of him, die in Purple Sun City like that. Xiao Qin asked calmly, "Are you afraid?" Lan Luo had never suffered such grievances before. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Xiao Qin smiled consolingly and said, "It's fine. Don't overthink. No matter what, I will wait for Luo Nan to recover before leaving. If one did not die, one would not die." Since young, Lan Luo had always been the pearl of her family and friends. Just as Xiao Qin left the western side of the city, his sharp spiritual sense immediately detected several dozen gazes on him. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master outside the city will come looking for you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true flame. Then you can die at his hands. Chapter 1597. Xiao Qin held his wine cup and pondered. He said to Xiao Sua, "What kind of existence is the Temple Ghost Sect? Xiao Sua, tell me about it." Xiao Sua smiled and said, "Big brother, do you really believe what that girl said? I think she just wants to snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner." Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "You don't understand women. Although her personality is a bit bad, and she doesn't understand many principles of how to conduct herself in the world. Otherwise, before he left, he wouldn't have told me about the Luocha school." Xiao Sua scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm just a boorish person. However, I do know a bit about this Temple Ghost Sect. There are many bandit gangs outside the city. They might not be worth mentioning in front of second-rank sects, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are tyrants." Xiao Qin gestured for him to continue. "These bandit gangs typically bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter a rank 2 sect's disciple, they are all respectful, but when they encounter a lone wolf, they immediately reveal their ferocious side." Xiao Qin had sensed this when he entered the city. "Who's Xiao Qin? Show yourself." Suddenly, a rumbling roar came from outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. It was deafening. This shocked all the people drinking in the restaurant. Someone actually dared to challenge Xiao Qin. Did he not know that he had even killed the Ice Peak Sword? Could he be an elder of the Burning Moon Sect or the Ice and Snow Villa? No, this voice sounded like a bandit and did not have the demeanor of a disciple of a sect. Xiao Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who came should be the Killing Luo Sect's third sect leader. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. "Big brother, this person must be the Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master. His nickname is Black Tiger, and he is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. He has experienced many battles and is good with the saber." Xiao Sua's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice. Xiao Qin got up and put down his cup. He said softly, "You guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look." At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they were all hiding far away. They did not dare approach Idle Cloud Restaurant. As a result, the area outside the gate was empty. Only a dark-skinned, ferocious-looking man stood in the middle, looking extremely domineering. "You are the white-robed Xiao Qin?" Black Tiger asked in a deep voice when he saw that the person who walked out was wearing white clothes. A terrifying baleful aura emanated from his body, causing others to not dare approach him. As he spoke, he stared at Xiaoqin like a wild beast. Xiaoqin nodded. That's me. However, the one I killed was the ice snow sword Luo Feng. What grudge do I have with your killing Rakshasa sect for you to attack me? Haha, that's right. Our Rakshasa sect is looking for trouble. What kind of grudges do we have? You won the bid for the extreme Yang Real Fire, right? Our big brother asked you to hand it over, and then the killing Luo sect will naturally not trouble you anymore. Heihu threatened, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin looked around. Just you? Heihu smiled and said, I alone am enough to get you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. Heihu looked very awe-inspiring as he held a black saber in his hand. It was like he already had Xiaoqin in the bag. Xiaoqin said indifferently, It is not impossible. You just need an earth flame of the same grade to exchange for it. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will hand the dazzling sunlight true fire to you. Interesting. Are you looking down on me? Heihu revealed a sinister smile as he looked coldly at Xiaoqin. In Purple Sun City, there are very few veritable personages who dare to speak to me like this. Even the 3 new talents do not dare to. The veritable personages who dared to speak to me like this are already dead. Heihu's tone was cold, revealing confidence and indifference. When the others heard what Heihu said, they shook their heads in their hearts. The Rakshasa sect's people were indeed overbearing. Heihu was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Rakshasa sect was considered a peak existence among the factions outside the city. Few people dared to offend Heihu. After all, Xiaoqin was not a local. Furthermore, he had offended the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. If he did not hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire now, Xiaoqin would probably die here before the people of the 2 sects arrived. You only have 1 life. However, in your long life, you will definitely meet the dazzling sunlight true fire a second time. You understand what I mean? Heihu looked at Xiaoqin and issued a final ultimatum. Did he want to keep his life or keep the dazzling sunlight true fire? Xiaoqin's gaze was as calm as still water. He glanced at Heihu indifferently and said, Many people have said similar things to me. However, I have always lived well. However, I killed the person who said that, even if he was the ice snow sword. I'll give you a choice as well. Before I truly get angry, scram. Unexpectedly, when faced with Heihu's ultimatum, not only did Xiaoqin not make a choice, but he even told Heihu to scram immediately. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Xiaoqin's calm eyes flashed with some arrogance and sharpness. This fellow? Actually, Lan Luo had not gone far from a tall building in the distance. She still paid attention to the situation in Idle Cloud Restaurant. Lan Luo cursed in her heart. Xiaoqin is too arrogant. Killing the Ice Snow Sword does not mean that he can defeat Heihu. Heihu was an excellent cultivator among the minor primal core cultivators. Furthermore, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. The Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng did not dare to offend such a person. However, not only did Xiaoqin not show any weakness, he even turned the tables and threatened Heihu. Indeed, when Heihu heard Xiaoqin's words, he laughed sinisterly. Ha ha, this is interesting. Xiaoqin, you are the first to dare to threaten me like that. However, you will definitely be the last. Whoosh! A sharp, furious roar came from Heihu's mouth. Then, his physical body turned into a black afterimage and vanished. In the next moment, Heihu held his saber with one hand and appeared at Heihu's side. Then he pounced over like a ferocious tiger. A strong wind blew, making it hard for the people watching in the distance to open their eyes or stand firmly. The black saber gave off a cold and sinister light in the air. Then it turned into a ferocious black tiger, ferocious beast descending on Xiaoqin. This movement technique was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. This saber light was strange and sinister. There was a terrifying, ferocious spirit on the saber. What terrifying strength! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This black tiger was indeed much stronger than the Ice Snow Sword. Xiaoqin gathered his veritable essence energy and punched. Bang! The fist light and saber light clashed. Xiaoqin took a step back, feeling his arm go slightly numb. Heihu laughed maniacally and took advantage of the momentum to charge forward, sending out 3 saber strikes. With each saber strike, Xiaoqin took a step back. Instantly he took 3 steps back. Xiaoqin thought to himself, this black tiger is indeed not simple. Even though I absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, my veritable essence energy can barely block the other party's attacks. After all, Heihu is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The difference in cultivation between us is too great. Of course, Xiaoqin only has a slight advantage in cultivation. You are somewhat strong, but that is all. I heard that you are a bladesman as well. What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to draw your saber before me? Black Tiger laughed maniacally as he held the upper hand in the fight, suppressing the other party. Whoosh, whoosh. Black Tiger took 2 steps back. For some reason, his right hand, which held the saber scabbard, felt a slight pain. Unexpectedly, the other party's fist light contained a saber intent that was hard to break. After exchanging a few hundred moves, it had already penetrated deep into Black Tiger's arm. While Black Tiger retreated, he quickly suppressed this saber intent. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I'll give you a chance to draw your saber." How arrogant. It looks like this Black Tiger wants to toy with Xiao Chen. He can't do anything about it. The difference in cultivation is too great. Clearly, Black Tiger advanced to the primal core realm steadily. His veritable essence energy is exceptionally dense and firm. Xiao Chen is too arrogant. This is the result of his arrogance. He cannot retaliate at all. When the spectators in the distance heard Black Tiger's words, they all discussed it. This made Black Tiger reveal a cocky expression. "You want me to draw my saber?" Xiao Chen revealed an expression of surprise. Is the other party tired of living? While it looked like the other party held the upper hand earlier, the flawless saber intent in Xiao Chen's fist light and great Tao energy were not to be trifled with. Others might not understand, but could it be that this Black Tiger did not? Or was he just pretending to be relaxed? If I tell you to draw your saber, then draw your saber. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving you the chance to draw your saber. Black Tiger said coldly. Not only did he want to kill this Xiao Chen, but he also wanted to kill him beautifully. He wanted his name, Black Tiger, to spread even wider in Purple Sun City. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. Since Black Tiger wanted to die, Xiao Chen could only satisfy him. When Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, Great Tao energy appeared. The strong saber Tao Great Tao energy instantly shattered Black Tiger's saber technique like breaking dead branches. The other party had only comprehended 8 saber souls, not even a saber domain. However, Xiao Chen had already surpassed the saber domain long ago, comprehending Great Tao energy. The two were on completely different levels. The instant the Great Tao energy appeared, Black Tiger felt like his brain temporarily lost its ability to think. When he looked around, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly vanished. Just as he was feeling horrified, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Just as Black Tiger was feeling horrified, a resplendent saber light flashed like the blazing sun in the sky, blinding everyone. The saber light flashed and stabbed into Black Tiger's chest. In that instant, it shattered all his internal organs. Chapter 1598. You. Black Tiger vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically as intense pain spread throughout his entire body. He found it hard to understand. Why did Xiao Chen break through his defense with one saber strike? Why did Xiao Chen instantly shatter his saber move, leaving him unable to resist? What exactly was that aura that made his entire body tremble in fear, to the point where he could not even hold his saber? The level of the saber Tao's Great Tao energy was too high. Given Black Tiger's cultivation, he simply could not understand it. Black Tiger did not even know how he lost. How did he lose so quickly with just one saber strike? The resplendent saber light was incredibly dazzling. It also contained boundless sharpness and the power of lightning as well as Great Tao energy. Great Tao energy pointed to the Great Tao. The flickering light of the saber light was incredibly frightening. Everyone watching in the distance was stunned. Originally, they thought that Black Tiger was toying with Xiao Chen, telling him to draw his saber. However, who could have imagined that after Xiao Chen drew his saber, he immediately restrained Black Tiger? The advantage of speed was inconceivable. Black Tiger's expression was horrified. His internal organs had already been completely crushed. At this moment, he did his best to drive the energy in his Dantian essence, trying to recover from the damage to his physical body. However, the force contained in Xiao Chen's saber light not only included saber energy but also Great Tao energy. This force was incredibly sharp, firmly suppressing Black Tiger's veritable essence energy. Not only did Black Tiger's physical injuries not show any signs of recovering, but they even worsened. The fear of death spread throughout Black Tiger's entire body. He said sullenly, "I don't want it anymore. I don't want the dazzling sunlight true fire anymore." Black Tiger could not block this saber strike at all. If this dragged on, only death awaited him. Begging for mercy. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, actually begged for mercy before Xiao Chen. This incredible scene startled everyone. When the strong Black Tiger arrived, he was extremely arrogant. He directly told Xiao Chen to get out, wanting to snatch away his dazzling sunlight true fire. Everyone thought that Xiao Qin was in trouble. At the very least, he had to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. When Xiao Qin said such arrogant words and rejected Black Tiger, everyone thought that Xiao Qin would definitely die. But who would have thought that the result would be the scene before them? Even the three rookies did not dare to provoke the Black Tiger, who admitted that he was no match for Xiao Qin, was actually begging for mercy in front of Xiao Qin. It's too late now that you know you don't want it. The quintessence in Xiao Qin's body flowed continuously into the saber hilt and entered the Black Tiger's body. The halo of the Great Path behind him condensed and did not dissipate. Boundless might of the Great Path emanated from his body, making people's hearts tremble inexplicably. Xiao Qin did not intend to let the other party off at all. This Black Tiger's thinking was too simple. When they came, they called him out by name, demanding him to come out and hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. If he didn't give it to him, he would take his life. Now that he realized that he wasn't a match for Xiao Qin, he wanted to save his own life just by saying that he didn't want it? How could the matters of the world be so simple? That was not the case for everyone. How could he yell at Xiao Qin, step on him in front of everyone, and then walk away after saying a few words? Was that even possible? Impossible. Black Tiger had to die. Xiao Qin, I'm a member of the Temple Ghost sect. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death. Black Tiger's injuries worsened, and his complexion turned incredibly weak. When he saw that Xiao Qin still had not let go, he panicked. Black Tiger had no choice but to use the Temple Ghost sect's name to scare Xiao Qin. The Temple Ghost sect was a peak existence among the gangs outside the city. Moreover, the entire gang was very united. If any one of them were to be touched, they would definitely be killed. If anyone touched a single person, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Temple Ghost sect. A large part of the reason why Black Tiger dared to be so arrogant in Purple Sun City was that he had the Temple Ghost sect supporting him. Xiao Qin, let me tell you this. The Temple Ghost sect is not like the large sections. They do not have that many formalities. As long as someone is killed, they will turn out in full force. Furthermore, it was my big brother who sent me here. Black Tiger grew increasingly weaker. The fear of death made him place his last hope of survival on the threat of the Temple Ghost sect. If I let you go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for me? Xiao Qin's cold voice made one's heart tremble. Indeed, if I let Black Tiger go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for Xiao Qin? So you should just die. You! A ferocious roar resounded in the air. Black Tiger let out a furious roar of despair. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Amid his despair was boundless regret. He regretted offending Xiao Qin, this malefic star. However, now it was all too late. Wuxia. Light exploded, and the saber light completely shredded Black Tiger's physical body. Black Tiger turned into a pool of blood drifting in the air. Dead. The Temple Ghost sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, died. Black Tiger, who was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, could not even block a single saber strike before Xiao Qin. The result was very surprising. Black Tiger's incredibly tyrannical words, "Draw your saber," would probably become the greatest joke in Purple Sun City. How arrogant and tyrannical was it to give you a chance to draw your saber? However, when Xiao Qin drew his saber, he did not have a chance to regret it at all. Xiao Qin looked at the white-clad figure holding a saber with fluttering long hair. The onlookers in the distance all revealed strange expressions. This youth was truly decisive in killing, not hesitating at all. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and scattered his great Dao energy. His emotions did not fluctuate too much. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. This was a very simple principle. Young man, quickly leave. The Temple Ghost sect's people will charge in soon. In the past, someone killed the Temple Ghost sect's people. In the end, their corpses littered the streets half a day later, an old man suddenly said. He could not bear to see Xiao Qin die just like that. Thank you, but I can't leave. Xiao Qin had an appointment with Senior Lu to meet at Idle Cloud Restaurant today. Since the other party had not appeared yet, he naturally could not leave. This matter concerned Luonan's life and Fate's expectations. Xiao Qin had to do this. Young man, you are just seeking your own death. The Temple Ghost sect has the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the second sect master and the first sect master are even stronger than Black Tiger. Many discussions came from the crowd, all of them suggesting that Xiao Qin leave immediately. This person is really going to be unlucky. Seeing Xiao Qin ignore the crowd's advice and enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, that old man shook his head slightly. Xiao Qin did not have to wait for long. In less than 15 minutes, a group of cultivators exuding a heavy baleful aura rode over on tall horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. These people had the same air as Black Tiger, similarly cold-blooded, tyrannical, and unreasonable. Aside from Xiao Chen's group, Idle Cloud Restaurant was already empty. The guests in there all knew that Xiao Chen killed Black Tiger, so they all feared getting caught up in the crossfire. The entire Idle Cloud Restaurant turned extremely quiet, heavy, and oppressive. The cavalry in the distance rushed over to Idle Cloud Restaurant, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person leading the group had a cold expression. As he looked at the pool of Black Tiger's blood on the ground, he could not help releasing a murderous chi. This person was Black Tiger's second brother, the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master. He was known as Shuesho. Those who kill will pay with their lives. Blood Hand suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the surrounding 50 kilometers. The huge Idle Cloud Restaurant shook under this explosive roar. Incessant clanging sounds could be heard coming from the restaurant as the wine cups and wine bottles inside shattered. Boom. Following that, all the doors and windows fell to the ground. The sound waves turned them into powder in the air, scattering with the wind. How strong! The crowd, who had already hidden very far away, all calmed down when they heard this roar. It was just one roar, but it nearly caused Idle Cloud Restaurant to collapse. After all, Idle Cloud Restaurant was supported by formations. After everything quieted down, Idle Cloud Restaurant remained quiet, devoid of any sound. Could it be that the white-robed Xiao Chen had already sneaked away and was not in there at all? If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. No one is an exception. Naturally, the Temple Ghost Sect's Black Tiger is no exception. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao Chen's calm and collected reply came from the damaged Idle Cloud Restaurant. Everyone became excited. What a great Xiao Chen. To think that he did not flee. What a great, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Chapter 1599. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master roared ferociously, "A murderer must pay with his life." His voice shattered the windows of Idle Cloud Restaurant, leaving half of the building damaged. Under such pressure, Xiao Chen responded tyrannically with, "If anyone tries to kill me, I will kill them." He clashed head-on, not backing down at all. "You are seeking death." The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master snorted coldly and shouted, "Charge in. I want to let him know the consequences of offending the Temple Ghost Sect." Boom. With a furious shout, the many Temple Ghost Sect disciples dismounted and charged into Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, the moment they stepped through the doors, a cold aura made them tremble. What kind of feeling was that? His entire body trembled and the cold energy seeped into his bones, making him unable to move at all. A huge suction containing an irresistible force came over. Horrifying miserable cries rang out as the Jiao snake swallowed up the group of people, unable to retaliate at all. Such a strange thing caused the group of killing Rakshasa sect members behind to feel a little uneasy. The doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant were like the gates of hell. After they entered, there was only a startled cry, and then there was no more movement. There were no sounds of fighting or cries for help. There was no sound of Xiao Chen and the others speaking. The silence of the environment coupled with the terrifying startled cries felt exceptionally horrifying. Such a scene was equally strange in the eyes of the others. They did not know what Xiao Chen did, much less what happened in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master's sullen expression turned extremely complicated. Many of the sect disciples circled the entrance of the restaurant, pacing back and forth, not daring to enter. It was very dangerous inside. No one who went in ever came out again. Clearly, these sect disciples did not dare to enter rashly and send themselves to death. After all, everyone only had one life. Go in 2 by 2. No matter what, you have to tell me what happened in there. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was incredibly frustrated. Even he was somewhat startled by the current situation. What was even more despicable was that this happened before everyone. If the second sect master could not kill Xiao Chen, then the Temple Ghost Sect would no longer be able to mingle in Purple Sun City. Now he was anxious to know what had happened inside so that he could deal with it. When the Temple Ghost Sect members heard that, they were stunned. They simply did not want to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, when he saw the second sect master's dark face, he could only bite the bullet and charge in. However, the huge Jiao snake in Idle Cloud Restaurant was like a chicken eating rice. Every time 2 people came in, they would lower their heads and peck gently, and 2 Temple Ghost Sect members would disappear for no reason. 2, 4, 6, 8. The members of Killing Rakshasa Sect entered but never came out. All of them died silently. At this moment he couldn't even let out a scream. A chill spread through the nearby streets. The many cultivators watching from afar all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. The normally bustling Idle Cloud restaurant was now incomparably sinister in the eyes of the crowd. It had become a haunted building. What exactly happened inside was still unknown. This Xiao Qin is really not simple. That's right. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Looks like killing him won't be that easy. Almost all of them are dead. Interesting. I wonder if the Temple Ghost Sect's people will demolish Idle Cloud restaurant. I don't think so. If they really demolish it, they will be utterly embarrassed. To think that one person forced them to not even dare to enter the door. Regardless of whether the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was willing or not, the members that he brought over never returned. Everyone who went died. The second sect master sent out his mental energy but discovered that it was shrouded in fog. The interference prevented him from seeing anything. Is this all the Temple Ghost Sect has? In that case, it is best not to enter this door. Otherwise, every person who enters will die. No matter how many people come, it will be useless. Xiao Chen's cold shout came from the quiet Idle Cloud restaurant, making the hearts of many sink. If it were before, no one would dare to believe Xiao Chen's words. They would only think that he was bragging. However, now no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. He did indeed have the ability to do so. You are seeking death. Back off. I'll go. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master shouted ferociously. Then he turned into an afterimage and flew towards the doors of Idle Cloud restaurant. However, just as the second sect master approached the doors, his body suddenly bent upward at an inconceivable angle. He was like an eagle soaring into the sky, directly barging into Idle Cloud restaurant from above. A cold smile flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes when he saw the other party enter in such a manner. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived on the second floor, coldly eyeing the other party. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was dressed in yellow. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator, more than one grade higher than Black Tiger. The second sect master was only one step shy of advancing to the major primal core realm. Of course, this was the final step. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to cross this step. When the yellow-clad sect master saw Xiao Qin appear, he shouted ferociously, and 3 streams of veritable essence energy that had undergone refinement appeared. 3 streams of refined veritable essence energy came from the primal core in his body and charged at Xiao Qin. The veritable essence energy split into 3 and turned into yellow venomous snakes that flicked out their red tongues like they were alive. Then they charged at Xiao Qin. The veritable essence energy was very fast and came from a tricky angle. In the next second it arrived before Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. The other party was indeed much stronger than Black Tiger's. Just these 3 streams of veritable essence energy gave Xiao Qin the feeling that he could not block them. If Xiao Qin clashed head-on, he would suffer greatly. After all, he was only a Yin essence stage cultivator. Xiao Qin drew his saber and instantly executed the fish dragon art. In that instant, Xiao Qin quickly took 3 steps, swinging his saber with each step. Every saber strike targeted the weak points of the veritable essence energy venomous snakes. After 3 saber strikes, the veritable essence energy venomous snakes scattered. The yellow-clad sect master's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Qin, who was only a Yin essence stage cultivator, actually managed to receive 3 moves before him. Xiao Qin could not be underestimated. This Xiao Qin definitely had an extraordinary background. He might be a genius disciple of a rank 3 sect. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, he could not fight across cultivation realms and display such strong combat prowess. Aside from this, the yellow-clad sect master also felt that this Idle Cloud pavilion was somewhat strange. From the moment he entered, it felt like someone was watching him. That feeling lingered, unable to get rid of. Suddenly, the yellow-clad sect master thought of retreating. He felt that he could not remain in this restaurant. He should wait for his big brother to arrive before making a decision. After all, his big brother was a major primal core cultivator. He was very knowledgeable. Even if the other party was a genius outstanding talent of a rank 3 sect, he would definitely be able to kill Xiao Qin. With this thought, the yellow-clad sect master pushed off with his feet, wanting to leave the way he came. Seeing that Xiao Qin did not chase after him, the yellow-clad sect master heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this place. However, suddenly, a huge black shadow swept towards the yellow-clad sect master. This shadow carried a dense cold chi that made one's entire body go numb, so cold that one trembled. Before the yellow-clad sect master could turn his head to look, the Jiao snake's tail struck him. All the bones in the yellow-clad sect master shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. He felt like his soul was trembling. The yellow-clad sect master felt dizzy, and intense pain spread out. The Jiao snake strike took away most of his life. No. The yellow-clad sect master was even more horrified. In the next moment, Xiaoqun chopped down with the lunar shadow saber, as if he had predicted that the Jiao snake would strike him. Pu Si. The saber strike knocked the yellow-clad sect master out of Idle Cloud Pavilion amid his startled cry. When the yellow-clad sect master landed, all signs of life vanished. A saber wound cut the yellow-clad sect master's body from top to bottom. If not for the yellow-clad sect master's strong physical body, this saber strike might have chopped him in half, leaving him without a complete corpse. Finally, someone came out of Idle Cloud Pavilion. However, the person who came out was a corpse that could not speak. Outsiders still did not know what happened in Idle Cloud Pavilion. As the crowd looked at Idle Cloud Pavilion, their expressions changed completely. Even the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master died. How horrifying was that place? The sound of horse hooves rang out. A strong aura surged over and the crowd quickly made way. When the crowd clearly saw who it was, their expressions changed slightly. The people of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon Sect had finally arrived. Chapter 1600. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's new talent, the Ice Snow Sword, was killed. As for the Burning Moon Sect's new talent, Yen Xn, he was in an even more miserable state. Yen Xn had been frightened into crawling and fleeing with just one look, losing all his dignity. Not only himself, but even the Burning Moon Sect had lost face. Yen Xn probably knew that he would not be able to escape punishment when he returned to the sect, so he went missing. Even now no one knew where he was. A sect's new talent represented that the sect had a successor. When they roamed the world they represented the face of the sect. However, of the two rank 2 sects, one died and the other fled because of Xiaoqun losing all face. Xiaoqun alone slapped the faces of 2 rank 2 sections. Such a thing would be unacceptable in any sect. Furthermore, the rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region were overlord-class existences. However, because the sects were too big, there were too many formalities. Since the 2 sects wanted to send people to resolve this matter, they had to discuss who to send, who had the time, who was willing, and who was suitable. The strength of the person to send was very important. Naturally, they had to discuss it carefully. However, the Temple Ghost sect did not have so many worries. They came when they wanted to. Hence, they rushed ahead of the 2 sections. Although the experts of the 2 sects did not come, there were people keeping an eye on Xiaoqun's actions in secret. When the decision was made, the efficiency of the large sects became apparent. The Burning Moon Sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor arrived at nearly the same time. The Burning Moon Sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor each sent 100 people. The leaders were major primal core cultivators. The weakest of the 100 disciples was a young essence cultivator. It was clear that these were all elites and experts. The 2 sects were truly enraged. In the Purple Sun region, a major primal core cultivator could be considered a peak expert. Even in Purple Sun City, major primal core cultivators were rare. Han Feng, unexpectedly you came personally as well, the leader of the Burning Moon Sect, Bai Su, said calmly as he looked at the other party. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng said coldly, I only have this one disciple. I was hoping that he would surpass me and become famous. Now that he was killed, how could I not come? It turned out that these 2 were the masters of the new talents of their respective sections. They were also in the upper echelons of their sects and were very strong. Although our sects usually have some disputes, why don't we join forces to kill this white-robed Xiaoqun today? Bai Su of the Burning Moon Sect suggested to Han Feng. In the past, people had heard that the 2 great sects had gathered hundreds of people to deal with a single person. They would definitely think that it was impossible. How could there be such a person that a rank 2 sect would be so cautious? But now, no one was surprised to learn that the person they were going to deal with was Xiaoqun. Not long ago, the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master and third sect master, as well as a large group of gang members, had all died at Xiaoqun's hands in Idle Cloud Restaurant. All these facts told everyone that Xiaoqun was not simple. Sure. Han Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, and he agreed with the Burning Moon Sect's Bai Su's decision. From the bottom of his heart he did not approve of joining forces. To deal with the Een Essence stage brat they still needed to work together with others. This was a great humiliation. However, in the current situation they had no choice but to work together. It was better to be cautious. If he were to fail miserably in such an easy task, it would be a huge joke. Da-da-da. Galloping rang out again. The crowd opened up a path. It was the Temple Ghost Sect Master Yen, charging over with his men. Sect Master Yen raged, killing intent radiating from his entire body. He felt an indescribable depression in his heart. Unexpectedly, Ain Essence Stage Brat nearly wiped out most of his Temple Ghost Sect. If Black Tiger had underestimated his enemy, then Xiao Chen had to be very strong for killing the second Sect Master's group. Han Feng? Bai Su? Sect Master Shui was greatly startled. He quickly pulled on the reins and withdrew his killing intent. Then he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, elders. The three of them were about the same strength, all early-stage major primal core realm cultivators. However, their statuses differed greatly. No matter how powerful the Temple Ghost Sect was among the gangs outside the city, it was an insignificant existence in the eyes of a rank 2 sect. Without an inheritance or accumulations, the Temple Ghost Sect was just a group of bandits. Han Feng and Bai Su did not show any good expressions. Bai Su said softly, I heard that your Temple Ghost Sect just lost 2 sect masters and more than 100 gang members. Truly a motley crew. More than 100 people did not even get to see the others. Compared to Bai Su, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng was even more arrogant, directly mocking them. Sect Master Shui immediately became enraged. He said sullenly, no matter how great the losses of my Temple Ghost Sect are, it cannot compare to the losses of the 2 of your sections. One new talent was killed, and the other was in an even worse state. The new talent crawled away like a turtle. You must be tired of living. Han Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, a frigid cold wind started blowing wildly. Between heaven and earth, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt an icy chill. Snowflakes drifted down and the cold wind blew. The dancing snowflakes spun around like sharp knives. How strong! The people watching in the distance quickly retreated in a fluster. Who could have expected that Han Feng could easily bring out such a strong will of ice with a thought? This will of ice was already infinitely close to the domain realm. Furthermore, Han Feng's major primal core realm cultivation allowed his veritable essence energy to be continuously refined and refined. Now that it was contained in the snowflakes, it made sense that it gave off such strong pressure. In mere moments, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. This clearly showed how vast Han Feng's veritable essence energy was. Humph! Do you think this old man is easy to scare? Not to be outdone, Sect Master Shui released a scarlet light from his body. Together with a strong baleful aura, he quickly clashed with the boundless snowflakes. Enough! Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Burning Moon Sect's Bai Su quickly made a move. A heat wave surged up from the ground, instantly melting everything. Bai Su forcefully suppressed the two's wills. Immediately Han Feng and Sect Master Shui became cautious. Sect Master Shui snorted coldly. Although my Temple Ghost Sect is not an impressive existence, we cannot tolerate being humiliated. Don't think that we are easy to bully. At the very most, I can just run to another astral region. Your Ice Snow Mountain Manor will not care. Seeing that Han Feng was about to fight again, Bai Su quickly said, Stop. We are here to deal with Xiao Chen. Don't let the people in Idle Cloud Restaurant laugh at us. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Feier, and Xiao Sua all felt immense pressure. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Not to mention the Temple Ghost Sect, 2 rank 2 sects actually charged over as well. Big brother Xiao Chen, how about we leave first? Feier suggested in a soft voice. Xiao Sua shook his head and said, It is already too late to leave. They have already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant. There is no way out. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to size up the scene outside. Then he released his bated breath. Clearly, the rank 2 sects had late-stage major primal core experts. However, there were too few of them. Furthermore, the time of these people was precious. They would definitely not leave the mountain just for one Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they had to guard their sect's territory and could not move casually. The ones that came were all early-stage major primal core cultivators. 3 early-stage major primal core cultivators. The pressure on Senior Jiao Snake increased significantly. However, he could still handle the situation, so there was no need to panic for now. As Xiao Chen expected, the late-stage major primal core peak experts of the rank 2 sects would definitely not come. As for the Supreme Elder of the Cloud Sea Realm, the death of a new talent was not something that could be passed on to the Supreme Elder. Xiao Chen communicated with the Jiao Snake. Then he said to Xiao Sua and the other two, With me around, there is no need to panic. Just listen to me. Feier said sullenly, There is no need to panic. Senior brother and I are just worried about implicating you. When Xiao Qin heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to talk about implicating me. We have all gone through trials and tribulations together. If we really reach a dead end, we will definitely live and die together. Killing one is breaking even, and killing two is already a gain." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The hot-bloodedness in his bones blazed as he said, "That's right. Live and die together." Outside Idle Cloud Restaurant, the people of the three factions had already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant so tightly that not even water could trickle through. For a time, the Idle Cloud Restaurant became an isolated existence on the street. Everyone in the distance broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Chen's group of three. With the two rank 2 sects working together, Xiao Chen no longer stood much of a chance. At this moment, Sect Master Shui and the other two had already reached a consensus under Baisu's mediation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three soared into the air, and the auras of major primal core experts spread out, encasing the entire Idle Cloud Restaurant. Rumble. The ground trembled. It was like 3 mountains had fallen on Idle Cloud Restaurant, on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing the actions of the 3 experts, everyone exclaimed. They were preparing to use violent means. They wanted to destroy the restaurant together with Xiao Chen. No matter what means they used, they would use their cultivation to suppress them. They would not even be able to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. Chapter 1601. An indescribable light flashed in her eyes. If the earlier Xiao Chen had only inspired some admiration in her, now her heart suddenly raced. But at this moment, her heartbeat suddenly sped up, mixed with an indescribable feeling of conflict. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen expressionlessly placed a palm strike on the Jiao snake's body. However, as expected, the scene of Idle Cloud Restaurant collapsing did not happen. If the Jiao snake had succeeded, Xiao Chen's group in Idle Cloud Restaurant would have been crushed to pieces under the combined attacks of the 3 experts, dying without a grave. In this excellent opportunity to make a move, the 3 experts did not hold back. Xiao Chen did not hold back much. The scene immediately turned somewhat bloody and cruel. Without the support of the 3 leaders, everyone was caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. They were caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. Furthermore, Xiao Chen and Xiao Sua suddenly jumped out. This was called suppressing others with one's aura, using pure strength to suppress others. Feng Buyu, the last new talent of the Purple Sun region, appeared at the very last moment just as everyone was about to forget about him. Who was it that was so strong, able to receive the killing moves of 3 early-stage major primal core experts at the same time? When Xiao Chen died, that late-stage major primal core expert would definitely choose to leave. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Temple Ghost Sect, and the Burning Moon Sect worked together with 3 major primal core experts. However, they still could not capture Xiao Chen. A cold, sinister intent spread throughout Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Jiao snake spat out a mouthful of cold qi, forcefully blocking the martial techniques of the 3 experts. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Burning Moon Sect, and the Temple Ghost Sect suffered heavy casualties. Her pretty, soul-stirring eyes looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes were stained with blood, holding his saber and facing off against 3 major primal core experts in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they did not expect to see such a scene when they arrived. 3 experts executing peak martial techniques at the same time was rather rare in Purple Sun City. This concerns my own safety and interests. Stop labeling me as cruel. I, Xiao Chen, have never been an indecisive person. A strong battle hunger surged in Xiao Chen's heart. As he held the Lunar Shadow Saber, a treasure saber that surpassed profound tools, he unleashed his battle hunger, sweeping through everything in his path. Sky-burning moon shadow. They instantly felt somewhat confused. What kind of existence was an Idle Cloud Restaurant? Hovering in midair, Han Feng, Baisu, and sect leader Shui each vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Such a scene made many people feel deeply shocked, and their hearts thumped non-stop. Saber light flickered and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment there was only one word: fight. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "What a joke. If I did not kill them, would I give you the chance to reorganize these people and charge back into Idle Cloud Restaurant? Watch my friends and myself fall into danger?" Then, Sect Master Shui led more than 300 people to surround and kill Xiao Chen. The original owner of the pirate flag was also pushed forward, expressing his desire to take back the pirate flag. Everything seemed reasonable. They were just waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. If someone tries to kill me, I will definitely kill them. On the other hand, Xiao Chen even killed the group of disciples and gang members, dealing a painful blow to them. Kill? If Xiao Chen reorganized himself, he would have strong combat prowess. If he did not take this opportunity to kill his way out, he would be soft-hearted. If he did not do so, he might very well be the next one to die. After a while, Xiaoqun shouted, "Dao! Feng Buyu, what are you doing here?" Not even dregs remained, extremely pitiful. Xiaoqun's words left the three at a loss for words. A figure flashed, and a figure flew out of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes fluttered. It was Xiaoqun. This result was simply unexpected. When the three saw the scene before them, they were startled, their faces filled with shock. Only Xiaoqun stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes were stained with blood, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Blood flowed like a river in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Countless corpses littered the ground. Of the three factions, the people of the Temple Ghost sect were all dead. The disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect were all frightened, fleeing in all directions. Boom. Feng Buyu ignored the other party. He looked at Xiaoqun and said, "Xiaoqun, I remember that you bought a pirate banner at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Now the seller wants to take it back. We have already negotiated with the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so hand over the pirate banner." The heavy Great Tao energy supported Senior Jiao Snake, instantly breaking the stalemate between the Jiao Snake and the three experts. Han Feng and Bai Su were enraged as well. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had not suffered such a huge loss for many years already. That was right. That was what they thought. Was it worth it or not? Far away in a tall building, Lan Luo covered her mouth in disbelief. To think that Xiaoqun did not show any fear when facing three major primal core cultivators. His aura even increased. Corpses littered the ground as well as the flowing blood river. No one dared to doubt Xiaoqun's words. Feng Buyu nodded and said, "That's right. My wind-chasing sect can guarantee your safety. At the same time, I will agree to one of your requests." Then he did not hesitate to make a move, Xiaoqun said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. As the three looked at Xiaoqun, they suddenly discovered that this youth gave off a strong aura of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and gone through many trials and tribulations. No one had expected that the three would use such a tyrannical and cruel method to deal with Xiaoqun. However, they firmly held on, not letting any of the energy from the three great killing moves leak into Idle Cloud Restaurant and injure Xiaoqun's group. Xiaoqun could not tell if it was his blood or someone else's. At this moment it was silent. Only the dripping sound of the blood from the two sabers could be heard. Traceless falling snow. You are actually extremely cruel, killing all the people of my Temple Ghost sect. Sect Master Shue's entire body trembled in anger. The Temple Ghost sect that he established with so much difficulty was completely destroyed today. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect are actually going to submit to a foreigner who came from nowhere? Suddenly, laughter came from the distance. The wind-chasing sect's Feng Buyu led a group of people and appeared here. Behind Feng Buyu was the person in charge of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the beautiful woman whom Lan Luo addressed as Aunt Bai. She slowly walked out and looked at Xiaoqun softly. "I'm sorry. However, we will return 5 times the spirit jades to you to compensate young Master Xiaoqun for your losses. We can even step forward and deal with the trouble that you are in." The shock waves from the fight between the Jiao Snake and the three experts spread out, injuring most of the cultivators of the three factions surrounding Idle Cloud Restaurant. Don't even think about stepping into Idle Cloud Restaurant. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will make them pay a heavy price. The things that happened today were sufficient to prove that clashing head-on with Xiaoqun would not end well. Originally, the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su roared ferociously. However, the situation now did not seem quite right. The Burning Moon sect's Bai Su roared ferociously. The bright moon could no longer be seen in the sky, but the shadow of the moon enveloped Idle Cloud Restaurant and burned fiercely. This was especially so for the Temple Ghost sect. Their members were the weakest. They were practically wiped out in an instant. The expressions of Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Shui changed at the same time. They all sensed that someone had blocked their killing moves at the same time. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Xiaoqun stood upright while holding his saber. His scarlet clothes flapped loudly in the wind. An intense clash occurred invisibly. Although the Jiao Snake felt some pressure, it did not feel anything. The killing moves, which should have ended in an instant, entered a stalemate. The three clashed with the Jiao Snake and were forcefully held back. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng drew his sword, and a cold light flickered at the tip. A boundless snowstorm fell silently. Every snowflake spun rapidly. After 15 minutes, the three experts forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed back to Idle Cloud Restaurant. They should have thought that they might be killed as well. Han Feng, Bai Su and Sect Master Shui actually hesitated, not daring to attack again. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng, the Burning Moon Sect's Bai Su, and the Temple Ghost Sect's Sect Master Shui, 3 peak early-stage major primal core experts. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner was still exposed. Sect Master Shui roared, and the baleful aura all over his body suddenly gathered, not releasing it. Just as these people followed the 3 experts and surrounded Idol Cloud Restaurant, preparing to kill Xiao Chen, Han Feng asked coldly with a somewhat unsightly expression. In the earlier exchange, Xiao Chen had already guessed that there should be a late-stage major primal core expert in Idol Cloud Restaurant. The three's plan was for Han Feng and Bai Su to delay that late-stage major primal core expert. All the onlookers felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. They were so shocked that they did not know what to say. When Han Feng and Bai Su attacked one after another, the Jiao snake suddenly attacked. A huge palm made of scarlet light ruthlessly pressed towards Idol Cloud Restaurant. Startled cries rang out. The 3 experts actually got knocked back at the same time. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 factions were severely injured and sent flying. Most of the cultivators were injured, and their morale fell to rock bottom. This was the best opportunity to make a move. If the 3 factions continued fighting, even if they managed to kill Xiao Chen, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon Sect would have to pay 10 times, even 100 times the price. Whoosh, whoosh. They attacked at the same time. For a moment, Idol Cloud Restaurant was in a precarious situation. All the cultivators were shocked. These attacks contained horrifying sword intent and veritable essence energy, as well as a cold chill silently fell in waves, dealing a huge blow to Idol Cloud Restaurant. Right now, these sect members and sect disciples did not seem to have much lethality, but once the 3 experts recovered, they would definitely be killed. Corpses piled up and blood flowed like rivers. The area in front of Idol Cloud Restaurant turned into hell on earth. Chapter 1602. As expected, the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner had already been exposed. It looked like Lan Luo had come for this earlier. However, due to her status, she could not tell Xiao Chen. It looked like she had misunderstood the other party. Feng Buyu looked at Xiao Chen and continued, "Xiao Chen, what do you think? Given your strength, talent and mental state, the insignificant Purple Sun region is definitely just a stop in your life, not the destination. Why do you want to lose your life here?" Xiao Chen looked up at the sky. The scarlet sun was slowly setting in the west and dusk soon arrived. "Xiao Chen, just hand over that pirate flag. In any case, it is not of much use to you, so why bother? Don't you agree?" Auntie Bai looked at Xiao Chen with a sincere expression. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Woman, why the need to be so hypocritical? Do you think I do not know that that pirate flag is the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner?" What? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's words were startling. The legendary Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner. What did this mean? This meant that one could obtain the treasure left by a legendary Pirate King. Even if one did not obtain the legendary Pirate King's treasure, just the value of that Scarlet Blood War banner was worth half a sect's worth. Han Feng's face sank. He looked at Feng Buyu and asked, "Feng Buyu, is what he said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su were already somewhat relaxed. They did not want to clash head-on with Xiao Chen. They feared that even if they killed Xiao Chen, they would have to pay an even greater price. That would not be worth it. If they paid an even greater price and still could not kill Xiao Chen, it would be unimaginable. However, the expressions of the 2 who had already decided to give up changed drastically when they heard about the Scarlet Blood War banner. No matter what, they could not give up. At the same time, the spectators who were just watching the show showed greedy expressions in their eyes after the commotion. Several people left quietly. The news of the Scarlet Blood War banner reappearing would spread quickly. Naturally, the ones with the most interesting expressions were the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie Bai and the Wind-Chasing Sect's Feng Buyu. The 2 of them put on the appearance of a savior, thinking that Xiao Chen did not know the value of a pirate flag. He pretended to come over, saying that he was here to help Xiao Chen. In the end, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face, tearing apart their hypocritical masks. Feng Buyu's expression was extremely ugly. Killing intent overflowed from his body as he said coldly, "Xiao Chen, you're really shameless." "When Buyu speak, is what Xiao Chen said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su, on the other hand, were completely agitated at this moment, aiming their cannon fire at Feng Buyu in unison. Seeing Feng Buyu's conflicted expression, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Feng Buyu, tell everyone, is it true?" The beautiful Auntie said coldly, Xiaoqin, what do you gain by doing this? Why is there a need to force us and make things so ugly for everyone? What a great force. Who is the one forcing whom? I Xiaoqin only auctioned off 2 things that I wanted. In the end, I was intercepted by some new talent on the street, wanting to kill and snatch my treasures. The 2 great sects are even more shameless, repeatedly coming to Idle Cloud Restaurant to seek trouble for me. Furthermore, right now, the 2 of you are clearly in cahoots, planning to split the Scarlet Blood War banner equally. Yet, you came before me, pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to be sincere and putting on an act. Is there any meaning to this? Xiaoqin revealed a cold smile as he looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's pretty woman, revealing a disdainful expression. Such people needed to be ruthlessly slapped in the face. Anybody, we can't care so much anymore. Just kill this brat, search his body and snatch his spatial ring. A decisive expression flashed on Feng Buyu's face. He prepared to work with the Purple Cloud Pavilion to kill Xiaoqin. Stop. The 2 of you had better not think about monopolizing it, Han Feng shouted coldly. Clearly, he did not want to see the Scarlet Blood War banner land in the hands of others. When Bai Su and Han Feng stood together, they expressed the same thought. 4 ordinary benefits. There was no need to mobilize a late-stage Major Primal Core Elder. However, for the Scarlet Blood War banner, everything was worth it. When the distant setting sun shone on the blood-covered Xiaoqin, it looked like scarlet light. The situation immediately entered a stalemate. Feng Buyu hated Xiaoqin to the core. This was great. Now Feng Buyu's plan fell through. If the Scarlet Blood War banner was exposed, it would definitely startle the entire Purple Sun City. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining the war banner would increase significantly. All the experts in Purple Sun City would move upon hearing the news. A bloody storm would be unavoidable. Everyone, I feel that this stalemate is not a solution. It is playing into this brat's hands. He must be delaying for time, the Temple Ghost Sect Master Shui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. These words startled everyone awake from a dream. It was indeed unusual for Xiaoqin to take the initiative to give up the Scarlet Blood War banner. He might really be delaying for time. I feel that we should kill him first. If there is anything else, we can make plans later. Sect Master Shui revealed a sinister smile. He hated Xiaoqin to the bone and wished that he could kill him now. A light flashed in Feng Buyu's eyes as he said indifferently, I have no objections. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie said softly, I have no objections either. Han Feng and Bai Su exchanged glances and said, that's true. I remember that his friend has the Scarlet Blood War banner. Soon the group reached a consensus. Kill Xiaoqin, enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, and snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner. Han Feng, Bai Su, Sect Master Shui, a wind-chasing sect elder, and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie Bai, a total of 5 early-stage Major Primal Core cultivators, locked their auras on Xiaoqin. This immediately multiplied the pressure on Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin glared viciously at Sect Master Shui. This person must die. Even at death's door, you still dare to glare at me? Brat, you are truly reckless, Sect Master Shui replied with a cold snort, feeling extremely upset at Xiaoqin's glare. Die. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me first. Divine Lightning Eye, 4th layer. Suddenly, 4 purple petals appeared in Sect Master Shui's right eye, spinning quickly. Black tribulation clouds immediately appeared in the sky from all directions, quickly gathering and encasing Sect Master Shui's head. Kasie. The instant the 4 petals overlapped, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness instantly activated. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning overlapped and landed on Sect Master Shui's body under a situation that no one expected. 1 bolt of tribulation lightning was already startling. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. As the electric light shone, the entire Purple Sun City plunged into darkness. Only that bolt of tribulation lightning shone with a dazzling light, resplendent and eye-catching. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After that, the sky returned to normal. Sect Master Shui vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was blasted into a mangled mess and he flew off somewhere. With one glance, Xiaoqin severely injured an early-stage Major Primal Core cultivator. His heaven-defying magic skills stupefied everyone. Xiaoqin clearly told everyone that anyone who wanted to kill him, Xiaoqin, had to pay the price. Attack together. Han Feng, Bai Su and the others felt horrified. However, they also knew that Xiaoqin could not execute this strange martial technique a second time within a short period of time. Without much thought, they swarmed over, preparing to attack together and finish off Xiao Chen. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Xiao Chen remained calm. A drop of dragon blood dripped from his right hand, and a three-colored lightning dragon appeared on his palm, flying towards the Purple Cloud Pavilion's ante-buy. That Ice Blood Lightning Dragon grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious and huge berserk dragon containing ice, lightning and blue dragon blood. Ante-buy was startled and retreated in a fluster. Her killing move immediately broke, and the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon knocked her into the air. The power of ice and lightning swept through her body at the same time, inflicting immense pain. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then he swung his saber, sending Han Feng and Bai Su flying at the same time. By the time Xiao Chen's body recovered to its original state, that wind-chasing sect elder had already arrived before him. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering the self first before shattering the enemy. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and intense pain spread throughout his body. All the potential in his body burst out amid the intense pain. Xiao Chen used the heartbreaking stance to clash head-on with this major primal core elder of the wind-chasing sect. Pu Si. The wind-chasing sect elder vomited a mouthful of blood and fell on the steps of Idle Cloud Restaurant. The difference in strength was still too great. However, before that wind-chasing sect elder could reveal a smile, a crack suddenly appeared in his chest, and a boundless saber intent poured out. This startled the wind-chasing sect elder into retreating quickly, doing his best to suppress the saber chi in his body, not daring to take another step forward. A huge battle happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. 5 great experts attacked together, clashing with Xiao Chen. However, in the end they were all knocked back. They fought with Xiao Chen until both sides suffered severe injuries. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. After all, Xiao Chen was just a essence stage cultivator. After continuously using his trump cards and executing a self-damaging martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline. His injuries healed very quickly. After a few battles, he recovered from his injuries. After a few battles, Xiao Chen's blood flowed faster, and his heart beat strongly like a dragon. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and stood up with a somersault. The lunar shadow saber flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. He said indifferently, "With me around, no one can even think of getting close." Idle Cloud Restaurant. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground and the saber trembled. The wind-chasing sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's people were frightened into taking a few steps back. Chapter 1603. Everyone present was frightened silly by Xiao Chen's strength. They clearly knew that Xiao Chen was not in a good state right now, coughing with blood. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale, drained of blood. However, no one caught up to him. Even Feng Buyu, who was in perfect condition, was frightened into taking a few steps back. What exactly is Xiao Chen persevering for? Many people started to feel confused. After seeing Xiao Chen's combat prowess after exposing his trump cards, it was clear that he could leave easily. However, why did he remain in Idle Cloud Restaurant, unwilling to leave Purple Sun City? What was Xiao Chen guarding in the mysterious Idle Cloud Restaurant? This was an unsolved mystery, confusing everyone, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he looked at the western sky again, the sun had already set. The scarlet setting sun dyed the distant horizon red, covering a large patch of clouds. As the scarlet afterglow fell on Xiao Chen's body, it mixed with his scarlet robes, making him look somewhat miserable. An indiscernible confusion and anxiety flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Did I get cheated? The sky is about to turn dark, but the person I'm waiting for still has not appeared. Is Luonan really going to die? I don't want to. I really don't want to see this friend I made after leaving the Kunlun realm fall here. I really don't want to see this pair of lovers part forever. All the more, I don't want to see the kind Fei-er cry over this. To Xiao Chen, love was somewhat extravagant right now. Perhaps it was because he saw in Fei-er and Luonan that he once had with Ryue, or perhaps it was because his original heart still existed, but Xiao Chen stubbornly persisted. Even though Xiao Chen was already very weak, he stubbornly stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, not letting anyone near. The saber hummed endlessly. It was like the lunar shadow saber understood Xiao Chen's stubbornness, the perseverance in his heart, and the pride in his heart. At this moment, the lunar shadow saber hummed endlessly, connected to Xiao Chen's thoughts. The humming of the lunar shadow saber filled the entire place. The strong saber intent shook the entire Purple Sun City. Saber, my Dao, my saber. Kasie. At this moment, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's saber Dao suddenly shattered. His Dao realm went from initial glimpse to minor success. The halo of light of the great Dao behind Xiao Chen condensed into a point. Then it continuously rose, surpassing the bottleneck of 3 feet and reaching a height of 3 meters. Wah! For a moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen's body seemed to have grown several times taller. The shapeless pressure caused everyone present to feel unbearable, and they had no choice but to retreat once more. At the same time, he couldn't understand what kind of existence this was. Saber intent? Saber soul? Or was it the domain of blades? When Lan Luo, who was far away, saw this scene, she was stunned. This is the power of the great Dao. He comprehended a type of Dao and even increased his cultivation level by a level. What a surprise. I originally thought that such a genius who could comprehend the Dao would only appear in a third-grade sect. Lan Luo's bodyguard and Yu, who was hidden in the dark, exclaimed in shock. Breaking through in the face of adversity, improving in the face of despair. But what exactly is he protecting? A confused expression appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. Earlier, in Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen had lectured her with a cold expression. He said that she did not understand, that there were many things in the world that were more important than her life. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 3 strong auras suddenly approached from the sky above Purple Sun City. These auras were so strong that they continuously compressed Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber intent, forcing it back to a corner of Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was the immense pressure brought by absolute strength. It had nothing to do with saber intent or great Dao energy. The absolute advantage in cultivation brought absolute suppression. Even though Xiao Chen's Dao had just advanced, he still suffered from this suppression. 3 people landed in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Without exception, these 3 old men were all late-stage major primal core cultivators. However, the Jiao Snake was slightly weaker than the Jiao Snake. The Jiao Snake was a peak major primal core expert that had already touched the edge of the Cloud Sea realm. However, the pressure that the Jiao Snake gave the Jiao Snake was no less than that of the Jiao Snake. It was like an ant facing a lion or an elephant. They were both incredibly huge, but to the ant there was no difference. Upon seeing the 3 old men arrive, the remaining disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor all revealed joy on their faces. Greetings, First Elder. The ones who arrived were all existences second only to the sect masters of their respective sections. The expressions of all the onlookers changed drastically. A late-stage major primal core super expert. Super experts of the late-stage major primal core realm had not appeared in Purple Sun City for many years already. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at the same time. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder was a white-robed, white-haired old man. As he stood there, he looked like a block of ice. When he swept his gaze around, it felt like he would be sealed in ice. On the other hand, the Burning Moon sect's first elder wore fiery red crescent moon robes. His entire body exuded a berserk aura, looking like a volcano as he stood there. As for the Wind-Chasing sect's first elder, he wore azure robes. His long hair fluttered continuously like willow catkins. The 3 were very distinct, easily distinguishable. After they landed, they stared at Xiao Chen. Move aside, the white-robed old man said indifferently. The white-robed old man said indifferently. The moment his voice rang out, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The chill in one's bones felt like needles pricking one's heart. The tone of the Wind-Chasing sect's azure-robed old man turned slightly warmer. Young man, don't hold on anymore. The 3 of us have already lived for hundreds of years. We are ashamed to fight with you. As long as you leave Idle Cloud Restaurant and vanish from Purple Sun City, we will take it as you never appeared. Big brother Xiao Chen, let's go. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei Er, and Xiao Suo finally convinced the Jiao Snake to come out. Xiao Chen looked at the sky. Although the sun was setting, there was still a sliver of sunlight that had not completely set. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen said, "The sky is not dark yet. It would be too unfortunate to leave now." Luo Nan said sullenly, "Let's go. Brother Xiao Chen, I, Luo Nan, have received your grace and lived until now. I'm already very fortunate. I really have no regrets." Fei Er's eyes turned somewhat moist. As she looked at the blood-covered Xiao Chen, she felt heartache. "Big brother Xiao Chen, let's go. That old man must be lying. He will not come. If senior brother dies, I will feel sad. However, if you die, Fei Er will feel sad as well." Many people came to a sudden realization. Only now did they understand. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not leave, remaining in Idle Cloud Restaurant to save his friend's life, waiting for someone to appear. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been deceived. That person would not appear. Is it because of this? In the tall building, Lan Luo felt stifled, feeling strangely flustered. In front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen was about to say something when the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant on his chest suddenly erupted. He felt a slight heat on his chest. Invisibly, he felt a person with a similar black lotus mark quickly approaching Purple Sun City. That person must have used his trump card when he attacked repeatedly earlier. Then he accidentally touched the black lotus mark. In the end, the Black Lotus Church's people sensed it. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile. He felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for did not show up. However, the person he was waiting for was the malefic star that he did not want to meet the most. How reckless. To think that you still dare to delay even at such a cultivation. Xiao Chen, no matter where you come from, this is the Purple Sun region. Quickly hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner and scram out of Purple Sun City. The hot-tempered Burning Moon sect's first elders shouted ferociously. Heat waves surged out, forcing Xiao Chen's group to take a few steps back, unable to block. Interesting. Truly interesting. 3 undying old men are scaring a child, and their faces are not even red. This old man really feels embarrassed for you. Just at this moment, a sloppily dressed old man appeared on a tall building near Idle Cloud Restaurant. This person appeared silently, causing the 3 first elders' pupils to constrict. Their expressions turned strangely grave. Whoosh! The sloppy-looking old man's figure flashed and landed before Xiao Chen. Then he glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "You said to wait for me for 3 days and I meant it. I did not misjudge you." Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "I did not misjudge you either. The sky is not dark yet and Senior Lu did not stand me up. Sorry, the things that you wanted were too difficult to find. I wasted too much time. However, I did not let you down and found them all." Senior Lu smiled. Then he turned around and looked at the 3 old men. "You should all recognize me. However, for the sake of the Scarlet Blood War banner, you will still fall out with me. In that case, bring it on. In any case, I will protect Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen felt a strange warmth in his heart. Senior Lu was just a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Facing 3 of them alone would only result in death. However, Senior Lu did not hesitate to step forward and say that he would protect Xiao Chen. No matter who it was, when meeting such a senior who valued friendship, they would feel warmth in their heart. Senior Lu's thoughts were very simple. For the sake of keeping your promise, your white clothes were stained with blood. This old man is older and stronger than you. How can I be inferior to you? That is all. Who does not know the strongest alchemist in the Purple Sun region? However, Senior Lu, why did you do this? The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-clad old man sighed. The Burning Moon sect's red-robed old man said coldly, "You alone cannot protect him." Rumble. Idle Cloud Restaurant suddenly collapsed. The Jiao Snake's gargantuan body finally revealed itself, appearing before the 3 old men. "What if you include me?" Chapter 1604. Suddenly the Jiao Snake appeared. With its huge body, it looked up at the 3 first elders. A peak late-stage major primal core ferocious beast? After all, these rank 2 sect elders had seen many things before. The moment they saw the Jiao Snake, they did not get frightened. As for the cultivators watching, they fled in fright, no longer daring to remain on this street. Idle Cloud Restaurant was truly a wondrous place. Anything could happen there. Would anyone believe that a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast appeared? It was like a fantasy story, but now it was happening right in front of them. The people who witnessed this scene all felt that their brains were not working well. The Temple Ghost sect was destroyed. A Peking Essence cultivator defeated an early-stage major primal core cultivator. A Jiao Snake leaped out of the restaurant where they ate, and the Scarlet Blood War banner reappeared. The series of events that happened today would be incredible if it happened on any other day. No one expected that the death of the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng would trigger so many things. Old Jiao Snake, you are someone who has lived for more than 1,000 years and know the accumulations of a rank 2 sect. If you are wise, ignore the matter before you. Hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner, and everything can be discussed, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man said with a calm expression. Gagaga. It is just a rank 2 sect. How deep can its accumulations be? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? The Jiao Snake was very knowledgeable and did not get frightened at all. Indeed, rank 2 sects had Cloud Sea old monsters. However, to a rank 2 sect, such Cloud Sea existences would definitely be extremely old and in closed-door cultivation. He was definitely very old and in seclusion all year round. Unless the sect was at a critical juncture of life and death, he would never come out. Or perhaps they would go out adventuring and search for a way to break through. How was it possible for him to appear so casually? If he came out, if they were not careful, other factions might destroy their sect. That would be a great sin. The Scarlet Blood War banner was very tempting. However, they could not bear the risk of a disaster happening to their sect after they left. Unless Senior Jiao Snake sought death and ran to their sect's headquarters to hunt them down. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for those Cloud Sea old monsters to appear. After all, it was not a rank 3 sect. There were several Cloud Sea realm cultivators which one could casually come and go. The Cloud Sea realm cultivators of rank 2 sects needed to guard the sect and protect the inheritance. The Jiao Snake's words made the 3 elders feel stifled. Forget it, let's do it. The Scarlet Blood War banner must remain. The 2 of you delay the Jiao Snake and Senior Lu. I will deal with this white-clad brat. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man had not expected the Jiao Snake to know the human sex so well. However, he still chose to attack decisively. No matter what, after paying such a huge price, he had to keep Xiaoqin. If they could hold on for a while longer, the other reinforcements from the 3 rank 2 sects would arrive. Since they were fighting in their own territory, they did not fear the strength of the Jiao Snake. Right after the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man spoke, his figure flashed as he charged at the Jiao Snake. He was the fastest, so he was the most suitable to deal with the strongest Jiao Snake. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man fought with Senior Lu. Both of them played with fire. When they faced each other, the fight would definitely be very intense. As for the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he charged at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt an extremely dangerous aura. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he executed the modified fish dragon art. Purple flames flowed on the surface of Xiaoqin's body as he dodged in the air. He relied on his movement technique to tangle with the white-robed old man. Such a late-stage major primal core realm expert could severely injure or even kill Xiaoqin in one exchange. As for Xiaoqin, he only had the Dragon Blood Soul Breaking Finger, his only trump card. Attack. Capture Xiaoqin's group of friends. Auntie Bai, who was injured by Xiaoqin, worked together with Feng Buyu to gather the disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and the Wind-Chasing sect. Then they charged at Xiao Suo, Fei and Luo Nan. Bastard. Xiao Suo felt incredibly frustrated. After cursing, he said, "Little girl, come behind me with that lover of yours." At this moment, the situation was urgent. There was no time to think too much. Luo Nan was injured and Fei had yet to mature, so she had no choice but to hide behind Xiao Suo. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded. In the completely dark sky, several experts fought fiercely. Between the sky dome, all kinds of lights flashed and shone. Rumble. The area within 50 kilometers instantly turned into rubble in the aftermath of the battle between the late-stage major primal core experts. Even though most of those buildings had formations supporting them, they still could not withstand the attacks. It was obvious that the person who escaped first had foresight. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiaoqin's side clearly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiaoqin executed his movement technique to its limits. However, he found it hard to escape the white-robed old man's grasp. The other party's will of ice was incredibly strong with the support of veritable essence energy. Even if Xiaoqin's ice domain was much stronger than the other party's will, it could not make up for the difference. The moment Xiaoqin's will appeared, the other party's will destroyed it like a storm, injuring him instead. Under the influence of the other party's will, Xiaoqin's movement technique was greatly affected, and his speed plummeted. "Brat, unexpectedly, you are quite good at running." The white-robed old man felt somewhat frustrated. Xiaoqin was as slippery as a fish. Several times Xiaoqin was clearly about to be caught, but he still managed to slip away. Xiaoqin pushed himself to his limits, not daring to let down his guard at all. Despite his fatigue, he thought hard about how to escape. Right now, only the Jiao Snake held the upper hand on Xiaoqin's side. However, the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man held back the Jiao Snake, preventing it from helping. After all, the azure-clad old man was a late-stage major primal core expert. He could not possibly be defeated so quickly. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could sense that mysterious expert from the Black Lotus Church getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiaoqin. "Caught you." Whoosh. Suddenly, countless strands of cold chi wrapped around Xiao Chen's feet like formless tentacles, stopping him. The white-robed old man laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked up from the world that belonged to him, this palm strike seemed to cover the entire sky. Before this palm strike, Xiao Chen appeared extremely insignificant. Cultivation. Cultivation. Compared to this old man, Xiao Chen's cultivation was simply too low. Sharp spirit finger. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the sharp spirit finger. All the energy in his body, 2 cauldron force, veritable essence energy, essence energy, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness, gathered in this finger strike. The tip of Xiao Chen's finger was unstoppable. As he pointed, it struck the white-robed old man's palm. Wuxia. Xiao Chen went flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, a bloody hole appeared in the white-robed old man's palm. Cold chi spread out from the white-robed old man's right palm. The bloody, scarlet hole looked very ghastly. You really have many trump cards. The white-robed old man was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Taking advantage of the moment the white-robed old man was stunned, Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Sua's battle. Feng Buyu's group was currently bombarding Xiao Sua with attacks. In just a short while, the wounds and blood on Xiao Sua's body were already very scary. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and swung his saber. The 1,000 dragons gathered into a saber light and chopped down in a berserk manner. When the saber light landed, the sect disciples and Purple Cloud Pavilion cultivators, whose cultivations were not much higher than Xiao Chen's, were all knocked into the air. This immediately alleviated the pressure on Xiao Sua. How dare you get distracted before me? Brat, it seems like you are not dying fast enough. The white-robed old man snorted coldly and flung his hand. The surrounding cold chi suddenly intensified. Clearly he had underestimated Xiao Chen earlier. How cold? Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. A late-stage major primal core cultivator was truly an undefeatable existence. Should I use the dragon blood soul-breaking finger and fight to the death? However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly thumped even faster. It's over. The Black Lotus Church's experts are already here. Over there, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black hole suddenly appear in the sky. A beam of black light quickly flew over from the hole towards the rubble of Purple Sun City's Idle Cloud Pavilion. The instant the black shadow appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they felt an indescribable sense of nervousness. Chapter 1605. Xiao Chen could not help feeling disheartened. There was a tiger in front and a wolf in the back. Was he really going to fall here? The main forces of the 3 rank 2 sects were definitely on their way. Since even the first elder made a move, the other elders and elite disciples of the sects would definitely not be idle. However, the 3 first elders were rather fast and arrived early. After all, the Scarlet Blood War banner was too tempting. No one wanted the Scarlet Blood War banner to fall into the hands of another rank 2 sect. They would bring out their strongest combat prowess. There was no doubt about this. After that, there were the sect reinforcements. Now there were the mysterious experts of the Black Lotus Church chasing after him. Xiao Chen did not care about anything else for now, not thinking about the reinforcements of the 3 sections. Right now the situation was already bad enough. This Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man already pushed Xiao Chen to a dead end. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated about whether to fight to the death, the pursuer that he worried about the most appeared at this moment. Does heaven want me to die? As that pursuer approached, the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant released continuously, making Xiao Chen feel like his chest was blocked, burning up uncomfortably. To think that you still have a backup plan. However, just at this moment, the expression of the white-robed old man, who was about to attack Xiao Chen, suddenly sank. Then he turned around and threw a palm strike at the black light heading for Idle Cloud Restaurant. Bang! The newcomer sent out a black swastika and clashed with the white-robed old man, producing an intense explosion. Blood leaked out of a corner of the white-robed old man's lips. He revealed a grave expression as he soared into the air and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression on his face, feeling somewhat confused. Xiao Chen looked at the newcomer. This person wore black monk robes, had a bald head, and held a Buddhist monk's staff. His facial features were regular, giving off a solemn and dignified air. However, the heavy hostility in his eyes spoiled this dignified air. Buddhist cultivator, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my Ice Snow Mountain Manor? The white-robed old man shouted coldly. However, that black-clad arhat did not even look at him. Instead he shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. His soul seemed to be frozen for a moment, and he felt a deep sense of fear. At the same time he instantly understood that the black-clothed Arhat wanted to capture him alive. So the person I was looking for, headmaster, is actually you. The black-clothed Arhat revealed a look of disdain. The headmaster actually sent out so many people to deal with this ant-like existence. To think that the 72 Arhats, the 4 protectors, and the Holy Sun Mingxian were all sent out. For such a character, the headmaster was making a big fuss out of nothing. Come with me to see the headmaster. The black-robed Arhat took a step forward and walked towards Xiaochen. There seemed to be an illusory Buddha image behind him, and the might of Buddha restrained Xiaochen. When the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man heard that, he thought, how can this be? How can I let Xiaochen go? Stop. A long sword appeared in his hand and with boundless coldness, he immediately attacked. Courting death. The black-clad Arhat raised his eyebrows. They were like 2 sharp swords that instantly gleamed with sharpness. The Buddhist staff in Xiaochen's hand swept out, giving off a large Buddhist light. The instant it came into contact with the white-robed old man, it sent him flying. This Arhat was merely an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he killed the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder without being able to retaliate. Xiaochen's heart had already started pounding in that instant. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger was already in his hand, ready to be unleashed. The two of them started fighting again, giving Xiaochen the perfect opportunity to quickly leave. The fish dragon art flashed and arrived beside Xiao Sua. Flawless saber technique, falling moon stance. A silhouette streaked across the sky, the moon falling from the sky. With a flash of saber light, a bright moon fell to the ground, forcing Feng Buyu and the others to retreat once again. Are you alright? Xiaochen glanced at Xiao Sua and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Sua gritted his teeth. I can hold on. Don't worry. Let's go. It's time to retreat and return to the Pirate Alliance. This was a rare opportunity. If Xiaochen did not retreat now, he would not be able to leave after a while. You bald donkey. You are indeed here to protect Xiaochen. Seeing Xiaochen and Xiao Sua's group quickly leave the battlefield, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man raged and charged at the black-clad Arhat again. How stubborn. The black-clad Arhat was proud and arrogant, not bothering to explain. When he saw this white-robed old man charging over endlessly, he became truly enraged. Buddhist magic skill, Rage of the World. The white-robed old man roared, and the formless Buddha image behind him suddenly materialized, turning into a huge Buddha that looked like the Gautama Buddha. However, this Gautama Buddha did not have any auspicious aura at all. Instead, it radiated a startling killing chi and gave off a black light that filled the sky. The black-clad Arhat raised his Buddhist staff with both hands and ferociously smashed it down. Immediately, the mountains and rivers trembled and all things prostrated. An overwhelming Buddhist might descended together with the Buddhist staff. The white-robed old man materialized a sword, sealing everything within 5,000 kilometers in ice. However, when this Buddhist staff struck, it immediately shattered. The white-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back again. On the other side, when Senior Hua and the Jiao snake saw that Xiaochen had already retreated, they both moved back, not wanting to tangle with their opponents. The white-robed old man lay on the ground in a sorry state, finding it difficult to even get up. The black-clad Arhat looked coldly at this person. Then he raised his head and fixed his cold gaze on Xiaochen's figure, which was already far away. The black-clad Arhat raised his leg to give chase. Stop him. He is here to protect Xiaochen. We must kill him. Otherwise we will lose the Scarlet Blood War banner. The white-robed old man on the ground coughed and shouted to the first elders of the Burning Moon sect and the Wind-Chasing sect. The expressions of the azure-clad old man and the red-clad old man changed at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, they charged over. Since the other party was an enemy, there was no need to hesitate. The azure-clad old man was very fast. He immediately charged over, leaving behind countless afterimages in front of the black-clad Arhat. The afterimages were like the wind, hiding sabers in the wind. Every strand of wind contained great might. Glaring guardian deity. Suddenly, a fiery light blazed in the black-clad Arhat's eyes. He looked like a guardian deity and his skin gave off a metallic glow. When the black-clad Arhat's gaze locked on, he instantly saw the azure-clad old man's true body. He allowed the other gusts of wind to strike his body, making crisp sounds. The black-clad Arhat's heavy Buddhist staff gave off a sharp Buddhist light as it swept towards the black-clad Arhat's true body. This startled the azure-clad old man and caused him to retreat in a fluster. However, it was too late. Fortunately, the burning moon sect's red-clad old man charged over. His entire body burned with flames as he punched the Buddhist staff. Dang! An intense clash rang out. For the first time, the black-clad Arhat moved back. However, it was only half a step. As for the red-clad old man, he moved back 10-odd steps before he stabilized his body. His fist also felt pain. This monk is somewhat strong. The red-clad old man shouted, and the flames on his body surged up, burning fiercely and continuously illuminating the night sky. The fiery light illuminated half of Purple Sun City. The black-clad Arhat wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the red-clad old man lunging over. The black-clad Arhat stabbed his Buddhist staff into the ground and executed the golden Arhat body, exchanging 3 punches with the red-clad old man. With each punch, a black swastika burst out of the fist light. After 3 punches, the flames on the red-clad old man's body seemed to be extinguished by cold water. He stopped and fell to the ground. Just as the black-clad Arhat displayed his might, dense footsteps rang out on the dilapidated street. Dong, dong, dong. The experts and elite disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor rushed over at this moment. Although there were no peak late-stage major primal core experts, there were many of them. The 3 sects had more than 100 minor primal core venerates. The number of half-step primal core and young essence elite disciples was even more uncountable. Form the formation and protect the first elder. Kill this bald monk. Seeing the sorry states of the various sects' first elders, the sect disciples and elders immediately gave the order to surround the black-clad Arhat. The black-clad Arhat calmed down. As he looked at Xiao Qin, who had already gone far away, he trembled in anger. Then, when the black-clad Arhat saw the many primal core venerates surrounding him, he frowned heavily. No matter how strong he was not strong enough to deal with so many people at the same time. More importantly, there were still 3 late-stage major primal core old men currently recovering from their injuries, coldly eyeing the black-clad Arhat. With this, it would be difficult to leave even if I wanted to. Xiao Qin, who had already retreated to the west of the city, executed his heavenly eye. When he saw the heavily surrounded black-clad Arhat in the distance, he relaxed slightly. The black-clad Arhat's strength surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. He was just an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he could kill 3 late-stage major primal core cultivators without them being able to retaliate. This strength was probably even stronger than senior Jiao snakes. Are all the experts of the Black Lotus Church this horrifying? Chapter 1606. As expected, the experts of the 3 sects surrounded the strong and horrifying black-clad Arhat. Even if that black-clad Arhat managed to escape, he would be severely injured and would not be able to chase after Xiao Qin for the time being. However, Xiao Qin could not cheer up at all. Many things weighed heavily on his mind, and his expression was complicated. Clearly, the Black Lotus Church would not send just one person to chase after him. This person should be just a member of the army chasing after him. Furthermore, this person was just an early-stage major primal core cultivator, and he was already so strong. Was the Black Lotus Church really that horrifying? How did Xiao Qin offend such a strong enemy? No wonder the Thunder King said that even if Xiao Qin left the Kunlun realm, he would still die. Why is the Black Lotus Church chasing after me? Big brother, where did your reinforcements come from? How can they be so strong? Xiao Sua asked with a smile after he relaxed and entered the western part of the city. Xiao Qin retorted indifferently, when did I say that they were my reinforcements? They were not. When Senior Lu Fei'er and Luonan heard that, they all stopped and looked at Xiao Qin in shock. Xiao Qin revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that these people also thought that they were his reinforcements? Although the result was unfortunate, Xiao Qin still told them the truth. That black-clad Arhat was not only not his reinforcements but also his greatest enemy. Ah! Little brother Xiao Qin, you are really blessed. To think that you managed to escape even under such circumstances. When Senior Lu heard that, he was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. Xiao Sua also sighed in amazement. This is really a coincidence. To think that these 2 groups of people actually started fighting. That monk is incredibly stupid. He is so arrogant and cannot be bothered to explain himself to these people. He even thinks that he can forcefully capture Big Brother with his own strength. Xiao Qin shook his head but could not bring himself to smile. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, things would become even more troublesome. Xiao Qin, if I did not see wrong, that monk should be one of the 72 Arhats of the Black Lotus Church. How did you offend such a strong person? The Jiao snake asked Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat doubtful. Unable to explain too much, Xiao Chen could only try his best to give a general idea. I also have my doubts about the specific reason. Perhaps we can only capture a member of the Black Lotus Church's upper echelon and interrogate him. Senior Lu smiled embarrassedly and said, that will be somewhat difficult. The black-clad arhat that appeared earlier is merely one of the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church. Above Arhat, the Black Lotus Church still has the 4 great guardian deities and the mysterious Black Lotus Church's sect venerate. You have to capture at least one of the 4 protectors before you can find out the reason. However, any one of the protectors is a Cloud Sea expert. Xiao Chen frowned and said, I do not have such thoughts for now either. Right now, I just want to strengthen myself quickly. Senior Lu seems to understand the Black Lotus Church very well. Senior Lu nodded slightly and replied softly, I understand a little. This Black Lotus Church had a great origin many years ago. At its peak, it was said to be a rank 7 sect, an existence comparable to the 3 holy lands of the Buddhist sections. It's just that it slowly declined and was suppressed by Buddhism, which is why it's like this now. Although it is now a rank 3 sect, the strength of the Black Lotus Church is no weaker than that of a regular rank 4 sect. Regular rank 3 sects are not strong enough before the Black Lotus Church. This is also why that black-clad arhat is so strong. Sects were divided into 7 ranks, from lowest to highest, from rank 1 to rank 7. Rank 7 sects were considered peak existences. Xiao Chen had not expected this Black Lotus Church to have been a rank 7 sect a long time ago. The black-clad arhat could be so strong mainly because of the accumulations of the sect. The cultivation techniques and martial techniques that he cultivated were much stronger than those of the elders of rank 2 sections. At the same cultivation level, a primal core venerate of a rank 1 sect would definitely be much weaker than a primal core venerate of a rank 2 or 3 sect. This sect is too mysterious. Even if I speak for 3 days, I will not be able to finish. Now that your whereabouts are exposed, you need to leave Purple Sun City quickly, Senior Lu said with a grave expression. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know. I'll go to the Pirate Alliance first, then. The Pirate Alliance was a neutral land. As long as Xiao Chen entered, the 3 sects would not dare to charge in. However, if Xiao Chen left, the Pirate Alliance would not care. However, it would be enough for Xiao Chen to rest. Clearly, the matter of Idle Cloud Restaurant had already spread to the western part of the city. Along the way, several people looked at Xiao Chen with shock and some malicious gazes. They all knew that the Scarlet Blood War banner was in Xiao Chen's hands. However, they also knew that Xiao Chen's means were startling, so they did not dare to act rashly. After entering the pirate hall without any mishaps, Xiao Chen went to Senior Gui's room. Without saying anything, he handed over the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. After Senior Lu obtained the alchemic recipe, he was pleasantly surprised. His excitement could not be expressed in words. After asking around, Xiao Chen learned that Senior Lu had been unable to make any breakthroughs in alchemy. In the past 10 years, Senior Lu had been searching for all sorts of forbidden medicines to temper his alchemy skills. Furthermore, he was quite fond of forbidden drugs and had a special interest in them. Hence, when Senior Lu learned that Xiao Chen had the Heavenly Yang Pill, he was startled and readily agreed to Xiao Chen's conditions. Good. It is indeed the Heavenly Yang Pill. This alchemic recipe has been lost for who knows how many years. Unexpectedly, it can see the light of day again. Senior Lu looked at Xiao Chen and said, I'll accept this alchemic recipe. I'll help you refine the Heavenly Yang Pill as well. At the same time, I can temper my alchemy skills. Xiao Chen rejoiced when he heard that. With Senior Lu helping him refine the Heavenly Yang Pill, his chances of success would increase significantly. This is the source tracing pill. Give it to your friend. It is not considered precious. However, some of the ingredients are extremely rare. You can only use it once in your life. Be careful. Senior Lu took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiao Chen. Fei and Luo Nan immediately revealed joyful smiles. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Take it, Fei. Thank you, big brother Xiao Chen. Thank you, Senior Lu. Thank you, Xiao Sua. Fei could not contain her joy. Her baby fat face filled with smiles. Xiao Sua rubbed his head and smiled embarrassedly. Why are you thanking me? I did not do anything. This was the first time a girl thanked him so politely, so he felt somewhat embarrassed. Fei covered her mouth and smiled. I have to thank you. You were the one who shielded me and Senior Brother earlier. Otherwise, how could I have survived until now? Luo Nan's hand trembled as he held the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill. For the sake of this medicinal pill, Xiao Chen paid a rather high price. Luonan looked at Xiao Qin, not knowing how to express himself. Big brother Xiao Qin? Xiao Qin smiled and interrupted, there is no need to say some things. Fei bring Luonan to consume the medicinal pill. The earlier he consumes it, the better the effects. Fei nodded and helped Luonan down. Xiao Qin, I'm going to refine the heavenly yang pill. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Qin nodded and sent Luonan off with his eyes. Then he found a quiet room with Senior Gue and entered closed-door cultivation. After the consecutive battles at Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Qin was severely injured and gained a lot. This battle was also the most intense one since he left the Kunlun realm. It could be considered the beginning, but it was definitely not the last battle. Some of his shortcomings in battle were also revealed. Of course, his cultivation was his biggest shortcoming. If he didn't have those heaven-defying trump cards, he wouldn't be able to win. Without those heaven-defying trump cards, Xiao Qin would not be able to hold his own against an early-stage major primal core expert. However, trump cards were called trump cards because they could not be used frequently. Xiao Qin could not rush his cultivation for now. When Senior Lu refined the heavenly yang pill, he could break through to the yang essence stage. With the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, Xiao Qin could establish a very firm foundation in the veritable personage realm. At that time he would condense a primal core and shock the world with a single move, far surpassing that of a regular primal core venerate. Right now, Xiao Qin's top priority was to consolidate his Dao realm and comprehend the new fish dragon art. Consolidating these two would greatly improve his current combat prowess. In the boundless starry heavens, a white-clad monk held Buddhist prayer beads and stood on a lotus platform, walking in the starry heavens with his eyes closed. Suddenly this monk opened his eyes. A holy Buddhist light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. Have you discovered it already? Purple Sun City in the Purple Sun region? I think I'm the closest. The white-clad monk entered deep thought. After a while, a Buddhist light released from the lotus platform, forming a long belt of light. The lotus platform moved at an incredible speed through the starry heavens on the belt of light, rushing towards Purple Sun City. Chapter 1607. In the dilapidated street where Idle Cloud Restaurant was in Purple Sun City, the 50-kilometer-long street was in ruins. The shops and tall buildings along the way had all collapsed. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground and corpses piled up. A heavy stench of blood lingered in the air. Many red-eyed vultures circled the city under the night sky, spreading their wings and crying out strangely. They stared at the corpses below, continuously circling, raring to go. The vultures outside the city actually smelled the stench of blood and flew in. This was the first time such a thing happened in Purple Sun City. One could easily imagine how many people had died on the street. Many of the corpses had terrifying saber wounds on them. The hazy saber intent still lingered. However, even more corpses were torn into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. They had been violently blasted until not even bones remained. Formless wisps of broken souls struggled in pain, unable to dissipate. The black-clad Arhat, who was previously unrivaled and swept through the three first elders, knelt on the ground in humiliation as he was being escorted. Most of the corpses on the ground were his. For the sake of killing the black-clad Arhat, the disciples of the three great sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion formed a formation and surrounded him, suppressing him heavily. However, he still killed most of them in the end, leaving the street littered with corpses. Who asked you to be arrogant? The surviving cultivators of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and the other sects continuously whipped the black-clad Arhat kneeling on the ground. The black-clad Arhat did not say anything. He only closed his eyes and allowed the whipping to land on his body. Earlier, all of them had fought with all their might. Among the people who died were their friends or fellow disciples. Naturally, their hatred for the black-clad Arhat was incredibly intense. The first elders of the three great sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's anti-by let these people do as they pleased. What should we do with this bald monk now? Should we kill him or keep him? The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man asked as a faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man replied coldly, "Just kill him. Keeping him alive will only bring trouble. We should keep him alive first. Perhaps he will be of some use to Xiao Qin. He definitely did not expect this bald monk to end up in our hands. Isn't he very loyal? Let's detain this bald monk and bring him to the Purple Cloud Pavilion to auction. Given his temper, he will definitely rush over." The wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man thought of a solution. Antibai nodded and said, "That's a good idea. We'll auction him off as a slave the day after tomorrow. If Xiaoqun hides, it'll be troublesome for us to look for him. Let him come by himself, and we'll set up an ambush in the dark. Auntie Bai also had her own plans. Auctioning off a major primal core venerate as a slave would be of great help to the Purple Cloud Pavilion's reputation. A cold smile flashed across the white-robed old man's face. That's right. Let's do that. This bald donkey has killed so many of our people, so he should at least have some value to us. Otherwise it would be too easy on him. While they were discussing, they didn't know that the black-robed Arhat who was kneeling on the ground had a sneer on his face, as if he had heard something extremely funny. Alright, it's settled then. We'll imprison this bald monk now and auction him off the day after tomorrow. When Lan Luo saw this scene from afar, she could not help but shake her head. Young miss, that is the black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church. This group of people is really seeking death. To think that they dare to auction off a black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church. Should we advise Auntie Bai? When the mysterious guard hidden in the dark saw this, he laughed hoarsely, feeling speechless. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said indifferently, "There's no need. I already see through her. If she wants to seek death, let her be." Previously, when Feng Buyu sought out Auntie Bai, she immediately sold out Xiaoqun. This had flabbergasted Lan Luo, rendering her speechless. Lan Luo had already advised Auntie Bai many times, but it was useless. Instead, she reprimanded Auntie Bai for not understanding business and not having sufficient experience. Now, I finally understand why the clan gave up on this place. They are just a group of people chasing their own interests, completely forgetting the existence of the clan. Heavy disappointment flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. And you said softly, that Xiaoqun actually managed to form a relationship with the Black Lotus Church. He is truly incredible. No matter how I look at him, he seems like an outstanding talent with a great Desolatian bloodline. However, I just can't tell. Lan Luo was not surprised. Aside from the strongest 100 races, the Great Desolatian bloodline still has some secondary bloodlines. Back then, during the Great Desolatian, when the 10,000 races fought, not all went extinct. Some bloodlines have been passed down, but they are not as famous as the Great Desolatian's 100 races. No wonder. And you nodded gently. So that was the case. However, the two were mistaken. Xiaoqun's bloodline was one of the strongest 100 races of the Great Desolatian. However, the Blue Dragon bloodline had been extinct for too long, so most people did not have any impression of it. When the sky was about to brighten, Xiaoqun came out of closed-door cultivation and saw Senior Gue, who had just returned from a busy day. When Senior Gue saw Xiaoqun, he was stunned. The other party had a strange Dao on him. The strong aura dazzled Senior Gue. What the heck is this? The legendary Dao. This was especially so for Xiaoqun's eyes. They were bright and untainted, like gems in the starry sky, filled with charm and boundlessly deep. With just one glance, one would feel like they were about to sink in. Xiaoqun's comprehension of the Saber Great Dao had completely stabilized his Saber Great Dao's second realm. This gave off an extraordinary feeling. After one night of closed-door cultivation, Xiaoqun thoroughly absorbed the comprehensions from the battle at Idle Cloud Restaurant, stabilizing his hard-earned second realm of the Great Dao and the new Fish Dragon art movement technique. This could be considered a complete rebirth. However, Xiaoqun knew that this was far from enough. He still needed to raise his cultivation. Only then could he truly fight against a major primal core venerate without using his trump cards. Of course, fighting with a late-stage major primal core expert was still a long way off. Senior Gue, has Senior Lu come out of closed-door cultivation? Xiaoqun asked with a relaxed expression. Senior Gue recovered his wits. Then he said with a strange expression, "I'm not sure. Several explosions came from his side last night. I went over to take a look, but he did not let me in. I wonder what happened in there." Failed? This was within reason and not surprising. Refining medicinal pills was not guaranteed in the first place. Furthermore, this was the Heavenly Yang pill, a forbidden medicine that had been lost for many years. I'll go and take a look. Right now, Xiaoqun could not come to a final conclusion. So, he calmed his emotions and headed for the refining room where Senior Lu was. Go on then. The modification of that pirate ship is at the final stage. I cannot delay for too long either. Senior Gue had a strong sense of responsibility. After receiving Xiaoqun's spirit jades, he had been working hard. When Xiaoqun arrived at Senior Lu's refining room, he smelled a burning stench coming from a crack in the door before he even entered. "Little brother Xiaoqun, you are here. Come in quickly." Senior Lu's excited voice came from inside. When Xiaoqun pushed the door open and entered, he saw that the place was a mess. All the tools were shattered and berserk baleful yang energy spread in the air. Dust filled the room. Xiaoqin fanned himself with his hand and saw that Senior Lu was in tatters, his hair charred and his face covered in wounds. Xiaoqin felt slightly stunned before asking, "The furnace exploded?" Senior Lu showed a somewhat embarrassed expression as he nodded. "It exploded 3 times, and you saw the results." Furnace explosions were something that only low-ranked alchemists would do. When the pill flame was not properly controlled, it would detonate the pill furnace. This was commonly known as a furnace explosion. There would definitely be failures when refining alchemy. However, a skilled alchemist would not cause a furnace explosion. Furthermore, after a furnace explosion, the destruction and danger that resulted were uncontrollable. When Xiaoqin saw the situation, he knew what happened. However, he had not expected that the furnace would explode 3 times in one night. "Senior Lu, there is no need for you to work so hard. Are you all right?" Xiaoqin found this incredibly strange. This was truly too much of a risk. Senior Lu did not care about his life at all. However, Senior Lu laughed loudly, not caring at all. He pulled Xiaoqin forward somewhat excitedly and said, "I'm fine. I feel like I'm about to break through my bottleneck. Your heavenly yang pill is done." Xiaoqin looked in the direction of Senior Lu's finger and saw a bright white medicinal pill in an incomplete brocade box in the corner. Perfect flame patterns covered the surface of the medicinal pill, flickering with a glassy golden light. Occasionally, a strong light flickered. The piercing light nearly deterred Xiaoqin from looking directly at it. Xiaoqin could not help feeling excited in his heart. The heavenly yang pill really succeeded. Furthermore, it was of perfect quality. When Senior Lu saw Xiaoqin's expression, he revealed a satisfied smile. Anyone who saw their medicinal pill garnering the attention of others would feel satisfied from the bottom of their heart. Chapter 1608. A vast scarlet light leaped before Xiaoqin, looking extremely shocking. Xiao Suo exclaimed excitedly when he saw Xiaoqin arrive on the deck. He laid a total of 3 formations. One is the Dark Night Bewildering formation used to hide the ship. One is the Pirate Alliance's 3-star defense formation. The last one is incredible. Xiaoqin held the formation plate and thought for a while. Then he looked at Xiao Suo and said, "He did not say anything about this. Don't ask either. Just act as if nothing happened." It was like an ancient ferocious beast roaring, thirsting for blood and souls. Fortunately, Xiaoqin had already left and did not know about this. If he did, he would definitely laugh his head off. After Xiao Suo stabbed the pirate flag with the black scimitar, he turned his head and said, "Big brother, Senior Gue is really interesting. This ship looks like a mediocre pirate ship, pitifully small. In reality, it is just a miniaturized 3-star pirate ship. It would have no problem traveling in the real Starry Sea." This was different from what Xiaoqin expected. After the modifications, the pirate ship became even smaller. When Xiaoqin arrived at the secret underground room where Senior Gue modified the pirate ship, he saw a vast lake below. The lake in the west of the city was densely packed with this pirate ship. Xiaoqin turned around and smiled as if nothing had happened. "Very good. I can tell that Senior Gue is very considerate. However, don't get happy too early. This fellow has a huge appetite. Even for you, lighting up a pearl is extremely difficult. The further you go, the higher the grade of the ferocious beast you need." "I understand." Xiao Suo nodded to indicate his understanding. On the pirate ship, Xiao Suo and his subordinates were busy listening to Senior Ghost's commands. Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. He had not noticed this detail. "Let's put this matter aside first. Senior will explain it to me in detail later. I'll go to Senior Gue's place and see how the modification of the pirate ship is going." Xiaoqin entered deep thought and temporarily accepted this suggestion. If he could obtain the protection of this Senior Yi Zifeng, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. To Xiaoqin this would be excellent. He would be able to get rid of a mental problem. Senior Lu laughed loudly and said, "Good, I'll accept this favor. Brat, if you are lucky and can escape this calamity from the Black Lotus Church, your future will be limitless. I have to accept this favor." The formation plate was pure black with a protruding ferocious beast carved on it. It looked ferocious, glaring at Xiaoqin. A mysterious small sword hung at the corner of its mouth, looking like it was alive. "This is..." Xiaoqin keenly sensed that the scarlet light on the formation seemed to be the blood of a real ferocious beast. Senior Gue nodded and said, "That's true. After offending the Black Lotus Church, it is best to leave early. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. The ship has been modified." After Qin received the formation plate of Xiaoqin said, "I Xiao," and said, Qin, when can chin chin he I chin can shao chin chin can and said, when can chin chin I of. Just at this moment, news came from the Purple Cloud Pavilion that they wanted to auction a major primal core realm slave. At the same time, he secretly spread the word that this was the black-robed Arhat related to Shao Qin, and his strength was extremely high. Alright, then it's settled. However, have you thought about where you want to go? Elder Lu asked a very practical question. This immemorial demon soul formation was likely a formation from a pirate king's legendary warship. If that pirate king learned of Shao Chen's unique formation, if he didn't have the Sky Sun Pill, he would have to disperse his cultivation and force out some of the 10,000-year baleful energy. Purple Sun City was no longer safe. Now he had already made up his mind to leave. In that world where Lu Ryua lived, the competition was unimaginably intense. Xiao Suo extended his hand, took out the array plate at the core of the array, and handed it to Shao Chen. The other pirate ships also had such weapons. The consequences would be dire, even more terrifying than offending the Black Lotus Church. It was pitch black all over. The color should be a special paint. However, how precious was Shao Chen's time? How could he afford to waste it? He urgently needed to raise his cultivation and strengthen himself, so that he could find a place for himself in this great thousand realms. Shao Chen did not delay for long. He asked about his junior sister Luonan's preparations. Since the two of them were willing to follow Shao Chen, he let them be. If Shao Chen had time, he could slowly wait and search for fortuitous encounters. Shao Chen nodded slightly and walked over to Xiao Suo. At this moment, the other party was fiddling with the banner of the Black Scimitar, appearing excited and somewhat serious. This was Senior Gui's secret base. Outsiders could not enter. Shao Chen's essence realm absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful energy. It would be very difficult to find matching baleful yang energy. Many thanks. Just the major primal core experts of the Black Lotus Church were already terrifyingly strong, inspiring fear. However, would others help Shao Chen? Elder Lu was open-minded and did not bother with trifles, not standing on ceremony as he accepted Shao Chen's favor. Shao Chen frowned slightly, revealing a troubled expression. Our destination is Ancestor Dragon City. However, it is difficult for me now as well. Shaking off the Black Lotus Church's pursuit is the most important problem. Shao Chen pushed off with his feet, and a faint flame flashed on his body. It looked like he teleported as he appeared on the deck, startling everyone. This startled Shao Chen. He whispered, "What is the background of this Senior Gui?" Xiao Suo replied in a similar whisper, "I don't know much. However, I once accidentally heard him mention that he was once a formation master on a 9-star pirate ship. However, when that 9-star pirate ship's captain advanced further and became the pirate king, he left." Xiao Suo had also dabbled in the formation Dao. With one glance, he could tell that this immemorial demon soul formation before him had an extraordinary background. It was astonishingly powerful. Furthermore, it was an evil Dao formation. Right now, none of these pearls have lit up. The Yazi Beast Demon Soul is only as strong as a peak major primal core cultivator. However, it still possesses a ferocious might and cannot be underestimated. Senior Gui handed the formation plate back to Shao Chen. When he noticed Shao Chen's expression, he smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. This formation plate was given to me by the original owner. It has been gathering dust in my hands for more than 100 years. Now it is time to give it to a fated person. I hope that you can really light up the 18 pearls in the future. Big brother, quickly come up and look at this ship." "Ah." Shao Chen smiled and said, "If there is an opportunity, I will definitely drink to my heart's content with Senior Lu, having a few drinks to my heart's content." Senior Gui walked over and took the formation plate from Shao Chen's hand. Then he pointed to the pearls on the ferocious beast's neck and said, "Do you see these 18 pearls? When all 18 pearls light up, the Yazi Beast Demon Soul will be able to burst out with 1/10 of its combat prowess when it was alive." Fortunately, most of the existing pirate kings were adventuring in the Forbidden Seas. She was striving for the highest honor of a legendary pirate king. She did not have time to care about a minor character like Shao Chen. "Greetings, Captain. Little brother Shao Chen, what do you think of this immemorial demon soul formation?" Footsteps rang out from behind and Senior Gui walked down with a smile. The entire bottommost layer was covered in blood-red formation patterns. Light leaped around the complicated patterns, dazzling one's eyes. In the starry heavens, these formations were hard to see with the naked eye, nearly merging with the night sky. Anyone with eyes would know that the Purple Cloud Pavilion wanted to force Shao Chen to show himself, to make him take the initiative to deliver himself to them. Xiaochen, how about you go to the grave sea first? I know that Pan Huang's master has a nominal disciple, Yi Zifeng, who is in a sect in the grave sea. The Jiao snake seemed to know what Xiaochen was worried about. It explained, it's fine. You can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. That person is still your senior brother in name. Furthermore, I know that person. If you expose your relationship with Pan Huang, he will definitely not leave you in the lurch. Xiao Sua smiled mysteriously and led Xiao Chen into the ship's hold. Then they passed through a partition and arrived at the bottommost layer of the pirate ship. The heavenly yang pill was refined by condensing 100,000-year-old strands of baleful yang qi along with other natural treasures. Xiao Sua said, "This is the Yazi, a famous ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon. It has an unyielding nature and loves to fight. It has the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard. Senior Gui's formation is based on the famous Great Desolate Heaven-swallowing formation of the Great Desolate Aeon. Big brother, you can call it the immemorial demon soul formation." Xiaochen put away the heavenly yang pill and looked sincerely at Senior Lu. "Senior Lu, Xiaochen owes you a big favor. In the past, I thought that he was just bragging after drinking too much. Now that I look at this immemorial demon soul formation, it might not be fake." That evening, Xiaochen's group boarded the pirate ship and quietly left Purple Sun City. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I know that. I'm preparing to pack up. After Senior Gui helps me modify the pirate ship, we will leave immediately." When the busy crew saw Xiaochen, they were stunned for a moment. Then they immediately reported respectfully. Xiaochen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Come with me." Clearly, Xiaochen's earlier shock was no less than Xiaochen's. As long as we continuously pour in the corpses of strong ferocious beasts, they have to be fresh. This immemorial demon soul formation will continuously strengthen. The Yazi beast demon soul that it summons can even possess 1/10 of the true body's strength. Xiaochen felt excited. Pan Huang's disciple was definitely very strong. Perhaps he could help Xiaochen block the Black Lotus Church's pursuit and avoid this calamity. Due to the balance of yin and yang, Xiaochen could form a primal core. Otherwise, he would never be able to break through. If he obtained it, he could obtain baleful yang energy that rivaled a 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. To Xiaochen, this was a better natural treasure than anything else. Just as Xiaochen was about to finish speaking, Senior Lu's expression slowly turned grave. He said, "However, I suggest that you leave as soon as possible. The Black Lotus Church's people will soon find out about your whereabouts. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be." Furthermore, no matter how Xiaochen looked at this formation, it felt very sinister and sinister, inspiring fear. Chapter 1609. Early the next morning, when sunlight shone on Purple Sun City, a Buddhist light accompanied the sunrise and landed in Purple Sun City. The Buddhist light dispersed like a lotus flower, revealing a spotless white-clothed monk. His appearance was delicate and handsome, like a green lotus that was extraordinary and refined. If it were a crowded place, the noise might immediately stop because of his appearance. His natural tranquility could infect everyone. Unfortunately, he had landed on the dilapidated street where the Idle Cloud restaurant was located. The heavy stench of blood had yet to fade. That place had already become the famous ghost street of Purple Sun City. Legend had it that one could hear ghostly wails and wolf howls in the middle of the night. No one was even willing to clean up the corpses. The prosperity faded away, leaving behind only an endless pool of blood and the bare bones of the corpses that had been eaten by the vultures. The white-clad monk held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he looked around with his deep, pitch-black eyes. After a while, he closed his eyes and chanted scriptures. His right hand formed the Buddhist bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, and his left hand spun the Buddhist prayer beads. A holy Buddhist light spread out from his body, looking like a peaceful holy light. When the light swept through the air, the baleful aura in the air immediately expelled it. The air filled with the stench of blood became fresh again. Clumps of white light drifted out of the many corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The countless aggrieved spirits of the corpses turned into beneficence and entered his body. When he opened his eyes, they flickered with a bright and pure light. This made his eyes look even deeper, pure and flawless. Then he stretched out his right hand and his gentle, fair fingers moved. The bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind turned into the Buddhist appearing seal. The scenes that the aggrieved spirits once saw appeared, flickering on the dilapidated street. Soon the white-clad monk found the scene he needed. It was the scene of Xiaochen fighting with the crowd, continuously killing his enemies. The scene changed again. The black-clad arhat was escorted by a group of people, kneeling on the ground and continuously whipped, enduring all sorts of torture without saying a word. On the other side, Auntie Bai and the three old men quickly discussed and decided to sell it. When Auntie Bai understood what was going on, she revealed a smile on her face, showing an interesting expression. Scatter. The white-robed monk let out a soft groan. The souls that he had just absorbed into his body and cleansed of their sins turned into streaks of light and flew out of his body. Surprisingly, he didn't want the pure vengeful souls, but instead released them. If a Buddhist was here, he would definitely be shocked. When Buddhists cultivated, what they sought was merit and faith. What did he seek by not seeking merit and converting others for free? Only if one looked carefully would they discover that as those souls left, there were more than 10 of them. His eyes and fleshly body seemed to have been cleansed, becoming purer and more peaceful. It's a pity that we missed such a good opportunity. The white-robed monk let out a sigh before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. The originally oppressive, gloomy and dilapidated streets that were filled with a bloody and baleful aura had taken on a brand new look, and it was like a place that had just been born and was filled with a thriving aura. Today was the day that the Purple Cloud Pavilion would auction off a major primal core venerate. After one day of fermenting, the news had already caused a huge commotion in the entire Purple Sun City. Auctioning off slaves was not unheard of. However, the people of Purple Sun City auctioning off a major primal core venerate was unheard of, never seen before. If one could imagine having a major primal core venerate as a slave, that would be a great feeling. Nearly all the rich and noble people in the city rushed over, preparing large amounts of spirit jades to bid for the auction. There were even more cultivators who came to watch the excitement. Even if they could not afford to buy it, they could still broaden their horizons and watch the excitement. Furthermore, rumor had it that this black-clad Arhat had a close relationship with Xiao Chen. This auction was a scheme by the three sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion. They wanted to wait for Xiao Chen to appear and make him walk right into the trap. Given how Xiao Chen protected Idol Cloud Restaurant for his friends and fought many battles, many people guessed that this was a trap. Even if Xiao Chen knew that this was a trap, a fire pit, he would still rush over. The only reason was that he was Xiao Chen. This person had only been in Purple Sun City for a few days, but his name had spread everywhere. Everyone knew the name of the white-robed Xiao Chen. Most of the people watching the excitement were actually here for him. In a corner of the upper floor of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Auntie Bai and the three elders of the Burning Moon sect, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, and the Wind-Chasing sect looked down, clearly seeing everyone in the hall. Damn it! That fellow has not appeared yet. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. The azure-clad old man said, "Don't worry. He will definitely appear. However, he will definitely be able to hide from our eyes and ears. If we discovered him so easily, he would not be Xiao Chen." The pretty Auntie Bai said through clenched teeth, "As long as that fellow appears, this Purple Cloud Pavilion will be his burial ground. I already sent out all the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion to hide in various places." Aside from this, the three sects also reorganized their forces, transferring over experts from their sections. Not only were there people everywhere in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, but there were also disciples of the various sects lying in wait outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. As long as Xiao Chen appeared, he would not be able to escape. This was a sure death situation. Let's start the auction. I don't believe that he will not appear, the Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man said coldly. The white-robed old man nodded and made a hand gesture. Immediately, someone started to make arrangements in secret. Everything went according to plan, moving quickly and methodically. Soon, the black-clad Arhat was pushed out. His entire body was bound in chains, and he appeared on the platform in a humiliating manner. Whoosh! The crowd immediately turned excited. All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly. It really was a major primal core venerate. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's announcement was true. Many potential buyers immediately felt tempted. The auctioneer smiled and said, "As everyone knows, today is a big day for my Purple Cloud Pavilion. The venerate tied up on the platform will be auctioned off. Everyone, please do not worry about safety. The experts of the three sects have already placed restrictions in his body. As long as he resists, he will explode and die. Whoever is his master will control his life and death. Even if he does not want to submit, he will have to submit. My Purple Cloud Pavilion's reputation has always been excellent. Everyone can bid without worry." Under the auctioneer's introduction, the auction quickly entered the bidding phase. The price soared, making everyone feel the enthusiasm and determination of the bidders. However, the expressions of the four people in the upper echelon slowly turned unsightly. Even now, everything was still calm. Xiao Chen still had not appeared. Just at this moment, A white figure arrived outside the purple cloud pavilion. As he stood on the street, he looked extraordinary and graceful. His white monk robes and handsome face combined with his gentle and serene aura attracted the attention of everyone on the street. "What a handsome monk!" Several girls could not help praising him, attracted by his face. This showed how charming he was. The white-clad monk looked at the purple cloud pavilion. His deep gaze inspired wild and fanciful thoughts. No one knew what he wanted to do. Suddenly, the white-clad monk stretched out his right hand with his palm facing down. His index and middle fingers curled together, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from them, forming a profound hand seal. His jade-white, untainted hand was filled with a gentle beauty. Everyone fixed their gazes on that pure white right hand. Everyone was attracted by that profound hand seal, unable to look away. All of a sudden, a golden swastika symbol burst out from the palm seal. Boom! Amid the boundless golden Buddhist light, the vast, simple and imposing purple cloud pavilion instantly collapsed. The people inside were still excitedly bidding the moment before it collapsed. Auntie Bai and the others in the upper echelon were still waiting anxiously. Without any warning, the purple cloud pavilion collapsed into rubble. Countless people died or were injured in the process. Countless corpses exploded into pieces and shot into the air. Amidst the golden Buddhist light, blood rained down. Severed limbs flew up and down in a dazzling display. The people around the purple cloud pavilion showed shocked expressions. Their brains instantly short-circuited, they could not react at all. In the next moment the shock wave sent them flying. The white-clad monk withdrew his hand, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted a scripture. As the scripture chanted, the restrictions on the bodies of the black-clad arhat buried in the rubble unraveled one by one. "Who are you?" Auntie Bai and the other three descended from the air in shock and rage, surrounding the white-clad monk. Blood trickled down the corners of their lips and their complexions paled. The white-clad monk smiled faintly and stopped chanting. Then he said softly, "The Black Lotus Church's holy son Ming Xian." The expressions of the three sects' first elders and Auntie Bai changed drastically at the same time. Their expressions changed continuously: shock, astonishment, horror, and panic. The encirclement around the white-clad monk loosened uncontrollably. They retreated, feeling fear in their hearts, wanting to retreat. Die. However, it was too late for them to leave now. A black figure leaped out of the rubble, radiating Buddhist might. With a shout, he charged at the four while holding the black chain in his hand. Chapter 16:10. This time the black-clad arhat did not show any mercy. With the support of the scripture, the arhat did not show any mercy. With the support of the scriptures, not only did he recover from his injuries, but his combat prowess also increased by more than 20%. Auntie Bai and the others were injured by the holy son Ming Xian in the first place. Their combat prowess had dropped significantly. Furthermore, they were already a match for the black-clad arhat in the first place. This time the four were not as lucky as before. They could not escape and all died at the hands of the black-clad arhat. Their deaths were extremely miserable, all inflicted by the iron arhat fist. Their bodies split apart and they died without a complete corpse. The holy son Ming Xian chanted scriptures and prayed for the souls of these people. Then he used pure beneficence to cleanse his physical body, making his aura gentler and more solemn, like a living Buddha. 59th Arhat greets the holy sun. The black-clad arhat performed a cupped fist salute and bowed, not daring to slack off. The 72 arhats were ranked by strength. 59th arhat was the 59th of the 72 arhats. This was not just their title but also their honor and strength. The holy son Ming Xian nodded slightly and said calmly, "Do you have any news of the person Master is looking for? Tell me everything you know." "Yes." After a while, the holy son Ming Xian gained a better understanding of what happened. He could not help feeling that it was a pity. He clearly could have captured Xiao Qin. How could this 59th arhat be too arrogant and overestimate his own strength? Not only did he fail to capture Xiao Qin, but he even ended up losing himself, nearly being sold as a slave. "Holy son, please punish me." The black-clad arhat lowered his head and admitted his guilt, knowing that he was wrong in letting Xiao Qin go. Ming Xian showed a calm expression, not showing any signs of anger. He said calmly, "Let's make up for our mistakes. Now that we know his whereabouts, there is no need to search for a needle in a haystack." The 72 arhats and the 4 protectors were scattered throughout the vast Grave Sea cluster. Searching for one person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Now that they knew Xiao Qian's whereabouts, they could gather their people. Then finding Xiao Qin would not be difficult. Bringing the black-clad arhat with him, the Holy Sun Ming Xian went to the Wanxiang Pagoda in Purple Sun City. That was the place where the wise gathered the most in the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Wanxiang Pagoda was the most convenient way to find out about a person in Purple Sun City. After paying a sufficient price, the Holy Sun Ming Xian and the black-clad Arhat found where Senior Lu was hiding. Xiao Chen must have run away. The only thing he could do now was to find out where Xiao Chen had gone. It would take a lot of time to ask the pagoda about such a secret matter, so asking Elder Lu, someone who had a close relationship with Xiao Chen, was the most direct and effective method. In a rather remote courtyard in the west of the city, the Holy Sun Ming Xian knocked on the door and waited. Since a guest came to visit, Senior Lu did not overthink it. There were not many people in Purple Sun City that he feared. The instant Xiao Chen opened the door, he saw the Holy Sun Ming Xian dressed in white monk robes. "You are Black Lotus Church's Holy Sun Ming Xian." Elder Lu's expression changed slightly. He turned around and retreated without any hesitation. However, it was already too late. The black-clad Arhat was faster than him. The Holy Sun Ming Xian waited quietly. The sounds of intense fighting came from the courtyard for a long time before it slowly quieted down. 4 hours later, the black-clad Arhat walked out of the courtyard carrying a sword. He said, "He went to the Grave Sea. As for where exactly, this old man is not sure." "Grave Sea? The area is already small enough. Inform the other Arhats and the 4 protectors to gather at the Grave Sea." The two turned around and quickly left this place. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, Senior Lu lay on the ground. His eyes appeared confused and unfocused. Clearly, Senior Lu had fallen for some Buddhist sect secret technique that lured him into revealing Xiao Chen's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Relying on the speed of a 3-star pirate ship, Xiao Chen's group arrived at the Grave Sea much earlier than expected. As the name suggested, the Starry Sea was the sea formed by the melting of a star at the end of its lifespan. However, in reality it was not that simple. There would be a starry sea in the center of every astral zone. The thousands of great realms in the astral zone would revolve around the Starry Sea, using it as the core. Even now, the existence and origins of the Starry Sea remained an unsolved mystery. There were many different theories. The most popular theory was that the star's lifespan ended and melted into a sea. A star was the center of an astral zone. The peak sects of the entire astral zone gathered here. The places where spiritual energy gathered were 5 to 10 times that of the outside world. Most of the spirit jade veins also gathered in the Grave Sea. Everything was logical, as if the heavens had arranged it. The Starry Sea was the center, the core of an astral zone. To pirates, the Starry Sea was where they should go. Pirates who had not explored the Starry Sea before could not be considered true pirates. The sea was the true home of pirates. Of course, aside from emotions, the greater truth was that plundering the Starry Sea was the greatest harvest. In 2 months, Xiao Chen finished refining the Heavenly Yang pill. Then, he continuously used the Baleful Yin energy and Baleful Yang energy to temper his veritable essence energy. Be it Baleful Yin energy or Baleful Yang energy, these 2 external objects existed to temper his veritable essence energy. He could not put the cart before the horse. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was extremely high. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Taiji Dao himself. Hence, he was very proficient in this cultivation realm. With the veritable essence energy, the Yang energy and Yin energy in Xiao Chen's Dantian formed a Taiji diagram. Such a situation had never happened to anyone before, as only Xiao Chen understood the Taiji Dao in this world. The balance of Yin and Yang that ordinary people found hard to grasp did not hinder Xiao Chen at all. He just went with the flow. Xiao Chen's cultivation surpassed the Yang essence stage and reached the half-step primal core realm in one go. Vaguely, Xiao Chen also touched a threshold to the state of being one with heaven that only primal core venerates could comprehend. One could say that Xiao Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 months. Compared to when he was in Purple Sun City, his combat prowess was several times stronger. The strong accumulations benefited him greatly. When Xiao Chen broke through to the primal core realm, it would be a qualitative breakthrough. The benefits of vast accumulations would benefit him for life. In the past 2 months, Xiao Suo, Luo Nan and Feier had all improved. Although their improvements were not as exaggerated as Xiao Chen's, they were still several times greater than usual. Naturally, all this was due to the many resources Xiao Chen had bought from the Pirate Alliance before he left, spending spirit jades to purchase for them. The pirate ship drifted quietly in the Starry Sea, sailing far away and advancing quickly. The water in the Starry Sea was not seawater in the ordinary sense. It was strongly corrosive and horrifying heavy. When ordinary people fell into the water, they would melt into dregs, leaving nothing behind. The speed of regular cultivators would also be greatly restricted in the Starry Sea. It would be extremely difficult to fly in the air. Due to the huge mass, the suction force was extremely horrifying. It would make people in the air feel like the surface of the water had a magnetic force, sucking them into the water. A pirate ship that could travel normally in the Starry Sea had to be at least a 3-star ship. Otherwise, just the corrosive force would melt the ship, not to mention traveling long distances. Naturally, the oceanic ferocious beasts born in such a harsh sea environment were even harder to deal with. "Xiao Sua, where are we?" Xiao Chen's voice rang out in Xiao Sua's ears. Xiao Sua, who was in the control room, immediately answered, "Captain, we just passed the edge of the Grave Sea. We can be considered to have officially entered the Grave Sea." Xiao Sua's tone was rather calm, containing some joy. He had not stepped into the Starry Sea for many years already. After leaving the Purple Sun region, Xiao Chen requested that everyone just address him by his name and that there was no need to be so polite. However, everyone felt respect and gratitude for Xiao Chen, so it was not convenient for them to address him by his name. Hence, they compromised by calling him Captain. It was like heaven was looking out for them. When the Black Scimitar pirate ship entered the Grave Sea's periphery, it did not run into any strong storms or oceanic ferocious beasts. They didn't encounter any big storms, nor did they encounter any fierce sea beasts. The sky was clear and boundless, and the wind was gentle and sunny. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The 2 months of peace had not dispelled his wariness. The Black Lotus Church would catch up sooner or later. Senior Jiao Snake had already said goodbye to Xiao Chen, preparing to search for other fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chen needed to rush to the sect of Pan Huang's disciple, Yi Zifeng, as soon as possible. However, the Grave Sea was boundlessly vast, even vaster than 100 great thousand realms combined. It was truly difficult to find. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach Yi Zifeng's sect, he would need a lot of time. Furthermore, this did not take into account the unexpected encounters along the way, such as oceanic ferocious beasts, other pirate ships, factions that were at odds with the Pirate Alliance, or storms. Chapter 16:11. Xiao Chen came out of his room and went to the control room. Xiao Sua and the others were currently controlling the Black Cutlass pirate ship as it sailed through the vast sea. The Black Cutlass was the abbreviation of the Black Cutlass, the name Xiao Sua gave the pirate ship. Xiao Sua was no stranger to the Starry Sea's environment after his experience at sea. The Black Cutlass pirate ship traveled very smoothly through the complicated Starry Sea. "Captain, you're out?" Xiao Sua looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen had not shown himself for the past 2 months, communicating through voice projections. Today, Xiao Chen officially came out of closed-door cultivation. A water screen in front of the control room showed the scene of the sea region ahead. Through the adjustments of the formation, the water screen could display a 360-degree view without any blind spots, which was very convenient. Being in the control room gave one the feeling of being in control of the entire situation. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He was not very satisfied with the pirate ship's speed. They had just entered the depths of the Grave Sea, yet another month had passed. Who knew how long they would have to wait to reach Senior Yi Zifeng's sect? The vastness of the Grave Sea somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Sua could tell what Xiao Chen was thinking. He explained, "The Black Cutlass is already very fast for traveling through the Starry Sea. Even a late-stage major primal core venerate is not as fast as the Black Cutlass." Xiao Chen knew this. The gravity in the Starry Sea was 10 times that of the outside world. Flying on the surface of the sea would not only exhaust a lot of energy, but it would also be very slow. Furthermore, there was the danger of falling into the sea at any moment. The strong corrosive nature of the Starry Sea was no joke. No one would be willing to soak in it. "I only hope that the Black Lotus Church does not discover us before we meet Senior Yi Zifeng again." Xiao Chen knew that this matter could not be rushed. As for the Black Lotus Church, he could only pray. Rumble? Suddenly, the sound of huge waves came from the sea in front. The waves were startling, and the aura of a strong oceanic ferocious beast arrived. The water screen in the control room showed a sharp, black object on the surface of the sea. Xiao Sua's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We probably ran into an oceanic ferocious beast. Based on this dorsal fin, it is at least 1 kilometer long. I'll go take a look." Xiao Chen did not panic. He quietly activated his heavenly insight divine eye and turned into a beam of light, flying out of the ship. He hovered in the sky and looked ahead. The heavenly insight god eye pierced through the seawater and looked down. He realized that the dorsal fin that was exposed on the surface of the sea was only the tip of the iceberg. his line of sight continued to sink along the dorsal fin of this marine beast. After 500 meters, Xiaoqin found a sawtooth shark that was thousands of meters long. This was definitely the largest oceanic ferocious beast that Xiaoqin had ever seen. It was several times larger than the Jiao snake, giving off an even stronger pressure. Xiaoqin withdrew his heavenly eye and said sullenly, "Circle around. This ferocious beast is several kilometers long. Its dorsal fin is just the tip of the iceberg. It is not easy to deal with." Could it be a black star sawtooth shark? The experienced Xiao Suo immediately thought of a certain oceanic ferocious beast. The black star sawtooth shark is a rather strong oceanic ferocious beast. It is born with the strength of a primal core venerate. After it reaches adulthood, it can stand shoulder to shoulder with a major primal core venerate. At the strongest, it can rival the horrifying strength of a cloud sea cultivator. Luo Nan and Fei Er, who were in the control room, quickly provided information about this black star sawtooth shark. During the past 2 months, the two had learned a lot about the sea. It's over. There is no time to circle around. Xiao Suo's face sank. The black star sawtooth shark in the image suddenly leaped out of the sea, revealing its huge body. Its abdomen was covered in black star patterns, the mark of the black star sawtooth shark. The black star sawtooth shark soared into the air and leaped out of the sea. Then, under the pull of the starry sea's gravity, it charged towards the pirate ship. Under the influence of gravity, its huge body shot forward like an arrow, moving at a horrifying speed. "Don't panic." Xiao Suo stabilized the ship. "I'll use the immemorial demon soul formation to deal with it." At the crucial moment, Xiaoqin stabilized the situation and calmly issued orders. Xiaoqin gently pushed off with his feet and leaped out of the control room. With a few flashes, he arrived at the top of the pirate ship. The first thing to arrive was the towering waves that the black star sawtooth shark kicked up. The strong waves could kill a regular Yang essence stage cultivator. They were very mighty and had a strong corrosive nature. Even though the pirate ship had a protective barrier, it could not avoid being shaken and damaged. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand and grasped the lunar shadow saber. Then he sent out a resplendent saber light. The saber light chopped the towering waves in half, not landing on the pirate ship at all. Sheathing his saber, Xiaoqin took out the scarlet blood war banner. Then he gently waved the war banner, and the immemorial demon soul formation in the ship instantly activated. A dense layer of bloody clouds erupted with a startling bloodthirsty aura, spreading out in the sky. Whoosh! A huge Yazi beast image quickly encased the exquisite pirate ship. In this huge image, the pirate ship was like the Yazi beast's heart, located within its body. As the spirit jades in the formation drained, white bones continuously appeared in the Yazi beast's demon soul image. Then they connected and formed a huge skeleton. This made the image appear much more substantial. Boom! The Yazi beast demon soul opened its mouth and welcomed the incoming black star sawtooth shark. "Cassie! Cassie!" The black star sawtooth shark's huge and sharp teeth shattered. Intense shock waves spread out. After passing through several obstacles, the pirate ship at the heart of the Yazi beast demon soul only shook slightly. There was no need to control the Yazi beast demon soul. When it fought, it would activate its bloodthirsty and savage nature. Even after turning into a soul, the Yazi beast demon soul could not eliminate its bloodthirsty nature. The Yazi beast demon soul had the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard. As it stood on the surface of the sea, its huge body was incredibly nimble. The Yazi beast demon soul instantly fought an intense battle with the black star sawtooth shark. Spirit jades continuously drained from the immemorial demon soul formation, turning into bloodthirsty lights leaping about in the formation. Xiaoqin thought to himself, what a strong black star sawtooth shark. Furthermore, it is still a juvenile and has yet to grow up. To think that it can fight the Yazi beast demon soul to a draw. After all, this demon soul was not affected by gravity. Furthermore, it did not feel pain. It was bloodthirsty and possessed an unyielding character, completely inheriting the nature of the Yazi beast. Fortunately, this fight did not last long. 4 hours later, the black star sawtooth shark clearly lost. It gradually gave out and became completely powerless, unable to move. The bloodthirsty Yazi beast demon soul started to consume the blood of the black star sawtooth shark. Soon, the black star sawtooth shark turned into an empty shell with no blood flowing through it, slowly sinking into the sea. The starry sea slowly absorbed the black star sawtooth shark's body. Soon, only a skeleton remained. This scene happened too quickly, making one's scalp go numb. Now, they had a deep understanding of the strong corrosive nature of the starry sea. Xiao Chen waved the war banner and the formation scattered. The Yazi beast demon soul turned into countless clumps of light, continuously shrinking. Finally, it turned into drops of blood that fell into the immemorial demon soul formation. Whoosh! It looked like a rain of blood fell in the immemorial demon soul formation. A sinister blood mist rose up from the surface of the formation. The Yazi beast carved on the formation plate at the core of the formation seemed to show an expression of enjoyment. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. I should be able to light up a pearl if I consume a few more of such huge oceanic ferocious beasts. At that time, the strength of the Yazi beast demon soul will improve further. Before Xiao Chen could heave a sigh of relief, a low, sorrowful cry suddenly rang out in the surroundings of the vast sea. This sound wave shook the surrounding 50 kilometers, causing the seawater to undulate intensely. The waves rolled over the waves, fluctuating violently and irregularly. The pirate ship started shaking intensely, rising and falling with the waves, completely uncontrollable. Xiao Chen stood at the top of the ship, doing his best to stabilize himself. Then he looked around and saw a black star sawtooth shark several times larger than the pirate ship in the distance. It floated out of the water and whimpered softly. The young black star sawtooth shark that Xiao Chen killed earlier might be its offspring. Otherwise it would not make such a sorrowful cry. As the sorrowful cry spread out, similar cries echoed in the distance. Many black dorsal fins appeared on the surface of the sea. This startled Xiao Chen. This is bad. This black star sawtooth shark thinks of me as a strong enemy and is calling for companions. Retreat. Xiao Chen landed in the control room and got Xiao Sua to control the pirate ship to retreat quickly. Xiao Chen could deal with one young black star sawtooth shark. However, there was no chance of victory against a group of adult black star sawtooth sharks. The people in the control room also took action urgently. The image on the water screen showed at least 100 black star sawtooth sharks gathered together. Captain, the waves are too big. We are too slow. Xiao Sua skillfully controlled the pirate ship. However, the waves grew increasingly larger, and the black star sawtooth sharks were completely pinned down. On the other hand, after the black star sawtooth sharks gathered together, they moved forward in the water as one. Go down and hide. Xiao Chen made a prompt decision and decisively gave the order. No one doubted Xiao Chen's orders. Fate activated the dark night bewildering formation on the pirate ship. The ship turned pitch black, looking like a black rock sinking into the water. After activating the dark night bewildering formation, the pirate ship silently merged with the dark light, concealing all signs of life at the same time. The pirate ship's 3-star defensive formation also activated at the same time, resisting the corrosion of the starry sea. The ship fell silent. No one dared to speak. In such a life-and-death situation, everyone felt incredibly nervous. Several minutes passed. The pirate ship did not show any major movements. Everything was incredibly quiet. It seemed like the school of black star sawtooth sharks had not discovered the pirate ship. However, no one said anything. After some time in the dark sea, Xiao Sua felt that something was wrong. He said softly, "Why do I feel that the pirate ship is still moving quickly? The undercurrents should not be that fast." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know much about the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. When he heard Xiao Sua's words, he silently sent out his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense was affected at the bottom of the sea. He could not see many places. However, when Xiao Chen saw some of the surrounding scenes, he was so shocked that he did not dare to go down. There were adult black star sawtooth sharks everywhere. This school of black star sawtooth sharks had trapped the pirate ship. However, these black star sawtooth sharks were still moving forward, searching for the pirate ship. However, these black star sawtooth sharks did not know that the pirate ship was already in the middle of them. As they swam, the undercurrents they created pushed the pirate ship forward. When Xiao Chen told everyone about this situation, everyone in the control room was startled silly. This was like a sheep moving with a pack of wolves. They could be discovered at any moment. The pirate ship could conceal its signs of life, merging with the darkness. However, it would not truly vanish. If one touched it or accidentally bit it, it would be a disaster. Xiao Chen turned his head and said, "Xiao Sua, control the ship based on the feeling of the undercurrents. Do not let them touch it. Otherwise we will all die." When Xiao Sua heard that, he felt immense pressure. His hands trembled. However, he saw Xiao Chen's trusting gaze. Xiao Sua clenched his teeth and charged forward at this crucial moment. Chapter 16:12. In the dark and deep sea, hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks, each of them several thousand meters long, were crazily chasing in a certain direction. Each black star sawtooth shark looked independent, but in reality their auras were connected to each other. They formed a huge body, looking like a single black star sawtooth shark swimming. This reduced the resistance, allowing them to move very fast in the water. They were far faster than some pirate ships. Furthermore, the complicated sea conditions did not affect them at all. They were simply blessed by nature. Compared to this huge body, the Black Cutlass pirate ship seemed exceptionally insignificant. Everyone on the ship felt their hearts in their throats as they focused their gazes on Xiao Sua. At this moment, as long as Xiao Sua made a mistake and bumped into any of the Black Star Sawtooth sharks, the Dark Night Bewildering Formation would be broken. The Dark Night Bewildering Formation would be destroyed, and the life auras of everyone on the ship would be exposed. At that time, everyone on the ship would die. In the quiet underwater world, every second was torture for everyone. How long can the 3-star defensive formation last us at the bottom of the sea? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Luo Nan. Luo Nan made some calculations before answering. 3 days. 3 days later we have to surface to repair it. What about the Dark Night Bewildering Formation? Fei said, that is still fine. As long as we have sufficient spirit jades and are not disturbed or destroyed by the outside world, we can last forever. 3 days should be enough. Now it all depended on Xiao Sua. Every jolt of the pirate ship made everyone shudder in fear, thinking that they had run into Black Star Sawtooth sharks. The ship stumbled along the way on edge. However, they did not run into any Black Star Sawtooth sharks in the end. They are going to change direction. They have already given up. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed that this group of Black Star Sawtooth sharks finally stopped wasting energy after chasing for a long time. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally escape from this dangerous situation. Their hearts could not take it anymore. However, suddenly the entire ship started spinning intensely. Everyone swayed left and right, their bodies shaking intensely. What's wrong? Xiao Sua said anxiously, the undercurrent they are driving is too strong. The pirate ship is forcefully changing its direction. That was to say, the entire pirate ship was still being pulled along. It truly made one feel a bit of despair. They had just thought that they had escaped from the sea of bitterness, but who would have thought that the result would still be the same? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He started to calculate his chances of escaping if he forcibly activated the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter how he thought about it, the chances weren't very high. The Yazi beast demon soul was still somewhat weak, only equal to a major primal core cultivator. However, this group of adult Black Star Sawtooth sharks were all as strong as a major primal core cultivator. The chances were slim, but he still had to do it because this was the only way. At the very least, if he forcefully broke through, he would still have the initiative in his hands. It was much better than being discovered and having to defend and counterattack. However, when Xiao Chen spoke of his plan, a complicated light flashed in Xiao Sua's eyes. Captain, trust me, okay? I guarantee that I can persist until the end and not make any mistakes. What Xiao Chen was worried about was that Xiao Sua would make a mistake, because he was under too much pressure throughout the entire process. Believe me, we can definitely do it. Putting our lives on the line is too risky. Xiao Sua's gaze was no longer perplexed, and it became even more resolute and confident. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Sua and asked, are you sure that the lives of everyone on the ship are in your hands? You know that if you insist, I will definitely promise you. I insist. Good, I believe you. Xiao Chen did not argue or ask for too much of an explanation. He trusted Xiao Sua unconditionally, which gratified him. Do your best. We believe in you too. Fei encouraged Xiao Sua, sharing the pressure. Leader, we believe in you too. At this moment, Xiao Sua's original subordinates also trusted Xiao Sua without hesitation. The heavy trust allowed Xiao Sua to completely let go. As Xiao Chen stood at the side, he revealed a smile on his face. After this matter was over, Xiao Sua would probably undergo a true transformation. The people on the ship would become even more united. As the undercurrents surged, the Black Star Sawtooth sharks dove deeper and deeper. The situation became even more complicated. However, Xiao Sua completely let go, performing exceptionally well. Although he stumbled, he did not run into any of the Black Star Sawtooth sharks and did not expose himself. After an unknown amount of time, everyone could clearly sense that the speed of the pirate ship had slowed down. The school of Black Star Sawtooth sharks scattered. The water screen in the control room had been pitch black. After a few flashes, an image finally appeared. Many towering trees grew in the sea region in front. These trees were crystalline and gave off a crystalline fluorescence. It was this light that illuminated the bottom of the sea, allowing the image to reappear on the water screen. Several black star sawtooth sharks swam quietly and contentedly among these fluorescent trees. The originally dark and sinister bottom of the sea formed a beautiful scene under the illumination of these fluorescent trees. Everyone somewhat forgot that they had already escaped danger. "How beautiful! What tree is that?" Fei said affectionately. Not only was that tree huge, but it was also crystalline and gave off a bright fluorescent light. Xiao Sua startled awake and said somewhat excitedly, "This is the starry sea fluorescent tree, also known as the tree of life of the sea. It has a long lifespan, a living fossil of the starry sea. We should have been brought to the most mysterious nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. If not for a fortuitous encounter, even a cloud sea superpowerhouse would not be able to find this place. The juice that the tree of life secretes is known as the life juice source. It is said that the starry sea can give birth to life because of its existence. It is extremely miraculous. This life juice source can not only change the quality of a cultivator's physical body but also strengthen their bloodline. If I had a bottle of life juice source, I would be able to advance immediately." The crew members on the ship spoke of the various wonders and value of the tree of life. However, they were just saying it. The black star sawtooth sharks swimming peacefully in the tree of life were not just decorations. This was the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. It was very likely that there would be a chief here. That would definitely be an existence surpassing the cloud sea realm. Strengthening the bloodline, improving the physical body, improving the physique, strengthening the foundation, and increasing the chances of advancing would increase explosively. These were the benefits of the life juice source. Every one of them was very tempting. Of course, Xiaoqin was tempted as well. As Xiaoqin stared at the towering trees on the water screen, a light flashed in his eyes as he instantly made up his mind. It was not Xiaoqin's character to just leave these natural treasures like that. He wanted to take a risk. The life juice source was actually the source of life. The various benefits it brought were truly worthy of this title. More importantly to Xiaoqin, these spiritual trees were extremely valuable in themselves. "Xiao Sua, you all slowly float up first and wait for me on the water surface." The moment Xiaoqin said that, everyone on the ship was shocked. What was he doing? The nest of the black star sawtooth sharks was just ahead. Xiaoqin had already made his decision, but he could not implicate Xiao Sua and the others. He would take the risk alone. Although Xiao Sua was not willing to let Xiaoqin take the risk, he understood Xiaoqin's character. "In that case, we will wait for you to come up. Captain, you have to come up alive." Feeling these people's sincere concern, Xiaoqin felt very warm in his heart. No matter where he was, it was a happy thing to have such a group of people following him sincerely. After leaving the pirate ship, Xiaoqin withdrew his aura and allowed the Buddhist pendant on his chest to bring out its greatest effect. Then he slowly made his way to the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. There were hundreds of trees of life there. To Xiaoqin, every tree was a supreme treasure. The starry sea had an intense corrosive nature. Xiaoqin constantly drained his veritable essence energy to form a protective barrier around him. Xiaoqin could only stay for 1 to 4 hours. He absolutely could not stay any longer than that. He tried his best not to fight. That way he could stay even shorter. With some anticipation, Xiaoqin slowly approached the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks.